Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 3-day mental health and nutrition certification course. Um, I am Dr. Vicky Stein, and I'm going to give people a minute or two to come into the room. I forgot to ask how many people were signed up for today, so I'm not sure how many more we are waiting for. But want to welcome everybody. I want to thank you so much for choosing to be with me for the next 3 days. I know it's a big time commitment to be away from your offices, your clients, your clinics. So I really, really appreciate that, and I'm excited as always to be here with you and share this topic. It is my favorite thing to talk about. Just a couple of things before we get started. Um, we're going to be taking some breaks and lunchtime, but of course, everybody is presumably at home or in a comfortable office space. So I can't see any of you, unfortunately. So if you need to get up before a break, obviously that's fine. Feel free to stretch while and move around the room while I'm talking. And I encourage you to do some things maybe with your hands if you've got something like needlepoint or knitting or fidget toys or whatever it is that can help you to stay focused, because this is, while it's awesome information, and it's a long 3 days. So I want you to take really good care of yourself and make sure that that you get as much out of this as you can by taking good care of yourself. So a couple of things about how I run these webinars. I try to make it as interactive as possible, even though we're from all over the place. So we have, I'm sure, by now you guys are all very familiar with Zoom and webinar formats. So we've got a chat room and we've got a Q&A room. So the chat room, I am going to ask some questions to all of you in a minute, and I'm going to go into the chat and I'm going to check out what you guys are responding to. But for the most part, I don't check chat. That is a place for you so that you can talk to each other. Sometimes people share ideas about what I've said or additional readings, or you might even say, what did she say? And someone might put that response in the chat room. So I want that to be a place where you guys have a dialogue with each other. The Q&A, and that's also where Sid, who is our IT guy today, who's helping me on the PESI side, he will be there to answer questions. And he'll be posting our break times and that kind of stuff. So he's available if you're having any technical difficulties. You can reach out to him also through the chat. In the Q&A, as you have questions, please just throw them in there, and then I won't check them at the morning break because there's just not enough time, but I will check them at the lunch break and answer them. And then I will check them again at the afternoon break so that I'm sure that we get everything answered by the end of the day. And I will probably check it one last time before we sign off for the day. So we're starting out at 10 a.m. Eastern time. I am in Atlanta, so I usually use Eastern time because that's the time zone that I'm in. So I'm going to check in a minute and see where you guys are. But we're going to have a break at 12:15 to 12:30, just a 15-minute break. And then we'll break for lunch at 1:50, which is Atlanta time, 1:50, and we'll come back at 3. I think that's right. And then yeah, because we break for an hour and 10 minutes, and then we come back. Then we'll come back and we'll break again around 4:30, and end promptly at 6 o'clock Atlanta time. So you can plan your time accordingly. I want you all to look at this slide. It's I have this slide here, and I have it again at the end. And I want you to just notice that I'm giving you my email address and my cell phone number, which is my business phone. It's my personal phone, but also my business phone. And I encourage you to reach out to me after the 3 days are over. Anytime you have a question about a client, or if there's some information that you want more information on, I'm happy to share some of my handouts with you. So keep that tucked away so that you can use me as an ongoing resource. Hopefully the PowerPoint will also be a resource for you. I've designed it so that hopefully it will be. And also, I will remind you of this again, but I've started a mentoring group from all of these 3-day courses, and we meet on the last Wednesday of every month. Typically, we meet at 10 Eastern time, but if I had people from the West Coast, I would be willing to change that time. And we get together for an hour on Zoom, and people bring their questions, they bring their cases. And I don't look for any kind of commitment outside of from 1 month to the next. I don't ask you to sign up for 3 months or anything like that. And I do charge $65 an hour for the session. So, and that's no matter how many people come. So like last month, I just had one person, but we had a great conversation. She actually brought more of her own health issues than she did any client stuff. So whatever questions you have, it's really, it's a nice group. And you're certainly welcome to join us. Okay. So all of that said, what I would like to do first is I'm going to ask a couple of questions because I can't see you. And so I do want to know who's here. So I'm going to open the chat up, and I'm just curious. First question, where are you guys? What part of the country are you? So if you could just type in North Carolina, Arkansas, okay. Wyoming, awesome. Idaho, Utah, Wisconsin, Colorado, okay. New Mexico. Oh, on the Navajo Nation. Oh, cool. I'm coming from Colorado, Tucson, Utah. Okay, so we got people. Keep doing that. I won't read them all, but okay, so we got people from all across the country, which is fantastic. From Jenny on the Navajo Nation. I actually was out there not on the Navajo. I was in northern Arizona on another reservation. And I'm blanking right now on where I was, but got to do this talk with those folks, which was great. Got snowed in, didn't get to actually meet with people in person. I ended up working out of my hotel room, which was a bummer. Okay, we got people from all over. Next question. What profession are you? LCSW, LPCs, psychologists, whatever you are, I want to know who I've got in the room. Great. Okay. RN, great. LPC, LCSW, psychotherapist, fabulous. Wonderful. Okay. You guys are my tribe. I'm so excited you're all here. Okay. And then finally, I want to know, and this will take a minute more for you to pipe in, what brings you here? Are your interests personal? No, this isn't the final question. I have one more after this. What brings you here? Is it personal, or is it work related, or is it a little bit of both? And is there anything in particular that you're interested in? Personal and professional, good. Both, good. Both, great. Okay. Good. I do find as people, y'all keep putting these in, I find people start out coming a lot of times for work and end up internalizing and talking a lot about themselves and their families when they start hearing this information. I believe this is so huge for everyone, and clients all over would love it. I want it for me as well. Good. Nutrition within my scope. Yep, we're going to talk a lot about scope of practice. Nutrition related mental health. Great. Okay. And finally, you can keep putting that in. Don't stop typing if you're still doing that. Yes, I think it can make a big difference in eating disorders and addiction. Yes, for sure. Excellent. Okay. So last question, what kind of setting do you work in? Are you in private practice? Are you in clinic? Are you in the public sector, like the VA or schools? Lots of private practice. That's good. And I say that because it gives you a little more flexibility with what you can and can't do within your scope of practice, of course. Lots of private practice. Oh, and community mental health. Okay, good. Split between both. Okay. Nonprofit education, part-time and part-time. Oh, psych hospital. I've done that work. Outpatient integrative care. Okay, good. Military as well. Good. No, I am not in presenter view right now. I am just in the chat. All right, so we're good. Let me go back in the chat and make sure that I didn't miss anyone. Behavioral health. Okay. All right. Good. All right. Well, wonderful. This is great. You guys, this is like the right group. So I'm so happy to have you here. And let's go ahead and get started. Okay. All right. So just a little bit about me. I completed my master's in social work in 1984, long time ago. Some of you on this call maybe weren't even born then. I don't know. But if you want to know, I'm 63 years old. And I worked in substance abuse for the first 15 years in inpatient and outpatient settings in Atlanta. And then I moved into a large hospital. Well, during that time, I actually worked at this hospital and ran their employee assistance program, and then moved into training and development, which is how I got turned on to presenting and realized it's something that I love to do. And then got burned out, worked at that hospital for about a little over a decade, and moved over to work for my family's business, which is was a company called Georgia Spice Company, and completely out of my field. But then 9/11 happened, and I decided that it was a good job for where I was in my family life, but it wasn't my life calling. And so while I was there, I started getting my doctorate degree, and ultimately ended up leaving to go into private practice. And I've been in private practice now for 13 years. And part of what happened in that transition for me was, and why I'm here today talking to you guys about this topic, is when I went back to school to get my doctorate, I had some personal experiences with nutrition and my own mental health, and had decided that was really what I wanted to do. So I was going to go back to school, get my degree, and then move into nutrition. But the more I studied the nutrition piece, the more I realized we really had missed the boat when I worked in the inpatient and outpatient settings with substance abuse. We never addressed nutrition, not at all. It just wasn't even on the radar. And the more I learned about nutrition, the more I realized we should have been doing that. If we had a high recidivism rate, people, and I was working in outpatient when crack cocaine came on the market. So we would get people who would come in for treatment, and within 2 weeks they were gone. So it was very frustrating work, disappointing, hard to keep people in treatment. So I think that, I realized if we had addressed the nutritional aspect and even some of the lifestyle aspects like sleep and exercise with these people, maybe we would have been able to get a few more people to stay sober. So I just started realizing I couldn't just walk away from psychotherapy. I had to combine the two. So that's what I've done. So in my private practice, I have an integrative model. And I will be presenting cases throughout the next couple of days, and talking about some of my clients, some of the successes I've had, sometimes some things that haven't worked well because clients aren't always as compliant as we would like for them to be. So, that's how I run my practice. So I'm excited you're here, and hoping that you'll take some of the things from the next 3 days to take into your own practices, and continue this journey, because this kind of learning does not stop over the next 3 days. This field is continuously morphing and changing. So you'll see, I just rewrote this whole training over the summer. So today's actually the first time I'm presenting this particular material. A lot of it is the same, but there's a lot of updated information. So you'll see how some of the literature has changed, and some of it has stayed the same, which is also good. It just helps us to know we're on the right path. I do have a doctorate in holistic nutrition. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I'm board certified through the National Association of Nutrition Professionals, and I am a certified practitioner through the Integrative Nutrition and Functional Academy. Okay, so just a few things about the course, and the first mention of being in your scope of practice. There are going to be things in this presentation that may be outside of your scope of practice. Sometimes, since we have therapists, we also have an RN. There may be more of you that didn't respond. We'll talk about that and understand that when we do this kind of integrative work, we're not in this by ourselves. We have to have a network of professionals that we work with and that we share our clients with, so that we can provide our clients with everything they need, even though we may be not able to do all of that on our own. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about nutrition psychiatry. This is the new up and coming field. It's been around for, you know what, I don't even really know, maybe a decade or so. But it's getting more and more attention. And the whole idea is to look at nutrition and how that impacts our brain health. But I'm going to add in that on top of that, I like to include the lifestyle issues as well. So exercise and sleep. We'll talk about sunshine and screen time, toxins and relationships. All of these things are connected, and I don't think that we can do our work without integrating all of those pieces. So this was a paper that says that came out in 2022, and talking about nutrition psychiatry is the future of mental health. And you can see that even the American Psychiatric Association is featuring nutrition as in the form of broad spectrum micronutrients, which are vitamins and minerals, and macronutrients, which are proteins, fats, and carbohydrates, as a viable treatment for mental health in their textbook, Complementary and Integrative Treatments in Psychiatric Practice. So my wish, and then you can see it also goes on to say, nutritional intervention for mental health is not yet widely accepted by mainstream medicine. And you probably have all experienced that with your own clients and interfacing with other practitioners like doctors that maybe are prescribers. What I wish is that at some point this textbook will drop the complementary piece and just leave it as integrative treatments, because complementary to me still means that it's complementing primary therapy or primary treatment plans, which means we're still focusing on pharmaceuticals. And so at some point, I'm hoping that this won't be considered alternative complementary medicine, but will just be mainstream, matter of fact. This is how people treat mental health, along with all the other things that we're currently doing. And so I've got a few slides where I just want to share with you more. So this was looking at towards nutrition psychiatry, improving mental health by what you eat. And what this paper says is that we know that what we eat matters, but we don't understand how. So and this paper came out in, I forgot to write this down. Let me see what the date is, 2019. So, you know, in science, they're all about what the mechanism is, you know, so why do fats help the brain? Why do proteins help the brain? So we as clinicians, if we waited around for all the science, we may not be able to do this work for a long time. Usually it takes about 17 years for the science to catch up with practice. So we can be practicing this within safe measures, understanding that the scientists are in the background still looking for the work, still trying to come up with the scientific evidence on what works and what doesn't, and why. It does go on to say that we conclude that experimental medicine approach and a mechanistic understanding is required to provide solid evidence. And then they conclude in this paper, diet quality and depression risk. This was a review, and this was done in 2018. And they found that there was evidence that there's a higher quality of diet associated with a lower risk of onset of depression, but not all of the results are consistent. And as we move through the next few days, I will show you some more research that looks at diet and depression and anxiety and some of the other diagnoses as well. Oh, I forgot to mention, in my private practice, by the way, I see kids ages 10 and up all the way through adulthood. And I specialize in all the neurological disorders. So I work with anxiety, depression, OCD, ADHD. Sometimes I have some people with bipolar disorder. I don't have anybody who has that diagnosis right now, or with schizophrenia right now. And then I also do a lot of trauma work. So again, I'll be talking about some of my clients and share with you how this has worked throughout the next 3 days. This was looking at dietary recommendations for the prevention of depression. This was done in 2017, and they report that there were gaps in the literature, but there are some practices that may reduce depression. And to be mindful of protection coming from a whole foods diet, not from single nutrients or foods. And I think this is really important, because I think a lot of times we get in the media, they will latch on to something like, oh, everybody needs vitamin D, or everybody needs B12, and everybody jumps on that bandwagon and starts to supplement or make sure they're getting a lot of that. But the body is all about homeostasis. The body is about balance. And so when we start supplementing in one area or focusing on one particular food or nutrient, we might tend to make the body go out of balance, or the body is going to have to work harder and we'll be creating a burden for the body to continue to work on that balance. So we are really looking at a whole foods diet and making sure that people are eating a full diet and not focusing on just one particular area. So this is looking at, these are some of the suggestions that were made. So this was done, part of this was done in 2017. And I'm looking to see, Dr. Sanchez Villegas is one of the writers in one of these articles. We'll see some more of I think it's a male, his work on the Mediterranean diet. I'll show you some of his information later. But this is some top 6 things that we need to be mindful of when we're working with our clients. We want our clients to follow traditional dietary patterns. And I'm going to talk about a lot of different diets later today. So you're going to see other ways we can treat people, but in terms of long-term maintenance of mental health, traditional dietary patterns like the Mediterranean diet, the Norwegian diet, or the Japanese diet, and I'll be showing you what those are. Increased consumption of fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, seeds, and legumes. Increased consumption of omega-3 fatty acids, and we'll talk about that a lot today. Replacing unhealthy foods with wholesome options, and limit processed foods and ultra-processed foods like fast foods, commercially produced foods, and baked goods, and being mindful of gut bacteria. And we will talk about the connection between the brain and the gut in the next 3 days, not today, but in the next 3 days. We'll be covering that. And I do want to just touch on a second. I'm not sure you guys wrote down what parts of the country you live in, but I don't know what your client base is like, whether they are affluent or whether they might be on food stamps, because all of that, of course, comes into play, and how we present this information to our clients and how we help them to meet their needs within their budgets. I did a talk last Friday, just a 2-hour talk with a group, and they're up north, and they were out of a clinic, or I'm sorry, they were out west. They were with a clinic that worked with either homeless people or low socioeconomic. And so we talked a bit about this piece of it, of how do we help our clients who don't always have the resources, or maybe they live in a food desert, even in a city. How do we help them? So we'll talk about that as we move through all of this as well. Prospective association between the adherence to the Mediterranean diet and the risk of depressive symptoms. This was a study that was done in France. It was done in 2018. And they found that there was the higher adherence to the Mediterranean diet was associated with a lower incidence of depression symptoms, particularly in men. So they went on to say further investigations need to be done among women. And this was looking at the impact of mental health and well-being insights from the literature. And this paper, they looked at the literature on micro and macronutrients, specifically on omega-3s, vitamin E, magnesium, folic acid, and the mental health with stress on studying stress, sleep disorders, anxiety, and mild cognitive impairment, and neuropsychiatric disorders. And they found that, as you can see in the red print, overall data supported a positive role for the nutrients mentioned above in the preservation of normal brain function and mental well-being, also through the control of neuroinflammation, and encourage their integration in a well-balanced and varied diet accompanied by a healthy lifestyle. So I'll show you later, I can't remember when exactly, a study that was done on the Mediterranean diet. And the researcher looked at the Mediterranean diet and then did another second longitudinal study looking at what they call the Mediterranean lifestyle. So they included relationships and exercise. So that's why I said at the beginning, we're talking about not just nutrition, but also looking at the entire lifestyle and the various things that our clients can do on their own to help their mental health. This was a study that was looking at dietary protein and amino acid intake and cognitive health. And they found that there was positive cognition when people were able to control anxiety, depression, exercise, sleep, and stress, and that there were negative cognition when they were not eating enough protein, and they would have higher anxiety, depression, poor sleep, poor exercise, and stress. And they don't. And the study was done in 2019, and they went on to say they don't know why these things help mental health. So again, we're back to that science piece of what are the mechanisms that occur internally that cause these things to be helpful. We don't know exactly yet, but what we do know is that the role of protein and amino acids does affect cognition and can really help our clients to feel better. This was further information about dietary protein and amino acids and the link of maintaining cognitive health. And of course, many people are concerned as we're aging about Alzheimer's and dementia. So this was a continuation. Causes of Alzheimer's and dementia are multifactorial and combine many of those risk factors. And we need more research. And so here is right up front, clinical application of nutrition psychiatry. Like, how do you do this? And we're going to spend the next few days talking about how do you do this? How do you integrate nutrition? One of the first things that I will say is that it's important for you to educate your clients and be upfront about what you want to offer. So after these 3 days, you will have a certification. So I would encourage you to market yourself with that certification. But that also means when you do an intake, for example, when you're talking to a client, or like I'll do 15-minute brief conversations with people to see if I'm a good fit for them, and I'll let them interview me, and I'll share a little bit about how I work. And during that time, I always say I use nutrition as part of our plan. Most people say, oh, that's fine. Some people say, that's what I looked you up online and I saw that you do that, so that's why I'm calling you. And some people don't understand why, and will ask that question. So I learned a long time ago, one of my first clients in private practice, I was, gung-ho on nutrition, and she came in significantly depressed, long-term clinical depression. And the first thing I did was I asked her to fill out a dietary log, a nutrition log. And I gave her the handouts and I sent her home. And she came back and she did it. She did great. She filled out two weekdays and a weekend. This was before people had Fitbits and were, could do all that input digitally. But she brought it all back and we were going through it. And I was so excited to be doing this with her. And she at one point looked up at me and she said, I came to you for depression. Why are we looking at my diet? I don't understand what we're doing here. So I realized that in my excitement, I really forgot to kind of mention that to her, that how this was connected. So I had to take a step back and take a breath and say, you're right. I'm sorry. I didn't explain to you why we're doing this. And you have every right to understand this. So I've learned, she taught me a great lesson to educate people up front before we start asking for this information. And know that a lot of times they don't do it. Like they won't do the log, and I'll talk about what we do with that in a minute. And a lot of times they will say that they want to do this kind of work, but it's really hard. And so it takes a long time to get people on board. So I don't want you to get discouraged, because I think that this is still the right way to go when it comes to treating our clients. And we just have to be patient with our clients, just like we do with all of our interventions. So assess your client's current nutrition by looking at a dietary intake. So if the client doesn't turn in the paperwork because they just forgot, or they don't want to, they just, whatever, for whatever reason, they're busy, they just didn't do it, or maybe they don't want to share. What I will do is I'll just ask them to do it, a self-report, while we're sitting there. So I'll just say, well, that's fine if you didn't do it. And if you want to do it for me for next week, that would be great. But let's just talk about what you ate yesterday and what have you eaten today since you've been up, and try and get an idea of what's happening. Because, and I always tell them, please write down everything. Like if you walk past your coworker's desk and they have a big bowl of Hershey's Kisses and you tend to grab one every time you walk by, write that down. I'm not judging. I really just want to see what's happening so that I know where the deficiencies are. And I also get an idea of what kinds of things they like. Like I want to know if they like crunchy versus salty versus smooth, mushy stuff or not. Especially with the populations I work with, I get a lot of picky eaters. And so it's in terms of helping them make changes, we want to make changes that are going to be easy for them to make. So, if they eat a lot of fast food, I want to know that, because maybe we just talk about what can they get at that fast food restaurant that's different than what they've been getting, and not just say, don't ever go to fast food anymore. That would be terrible. They might not even know what to eat. So I want to know what their patterns are, what their habits are, so that we can start making those changes. And then determine if any further referring or testing needs to happen. So, for example, this is a client that I'm working with right now. She's in her 20s, and she has recurring depression. I've worked with her for a couple of years now, so I've been through a few cycles with her. So she'll have times when she's doing great, and then there are times that she can't get out of bed. And she also has ADHD, and she probably has a little executive function stuff. She's also extremely bright, very engaging, and has a lot of talents. So she's got a lot to build on, but the depression really can knock her for a loop. So she works for a government organization that sends her out from time to time. So recently she was gone for most of the summer, and she just came back to start seeing me again because she's back in town. And she shared with me that while she was gone, she had diarrhea consistently for 2 weeks. And then she got constipated, and then it went back to diarrhea. And she said she doesn't know, what's happening. Well, I could look at what she's eating, and we could start looking at a bunch of stuff, but that's out of my scope of practice to know how to treat that kind of GI issue. So I immediately set her up with one of the functional doctors that I work with, because I said to her, we need to work on your GI stuff, because that's impacting your brain health. And she said, yeah, I could see that. She said, I've had GI issues my whole life, which is not unusual, especially with people, for people who have ADHD. So I need her to get testing so that we can see, number one, what's happening with her GI tract, but also I want to know her nutritional status, because if she's got diarrhea consistently week in and week out, no matter what she's eating, good, bad, or indifferent, she's not keeping any nutrients in her body. She's getting rid of almost everything as she's, as she's eating, she's losing stuff. So I need to know what we need to supplement her with. So I need a doctor to help me with that. In the state of Georgia, I am not allowed to order testing. You might want to check your scope of practice in your state and find out what you can and cannot do. There are plenty of labs that will let licensed master's level therapists, like most of us who are on this call, join and order. But you have to know if your state will let you do that. So I did not know that when I first started this work. And there's a company in New York, and I think it's White Plains. I always get it wrong. It's either White Plains or Great Plains, New York. Maybe one of you guys knows. But there's a lab, White Plains, Great Plains, New York. And they will allow master's level therapists to order kits and get, you can do all the labs that we'll be talking about labs later. But in the state of Georgia, I legally can't do that. So I have to partner with doctors or with registered dietitians who can also do some of that kind of ordering. So just know you'll have to go online and check that out. And we'll talk more about scope of practice as we move through all of this. Have your client fill out a food diary. Evaluate the food diary data. So what patterns do you see? Like I said, what patterns do you see? What foods do you see missing? What textures, flavors, and sensitivities do you observe? And then implement the changes by adding healthier choices and removing foods. We'll talk in more detail of this, of course, and then determining supplemental needs. Sometimes it's glaring. They're not eating anything. They're living on macaroni and cheese and cereal. So pretty clear that we're starting at ground zero. Sometimes you get people who are eating really pretty well. They understand nutrition and they're doing a good job and still have issues. So it can get tricky, but sometimes it's pretty easy to figure out. Okay, diet and anxiety, a scoping review. There was an analysis that revealed an association between less anxiety and more fruits and vegetables, omega-3 fatty acids, a healthy dietary pattern, caloric restriction, we'll talk about that, breakfast consumption, the keto diet, broad spectrum micronutrient supplementation, zinc, magnesium, selenium, probiotics, and a range of phytochemicals. We will be talking about all of this in detail, but I just wanted to show you, this study came out in 2021, that dietary changes are low risk and can be very beneficial. So easy interventions, at least for us to recommend, not always easy to integrate. And the analysis went on to say that that there was an association between higher levels of anxiety and a high-fat diet, inadequate tryptophan, which would mean inadequate protein intake, dietary protein, high intake of sugar and refined carbs, and unhealthy dietary patterns. And then they also said that the results were limited by a large percentage of animal and observational studies. Only 10% of the intervention studies involved participants with anxiety, limiting the applicability of the findings. So we need more high quality intervention studies to back all of this up. But again, I'm not interested in waiting for the science. I love having the science. It's great to back us up, but I know from my own personal experiences and from what I know from functional medicine that these are important pieces of our mental health picture. So they further went on to say there is evidence of an association between healthy eating patterns and reduced anxiety symptoms. And this was another one looking at diet quality with the mental health of university students. So this was done this year. They released this paper. 36 out of 45 students found that good quality diet helped them with depression, anxiety, stress, and their overall mental well-being. And the majority of students, 19 out of 23, found that stress and anxiety were associated with poorer diet quality. And most of us have probably experienced that, right? Like if you recall your days in college when you were super stressed, I mean, I remember studying. I would go, this was in the days when I ate a lot of sugar. I would go and I would buy a bag of French burnt peanuts. I loved those candies. And I also had a big glass container of bubble gum. And I would buy these huge bubble gum balls, which is just sugar. And of course, studying for finals, I would just hunker in with my gum and with my burnt peanuts and who knows what else, and just eat and study. So somehow that was relieving my stress to study for finals. But we also know, when you find, what's the big joke on romantic comedies or romantic movies when somebody breaks up? What does the woman do? She goes straight to the ice chest and she's, eating a thing of ice cream. So we know that stress and anxiety usually is paired with poor diet. But if we can get our clients to maintain a good diet, that is hopefully going to help them to navigate those times when life throws a curveball. And this was looking at nutrition and behavioral health disorders, depression and anxiety. This was 2021. And they found a healthy diet pattern that meets food-based and nutrient recommendations may help to reduce anxiety. And the dietary pattern will provide micronutrients like magnesium, zinc, and some vitamins like B vitamins, C and E, and omega-3 fatty acids. So we're going to be talking about the B vitamins today, and hopefully we will also get through talking about vitamin C. That's going to be at the very end of the day. Okay, so talking about, again, why this is so important and why are we all here? So looking at the underlying factors of depression, anxiety, bipolar, and ADHD. So this was a quote from Dr. Thomas Insel. And he was talking about the DSM-4 at the time. He was having dinner with Dr. Mark Hyman. Some of you may be familiar with him. He's prolific. He's done a bunch of online courses and he's written a bunch of books. And when Dr. Oz had his TV show, Dr. Hyman was a regular guest. So they were having dinner at this National Institute for Mental Health dinner. And what Dr. Insel said about the DSM-4 was that it has 100% accuracy, but 0% validity, that it provides a perfect way to describe symptoms, but has nothing to do to tell us about the underlying biology of what causes them. So I want you to think about that. That is the crux of what we'll be talking about in the next 3 days. So I want you to think about your clients and think about if you had 5 clients who all had the diagnosis of depression, how similar are they? Or how different are they? Because you could have one person who has, like my client that I just mentioned, she has depression. I don't know if it's related to what she's eating or her GI history, or is it just because right now in her own life, she's kind of stuck. She doesn't know what she wants to do, and she doesn't know what kind of job she wants, and she's feeling a little stuck. So that's one reason for not wanting to get out of bed. It's easier to avoid than to deal with that stuff. You might have somebody else who's in the middle of a divorce. You might have somebody else who has chronic depression for who knows what other reason. You might have somebody who just lost somebody they care deeply about. And so you might have 5 different people and 5 different people who all present with what we would diagnose with depression, but it tells us nothing about why they're experiencing their life that way. And for those that have ongoing depression, why is that happening to them? So we look at the DSM, it gives us a cluster of symptoms, and based on those symptoms, we decide that this person has depression, but we don't really know what's going on. And so it might look like depression, but maybe it's a parasite, or maybe it's some other GI issue. Maybe they're not methylating well. So we'll talk about all these other options. It's not about just what they're presenting. And that is the interesting thing too about our profession. We are the only medical profession that doesn't get to look at part of the body that we're treating. We go by what our clients present to us. And if we miss a question, if we don't ask the right thing, we may be missing a big piece of information. And that may be contributing to what's happening in their lives. Another very interesting thing that Dr. Thomas Insel said was, and he said this in 2017, he said, I spent 13 years at NIMH really pushing on the neuroscience and the genetics of mental disorders. And when I look back on that, I realized that while I think I succeeded in getting a lot of really cool papers published by cool scientists at a fairly large cost, I think about $20 billion, I don't think we moved the needle in reducing suicide, reducing hospitalizations, improving recovery for the tens of millions of people who have mental illness. That is a powerful statement. So we are still trying to figure this stuff out. So let's talk about the medical model and the whole client versus the whole client. So the medical model breaks people down into individual parts. And I'm not talking about the psychological parts. I'm talking about the body parts. And so we actually consist of mind, body, and spirit. So if you think about the medical profession, when you have something wrong with you, you start out oftentimes with a general practitioner. They're kind of like the gatekeeper. And you go in and you say, this is hurting. My shoulder is hurting me, or my stomach is hurting me. And they do their little exam, and then they're going to say, I'm going to refer you to, and they refer you to a specialist. So now they've referred you to that orthopedist or that cardiologist or the dermatologist or whatever. So they're not working together. We are separating the body into all of these different parts. I even had an experience going to an orthopedist last year. I went to an orthopedist. I had a shoulder issue, a hip issue, and a knee issue. So I made an appointment for my shoulder. So they did their thing. They, did the x-rays, and we did whatever we did for my shoulder, gave me some physical therapy, whatever. But I remember saying to the doctor, so, as long as I'm here, and here's why I did this. I had a friend who was an orthopedist, and I used to go to him for everything. And you would walk in his office and you would say, hey, this hurts, this hurts, this hurts. He would do all the x-rays. He would talk you through. He would treat anything that you presented at any part of your body. So that was my mindset when I went to this new practice, because my friend retired. So he sent me to this new practice. So I go and I said, I have, as long as I'm here, my shoulder's bothering me. Could you take a look at my hip? And he said, oh, no. You have to come back and see the hip doctor. So I said, okay. And what about for my knee? Oh, yeah, you got to make an appointment with the knee doctor. So even within the practice, no one doctor was treating the entire skeleton. They were each treating a specific joint or a specific part. And I couldn't even see the same doctor for all of my ailments in the same practice. So that's an example of how the medical model breaks us up into these parts. They also look for a reason of why they want to name what's happening to you. They want to blame it, and then they want to tame it. I didn't make that up, but name it, blame it, and tame it. So, okay, well, the reason that you are having X is because of Y, and this is what we're going to do to stop it. Okay, but that's not necessarily what needs to happen. Like, maybe we don't need to stop that symptom. We need to dig a little deeper and find out, why do you have that symptom? And then what do we do going forward to prevent that system from, first of all, to stop it from happening and stop it from reoccurring? So that's where functional medicine comes in. Functional medicine is looking at root causes, and it is a personalized, it's predictive, it's preventative, it's personalized, and it's participatory. meaning that it is about health. So our healthcare system isn't really about healthcare. It's really about acute care. And I want to pause and say, I am not bashing the medical field at all. I am a big fan of Western medicine. I literally would not be sitting here today if it wasn't for Western medicine. I was in a near fatal boating accident 13 years ago. I was in ICU for 6 days and in the hospital for another 2 weeks, and on and on. I'll tell you more about that another time. But I would probably not be here if it wasn't for that. And my oldest son, is an anesthesiologist. And I've watched what he went through to become an anesthesiologist. This is a profession people give their life to, helping others and working hard. I just know that there's a place in our lives for both Western medicine and functional medicine. So I think where Western medicine is really good at acute care, like if you have a car accident or a boating accident, or if you have cancer or other long-term issues, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, great at that. But functional medicine is good at, number one, uncovering issues if we can't figure out what's going on, but also it's really good at the long-term healthcare. Like, what can I do at whatever age and stage I'm at in making sure that I age in a healthy way and that my body continues to perform in the best way possible. And so it's not just about handing over a pill, it's about what the client can also do. And that's part of what I love about functional medicine and using it in our practice. So, for example, with this kid that I'm talking about, this 20-something-year-old that I've been working with, I said to her, she sometimes, because of that depression, she literally doesn't get out of bed until 8 p.m. And then she stays up till, I don't know, midnight or so, and then she sleeps again. I mean, she just is really sleeping a lot. And so out of that comes a lot of shame because she didn't get to the things that she meant to get to, and disappointment in herself and all those negative emotions, that come with it. And with that comes a sense of hopelessness. And so by presenting to our clients that they can exercise and eat right and sleep and stay away from screens and change the toxins that they're exposed to, there is some power that they can reclaim. And I know from working with people with depression and from having depression myself a couple of times in my life, easier said than done. I understand that. But even with, depression, anxiety, or any of the other neurological disorders that we might work with, there is still an opportunity for self-efficacy for our clients. And I think that's just key in terms of providing them with hope and a sense of power that they can reclaim their lives. But I want to give an example in terms of functional medicine and what happened to me and how it does change from when you're, how it's different than Western medicine. So years ago, when the Affordable Care Act first came out, I've been self-employed since I'm in private practice for 13 years. And so I didn't have an employer providing healthcare for me. So I had to find insurance. And so I ended up joining Kaiser Permanente, which I thought they were great. So it's an HMO. And so you have to use their doctors. So I went to get my chart set up, and I'm sitting with my new doctor, and he's typing away, on the laptop. He's asking me questions. We're doing the intake. And he said to me, "Are you on any medication?" And I said, "Well, the only thing I'm on is hormone replacement therapy, or HRT." And he said, "Oh, okay. So what are the doses that you take?" And so I had brought my pill stuff with me, the information with me. So I started reading off to him what I was taking, and his hands froze over the laptop. And he looked at me and said, "I don't have any of that dosing in my computer. I can't enter that." And I said, "Oh, well, I go to a doctor who takes my blood every 6 months. And then she calls in, we tweak my hormone replacement based on my blood work. every 6 months to a compound pharmacy. So my medication is unique to me. There isn't anybody else, unless you have the same numbers that I do, that would take what I'm taking. But at Kaiser, they had everybody, and this is, typical, not just of Kaiser, they had everybody in an aggregate of age group and dosing. So if you were a woman at 50 to 55 and your testosterone was at this level, then this is what you would take. And the pharmacy was literally across the hall from the examining room. So you would take your prescription, walk across the hall, and get your prescription filled, which was awesome. It was convenient, it was cost effective, but it also didn't allow for any personalization at all. So every time I went to a doctor at Kaiser and they asked me that question, we had to go through that same thing, because they didn't even have any way. There wasn't even a place in their intake format to put other and put my dosing in. So I had to share that information every time I went. So that's the difference between functional medicine, which is very personalized, and Western medicine, which is more about the aggregate, which I think we're also starting to see some changes in that, because we're realizing, for example, BMI's body mass index has been a standard measurement, and you'll see it come up a lot in the studies that I show you of how we measure what's happening with people and their body makeup in terms of obesity. And we're finding they just came out with this a couple weeks ago, that is not a good form of measurement, because it was developed around white. I don't know if it was white men. A lot of medicine is developed around 155-pound white men. But the BMI was developed around white people, and there are different races that have different body shapes. And so BMIs don't always predict whether somebody is obese or not, and whether that's even a good measurement for us to be using in terms of research. So now they're looking at waist-hip ratio, and they feel like the waist-hip ratio is a better indicator than the body mass index. So we are starting to see, like, okay, we are understanding now that people are different, and those differences matter when it comes to research. And so functional medicine doesn't worry about that so much, because everything is personalized. Everything is for the one person, because N equals 1. That each and every single one of us are a makeup of our genetic makeup, which is what, we get from our mom and our dad, tells us like how tall we are, what color eyes we have, how we do certain things, but also how our body handles the external environment, which includes things like what toxins we get introduced to, what kind of stressors we live under, like whether you were raised in an intact home with mom and a dad and siblings. Did you live in the city? Did you live in the country? Did you have food security or not? Did you have substance abuse in your home? Was there abuse? All those things that we all come in contact with, how we manage that. And then there is our internal environment, which is how our body manages itself. So do we have GI issues? Do we methylate well? Do we handle oxidative stress well? Do we exercise? Are we sedentary? And what does that do? What are our circadian rhythms? I was talking to a client this morning. I saw somebody before coming on, and he was telling me, he said, I'm aware that the days are getting shorter, and this is never a good time of year for me. I tend to get a little bit sad. I don't handle the darkness. I hate, we've gone in Atlanta, the weather is just starting to finally change. So we've gone from that really hot, humid, summery stuff to cool mornings and still getting warm in the afternoon, but the humidity is gone. And he said, most people love it when this weather changes like this. He said, but I don't. He said, and I said, do you think you're anticipating that winter is coming? Or is it something about the temperature itself? He said, I think it's a little bit of all of that. And he said, I just know that winter has traditionally been hard for me, and I anticipate that that's about to happen. And so I start getting sad. So that's an internal environment response to an external stimuli, the temperature and the weather. So we need to know And remember that for every one of our clients, N equals 1. And so we have to treat each person as that individual. Beyond pharmaceutical management, so want to talk a little bit about what we're talking about for the next few days, because, and I want to say, I am not against medication at all. In fact, probably, I would guess almost all of my clients, not all, but almost all of them are on some medication. And it used to be that I wouldn't typically even recommend it, but I sometimes I would. And now I'm really less rigid about that, because I have seen that medication can be very helpful. So I'll give you an example of a client that I had years ago, this little boy. At the time that I started seeing him, he was 10. He's probably in his 20s now. And he was referred to me through the clinic I was working in at the time, because he had ADHD. And he was one of these kids that he could hold it together all day at school, but then he would come home and, all hell would break loose. He was hyperactive. He wouldn't help around the house. He didn't do his chores. It was hard to get him to do his homework. Parents were just fit to be tied. So brought him in, and mom and dad were tall, slender, health, self-proclaimed health nuts. And they basically said, don't want my kid on medication, but want him to be different. Can you help us? And I said, I'll do my best to try. So we went down this path for a year, where we changed up his diet. We introduced supplements, exercise. The parents were so compliant. They did a great job, but nothing really changed. And we even tried a chore chart that, something visual as a prompter. Nothing really worked. So finally, after a year, I said to the mom, I'm thinking that I'm going to refer you back to the person who referred you to me, because she's done this work a lot longer than I have, and maybe she can help. And the mom said, we were kind of thinking the same thing. So sent them back over across the hall. And about a month later, I'm walking through the lobby, and this little boy is in the office in the lobby with his parents. And he came running up to me. Dr. Vicky, look, I've done my chore chart and I'm following it. I'm making my bed and I'm helping around the house. And I was like, wow, that is awesome. I'm so proud of you. And I go to my coworker and I said to her, okay, what did you do that I missed? And she said, I sent him to a psychiatrist and I got him put on medication. It's like, oh, okay. So that wasn't on my radar, because that wasn't what the family had presented wanting. But that was what this child needed at the time. I have lost touch with that family, so I don't know how he's doing now, but he really, part of what happened as he was on the medication and was able to focus better at home is his self-confidence, which I saw clearly that day, was increasing. And so, when we're talking about helping our clients to advocate for themselves and to do to help themselves, this was an example of he needed that medication to help him to be able to do that. So I'm not saying that our clients shouldn't be on medication, but they might need they may want to try to not take medication and then start out with a low dose. I like to help my clients eat healthy and do all these other lifestyle things if they're on medication, because ideally we still want them to support their own bodies, and we want them to be as healthy as possible. And in doing that, maybe be on a really low dose of medication, because every medication has a side effect. So we really want to try and make sure that's as little as possible. So these are some of the pioneers of functional medicine. Dr. Carl Pfeiffer, he wrote Pfeiffer's Law, which was, for every drug that benefits a patient, there is a natural substance that can achieve the same effect. And like I said, that is something that I still believe that is true, but it's sometimes our patients are going to get impatient, or they're going to be in so much pain, emotional pain, that they need to be on medication. But he researched treating people with schizophrenia using vitamins and minerals. Dr. Weston Price, And this is a picture of him. He wrote a book with his wife called Nutrition and Physical Degeneration. It was printed in 1939. And what he did, his work was amazing. He, on his own dime, so there's no conflict of interest, on his own dime, he traveled all over the world and he studied indigenous people. So he looked at the Inuits in Alaska, and he went to the tropics, and he went to South America, and he looked at people who lived on the beach, and he looked at people who lived in the mountains, and he compared all of them to within the context of where they were living and what they were eating. So what he found was, and he illustrated this beautifully in his book because he took a ton of photographs. Excuse me. Unfortunately, the Weston Price Institute will not let me would not let me put the pictures in the PowerPoint. They wouldn't give me permission. So I encourage you to look for this book. Maybe go to the library even. It's a long book. So if you want to buy it, that's great. But it's a long book. But the pictures in the middle tell the whole story, which are amazing because when they traveled, what they found was people who lived and ate what was always indigenous to them always had were really healthy. So let's say you lived in the tropics. You maybe lived off of the tropical fruits that grew on the trees, and maybe you were able to fish, and so you were able to eat out of the river. Or you lived in the mountains, and you lived on things like the plants that you were able to pick, and the sheep and other animals that were grazing in your area. It didn't matter. Whatever you ate, if you ate what was available to you in that place, people had why. So remember, he was a dentist. So he looked at their mouths. So he looked at their teeth, and he found that they always had beautiful teeth that were, their mouths were wide and had room in their mouths for all of their teeth. They held onto their teeth throughout a lifetime. Their skeleton, he got interested in their skeletons. And he found that like women's hips were wide set so that they could easily have babies. Nostrils were wide set so people could breathe easily. He just found them to be really healthy, physically healthy people. But when white foods were introduced, or the Western diet was introduced, so white flour, white sugar, more processed foods, whatever they had that was processed back in 1939, then over a couple of generations, within one generation actually, but over a couple, it was even more obvious. He started seeing physical changes. So the nostrils became closer together, so it's harder to breathe. Mouths were smaller, teeth were crowded. He started seeing things like cleft palate and cleft lip, club foot, women's hips narrowing, making it harder to deliver babies. So he even took pictures of multi-generations. So you could see first generation eating indigenously, second and third generation eating less indigenously, and the physical degeneration of these people. So really important book. We knew about the importance of diet, well before today. And then I've got this, if you want to go look at this particular link, the westonprice.org 11 principles, it's an overview, and you'll see more about his teachings. I encourage you to go look at that. Pioneers of functional medicine, Dr. Abram Hoffer, who also looked at treating schizophrenia with niacin MB3, Dr. Linus Pauling, who determined orthomolecular biology, coined the term, and he proposed that mental abnormalities might successfully be treated by correcting the imbalances or deficiencies, notably vitamins and other micronutrients. And you can still go online and find his work. There is an orthomolecular website, And the Pauling Institute has all of his papers, so you can go there and you can read it. And then in today's world, I mean, these are some of the pioneers in today's world. There are tons of people contributing to this field, and I have a list of some of them later. So if you want to follow them, you can. And I will mention some of their writings. I do want to make note that no matter who I might talk about, books that I might recommend, websites that I talk about, I have no financial interest in any of them. There's no conflict of interest. They're just simply people that I've come across over the years. This is Association of the Functional Medicine Model of Care with Patients Reported Health-Related Quality of Life Outcomes. This paper was written in 2019, and when it came out, it was a huge deal in the functional medicine population, because up until this, most people who practice functional medicine were considered quacks. And if you would go online and look at comments about people like Dr. Amen or Dr. Wheel or some of these other high-profile functional practitioners, you would find a lot of really negative comments. There's no research to back this up, et cetera. But this study came out and everybody in the functional medicine world was celebrating, because what they found was they took a cohort of over 7,000 people. Some of the cohort went to a functional medicine center, and some of them went to a traditional Western medicine family health center. And they followed both groups in terms of whatever was wrong with them and their treatment and their outcome. And so what they found was there were larger improvements in the first 6 months with the functional medicine group than with the Western medicine group. At 12 months, it evened out, and there was not a significant difference between the functional medicine treated people versus the traditional Western medicine treated people. So they found that the findings of this study suggest that functional medicine may have the ability to improve global health in patients. Again, this was a huge deal because it was printed in the Journal of American Medicine, the JAMA journal, which is obviously one of the most highly regarded journals. So this was a really big deal. This was only 2019. We're not that far down the road from that. It's still not, it's not mainstream by any stretch, but at least it is now gaining some traction. So we're going to talk just a little bit about understanding the brain and the functions of the brain and neurotransmitters. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this because I'm going to assume you guys know all this information, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So first, the frontal lobe is responsible for voluntary movement and executive function and expressive language. And of course, when we talk about executive function, we're talking about time management, planning, being able to understand sequencing of chores and tasks that need to be done. And if any of you work with people who have ADHD, you probably know a comorbidity is to have issues with executive function. The temporal lobe is important in creating and preserving conscious and long-term memory. Excuse me. It also plays a role in visual and sound processing, and it's crucial for object recognition and language recognition. The brainstem it's that part of us that needs to be connected. It regulates our heart rate, breathing, eating, and sleeping. All information is relayed from the body to the cerebrum and cerebellum, and vice versa, has to travel through the brainstem. The cerebellum is involved with movement and balance. It can also play a role in cognitive functions like language and attention. The occipital lobe is visual processing. The parietal lobe is sensory perception and integration. It includes the management of taste and hearing, sight, touch, and smell. It's home to the brain's primary somatic sensory cortex, and it's where the brain interprets input from other areas of the body. And the cerebral cortex is the control and information processing. It's where our higher order brain functions like sensation, perception, and memory occur. So the brain, an amazing organ. And we're going to talk about neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitter is our chemical messengers that speak either from neuron to neuron or from neuron to muscle, and they communicate across the synapse to another neuron, a muscle, or a gland. So the information will travel down the neuron and then land in this synapse. So this space here in between, and then we've got the receptor sites on one side, and then we have where reuptake would occur on the other side. So here are some of the neurotransmitters. There are different categories. So we have the excitatory neurotransmitters, which are the chemicals that keep us awake and give us energy. Those include epinephrine, norepinephrine, dopamine, glutamine, and phenylethylamine, or PEA. We have the inhibitory neurotransmitters, which calm the nervous system. Those would be things like GABA, serotonin, 5-HT1AA, and taurine. And then we have the modulating neurotransmitters, which would be acetylcholine, dopamine, histamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin. So epinephrine and norepinephrine are part of what is our survival mode when we go into that fight, flight, or freeze response. And as you all know, the fight or flight response is useful when we are in need for being in survival mode. But when we have clients who stay in that fight or flight response, primarily people who, like, for example, who have anxiety, or sometimes people with ADHD and OCD, they stay in that fight or flight response more than they should. And people who are trauma survivors, I see this as well. You're going to see a long-term effect on their bodies. They're going to have potentially health issues with their heart, hypertension, suffering from things like PTSD, which impacts sleep and relationships, their ability to hold down a job, hold down a relationship. So when we have clients who are consistently in fight or flight, helping them to get into a calmer place. Dopamine plays an important part in neuromodulation, like motor control, motivation, our reward center, cognitive function, maternal and reproductive behavior. And this is really important, particularly when we're talking about the reward center, because dopamine is that lovely chemical that we get more of when we're doing something that we really like, or something that's really good for us, like eating. Often, we might, when we have that, oh, that was so good, dopamine feeling. Having sex, we're going to have dopamine. But also when we do things like play video games or scroll on TikTok. And so sometimes that reward center can become glitchy when the activity is not necessarily good for us. I was doing a lunch with a local pediatric group last week, and I brought them lunch, and I was just visiting with the staff, and I was talking to one of the doctors. So he said to me, so what do you do with these kids who are addicted to screens? And so we were talking about it, and I said, part of the issue is it's hard to replace that dopamine with another activity. And he and the other nurse practitioner who was there and having the conversation both agreed and said the rush that these kids are getting from working on these video games is almost impossible to replicate. And so it's really it's a challenge for those of us who work with that population, with kids, to get them to change and go outside and play instead of playing a video game inside. Glutamate is an important neurotransmitter. It's present in over 90% of all the brain synapses, and it is a naturally occurring molecule that nerve cells use to send signals to other cells in the central nervous system. PEA comes from amino acids. It comes in two different forms. It is the thing that helps us to feel that runner's high. It helps form norepinephrine, and it helps signaling that travels from the brain and helps us to maintain awake or alert state. And of course, serotonin is that, our happy chemical. It's the thing that makes us feel good. It helps with body functions like mood, sleep, digestion, wound healing, bone health, blood clotting, and sexual desire. 90% of serotonin is actually made in the gut and then travels to the brain. We'll talk more about that later. And then taurine is an inhibitory neuromodulator. It's also an amino acid, and the sources are various types of protein. So the slides I'm going to show you next are looking just at what neurotransmitters are involved with that particular diagnosis and what part of the brain is affected. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on these, but I just wanted you to have this information. And then we'll talk more about why this is important. Potential deficiencies with attention deficit disorder. I also wanted you to have, so back in the old days, when I first started doing these talks for PESI, I would travel. I still get to travel, but I would show up in a certain place and people would come, and we would get these manuals, these really thick manuals that would have the PowerPoint in them. And you'd have like 4 or 6 slides per page, and you could follow along at your desk. So obviously now we're digital, and sometimes we do these webinars instead of in person. So I wanted you to have the same kind of information, because what I would do with those manuals, like when I would attend a training, I would make some notes next to the PowerPoint, and then, I'd put the manual on my shelf with really good intentions of using that information. And then I would think, oh, this is a good time to use that. And I would pull that manual out and I would look at my notes and I would think, I have no idea what I meant by that. I was scribbling next as the speaker was talking, and I don't understand the slides because there's not enough information to remind me, which is the right way to do a slide, by the way. So I would end up throwing the manual away. So when I started creating my manuals, I wanted them to be more like a reference book. So I made sure that all this information was in the book. So I want to make sure all of it is in the PowerPoint. And so you've got these lists, and we will have more lists as we go through the next few days. So I hope that you will maybe, I've got over 800 slides. So if you printed all this off, it's going to be a huge document. But if you can hold on to the particular slides that have some of this information that's of interest to you, I put it there in this format specifically as a way to come back to and reference it. So potential deficiencies with attention deficit disorder, important to figure out what are people deficient in. So vitamin D, iron, glutamate, choline, and methyl tetrahydrate folate or MTHFR, also zinc. And zinc is important because it is a trace mineral. But it has a huge impact on our health. It can enhance the effectiveness of medication. It can also impact taste. So if you have a picky eater, knowing that if somebody has a deficiency in zinc can be important, because if they have a deficiency, then when they eat, food tastes different to them. It tastes funny or it doesn't taste good. So when you're trying to get them to increase what they're eating and have some more diversity in their diet, they may not be open to that. So there is a way to test for that. you can purchase something called zinc tally. It's a liquid. I think, I don't know how many companies make it. I know for sure Metagenics is one that does. And you can, I used to do this in the office with my clients, the kids in particular. I would get two little like medicine cups and I would pour, and I would do it with the parent. I would always ask the parent for permission, of course, and then we would all do it together because it was kind of a fun thing to do. Pour the zinc tally into a cup and have everybody taste it. They swish it around in their mouth for about 10 seconds and then they can spit it back out or they can just swallow it. So if they have no taste or they have a delayed sense of taste of the liquid, then they are deficient. If they taste it, then everything is good. And then they have enough zinc. And when I would do it, I never really got like a bad taste, but I would get sort of this funny sensation on my tongue, that kind of like a fuzzy feeling is the only way I can describe it. So I would know that I was probably okay when it came to zinc. The other thing you can do is you can look at people's fingernails. And if you see a lot of the horizontal white lines on their fingernails, that may be an indication that they are low in zinc. So just some things that, when you are seeing a client and you're evaluating them, it's not just what they tell us, it's what they're presenting physically, what you see. So, and some of you may have seen this even when you work in, like I remember working in an inpatient unit. This wasn't necessarily about things like their skin color, which we should be looking at the whites of their eyes, their skin color, their nails. But I remember also just like if a woman, for example, came into a facility, she didn't feel good, she wouldn't wear makeup, and her hair, she'd come to group and her hair would be like pulled back in a ponytail or just not even brushed. And then at some point after detox, when she shows up with makeup and she's brushed her hair and she took some care with what she's wearing instead of just coming with some sweats on, we would, as a staff, we could say, oh, she's starting to feel better. So what our clients present to us in a in their physical presentation is as important as what they're telling us. So looking at all those biological parts, the physical parts of them. Zinc is essential in manufacturing proteins and neurotransmitters, dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin. It can be linked to hyperactivity, attention, oppositional behavior, sleep issues, and the ability to think. And low zinc can depress serotonin and melatonin production. So then we're also looking at that potential for depression and or anxiety or sleep issues. Also, copper and zinc together, there needs to be a ratio of 1 copper to 8 parts zinc in our blood. Excess copper can cause mood issues like hyperactivity, impulsivity, and aggressiveness, and it can cause stimulant meds to make children worse. And I have had people tell me that I had a mom tell me that just the other day. Oh yeah, we put my kid on ADHD medication and it made them worse. We had to take them off. So the zinc copper should be, again, a combined proper ratio. Potential deficiencies for also lithium orotate. So when we talk about lithium, I'm not talking about like the high dose lithium that you would have someone with bipolar taking. This is low dose lithium. Lithium is a trace mineral that we used to get mostly from drinking water because it was in the earth and it would seep into our water and then we would drink it. But now our water is filtered. And we're not getting lithium like we used to. People are all, buying bottled water and filtered water. So we are seeing that some people may be deficient in lithium. So taking lithium orotate as a supplement can be helpful. And if we have a deficiency, we may see behavior like irritability, anger, and aggressive behavior. I had a young man I was working with several years ago. He was in his mid-20s, early 20s, and he started dating a woman, and he was very interested in her. He thought that, she might be the one. But he found that he was irritable angry and aggressive more than he wanted to be. And it felt like it was out of control. And it felt to him like it was it was overreacting to whatever was happening between them. And he didn't want to lose the relationship. So I suggested lithium orotate as an opportunity to see if that might help with that. And he started taking it, and it did. He actually saw a huge difference in an ability to manage himself. So something to keep in mind. Magnesium deficiency can cause irritability, sleep issues, irrational fear, anxiety, hyperactivity, a craving of sweets, depression. We'll talk about this more. It also does other things, including things like muscle cramping. There are lots of things that can occur when we're missing magnesium. Omega-3 fatty acids, mental activity, mood and behavior, low serotonin, low dopamine. It supports brain function, supports sharing information, and a decrease in inflammation. And serine is another fatty acid that works well with the brain. Phosphatidylserine increases dopamine levels and works well with omega-3. When my son started medical school, he had been out of school for 2 years. He went to college, took 2 years off, and went to medical school. And that first semester was horrible. He was calling us with, I don't know if I can do this, and there's just too much information. I can't keep up. And he was really overwhelmed. And so I suggested omega-3s and phosphatidylserine, which I got him, and I don't know that he took it or not. He ultimately ended up on ADHD medicine, which we discovered he had ADHD inattentive type, and that helped him get through school a lot easier. Anxiety, neurotransmitters, GABA, and the part of the brain that's affected is the basal ganglia. These are some of the potential deficiencies for anxiety, having B vitamin deficiencies, and we'll talk at length today about B vitamins and how and why they are so important. Zinc, again, candida, we'll talk about later, not today, but that is a yeast overgrowth. We all have yeast in our bodies. It's a natural metabolic byproduct. And the question is just if you have too much of it, it can cause anxiety. And excess of caffeine and sugar, which is my go-to first thing when I have clients that are presenting with, especially with new anxiety. So I have a friend, and I row with her. So I am what's called a sculler. So if you've seen those big boats, the eights, people, like there's 8 people in a boat, and then there's a person at the front that's telling them what to do. That's called sweeping. And then the single person boats where you have 2 oars and it's a long skinny boat, that's called sculling. So I do that. And I was out rowing with my girlfriend, I don't know, over the weekend. And she used to be on a team of 8, but she has got dropped off the team, and now she's just sculling. And I asked her why, because she'd been sweeping for years. And she said she started having panic attacks randomly, like in her driveway, rowing in the boat, just like in a store. And she said, I've never had it before. She's in her 40s. She said, I've never had this before, but I can't be rowing, if we're competing, I can't be in a boat and suddenly be having a panic attack and feel like I'm about to die when everyone on the team is counting on me. So I've had to drop out for right now. So I'm actually going to help her. So we started talking a little bit about her diet and what's going on. And the first thing I suggested was you need to, in your 40s, cut out the caffeine and cut out the sugar. I thought it would be a good fix. She doesn't drink that much coffee, just 1 cup a day, and she doesn't eat that much sugar. But we're going to evaluate that further, because people, I think, don't realize where sugar is hiding, and there's probably more around in her diet than she realizes. But that's always a good first go-to. Potential deficiencies with anxiety: low fat, magnesium, omega-3s, selenium, and vitamin C. Pylorrhea, we're not going to talk about pylorrhea in the next 3 days, but it can cause anxiety. It's a genetic disorder where people have a high amount of pyroles, which is a byproduct of hemoglobin synthesis. And we don't know why people make this product, and we don't know what it's 4, but it binds to B6 and zinc, so it can contribute to anxiety because it lowers what's in the bloodstream. It can also contribute to ADHD, addiction, irritability, and depression. And it can be tested for. You can your client can do a urine test and see if they have pyroli. I have a hard time with that rolling off my tongue. And I actually talked to a company that does this testing years ago, and they were at a conference that I was attending. And I said to the guy, I'd love to test my clients, but I'm not allowed to order testing. And he told me that they have a doctor on staff. So you could call and the doctor on staff would actually do the ordering for you. So that's how they get around that. Hypoglycemia, we'll talk about imbalance of excitatory neurotransmitters, food, and chemical sensitivities. And bipolar, also GABA involved, the floor of the brain and the temporal lobe. And these are potential deficiencies that can occur with bipolar. So you can see that there are a lot of different foods, nutrients that might be culprits that we would need to look at. And these are the references from that slide. Depression, the limbic system, neurotransmitters, serotonin. And these are some of the potential causes contributing to depression. Altered gut permeability, atopy, which is a tendency towards allergies, asthma, and inflammation, dental caries and hormones, obesity, omega-3s, and physical inactivity, poor diet, psychosocial stressors, and a sedentary lifestyle, sleep issues, smoking, and thyroid problems. And we'll be talking about many of these in more detail. And these are some of the potential deficiencies with depression. Keeping in mind, people with depression, one of the things I worry about them most is that they don't eat. They don't have an appetite, and they're sleeping a lot typically, or they're just kind of laying around the house because they just aren't motivated to do things. So they're not getting the nutrients that they need. I had a client years ago. She came into my office and first session intake, and she sat down and she just burst into tears. And, she presented with depression. She presented with, I have trouble getting out of bed. I do go to work during the week, but I just don't even want to get up on the weekends. I have 2 kids who with special needs. I just don't even feel like dealing with them anymore. It's too much. I'm overwhelmed. And I haven't been intimate with my husband, and I don't know when. And so the first thing I said to her was, because it registered, I'm not getting out of bed on the weekends, and I'm not really doing anything else except for going to work. So I said, I would like to help you, but I think that we need to look at your diet first and get you to a doctor to get some things checked out. And so she agreed to that in the first session. So we did a self-report on the spot and just, looked at what she's eating. I also referred her to go to her physician and get her hormone levels checked and her thyroid checked, and some other nutrients checked like vitamin D and B12, and then come back and we would see where she was at. So she came back a few weeks later and she said, first thing I want to do is tell you that my husband says, thank you very much. I'm feeling better. She said, I went home, I made some changes to my diet, and I immediately started feeling better. And then I saw my doctor and we got all that blood work done. So now I'm ready to talk about the other stuff. So we were able to elevate her mood just enough that she could get out of bed and participate in her family life a little bit more. And we could then look at what did she need to continue to change? What kind of support did she need? And within another month to 6 weeks, she was done. She was back on track. So sometimes it can be not always that simple. So these are just some of the things to be thinking about. OCD and ODD, serotonin and the interior cingulate. So I want to just say something about ODD. I don't usually diagnose people with ODD. I think, and in the clinic that I worked at, we we rarely used it. We probably only used it when the client came from another facility and they'd been diagnosed with it elsewhere. I don't think anyone in our clinic ever used oppositional defiant disorder um, as a diagnosis. And I say that because I think that for most kids, when they're acting out to the point where they're this major behavior disorder, um, we really need to dig into the nutrition. We really need to look at what's happening to them emotionally but also physiologically, because it's likely that there is something going on in their bodies and they don't have the words to talk about it. So even if they are, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old and their language skills are pretty good at that point, they may still not be able to talk about what's happening, and what's inside them and what hurts or what doesn't hurt or what they're being exposed to. Um, so, and I can, well, I have an example. It's not really a nutrition example, but it's just an example of ODD kind of at play. I have a friend, who retired to Cashiers, North Carolina. And she and her husband didn't have, it was a second marriage for both of them. She she has two children. Well, she had two children. One passed away, unfortunately, and one she doesn't have much of a relationship with. So they decided to go through the Big Brother, Big Sister organization and take on a little girl. So they brought in this little girl. I think she was 9 or 10 when they first started bringing her to their home, and she does great when she's at their house. When she's at their house, she will sit down and listen to them read a book to her, because her reading skills aren't great. So my friends read to her. They take her on trips around town. They have her help around the house. They have a big garden, so she helps with all the plants. She does beautifully when she's with them. But her home life, her primary home life, is in a trailer, and one of her parents is in jail for drug possession or use. I'm not sure. Grandparents are raising her. She is not illiterate, but her reading is not great, so she struggles in school because they've continued to promote her, so she's getting further behind. So when she goes to school and when she's at home, she has these huge meltdowns and she has these huge behavior issues. And those adults, teachers and grandparents, are really having a hard time handling her. And then she goes to my friend's house and she's perfect. Like, she listens and she's sweet and they love her. And so again, I think that this kid has so much trauma at home, she just doesn't know how to express it. So we could easily diagnose her as ODD and treat her in some particular way. But really, it's an environmental and systemic issue more than it is something else. Just, I don't mean to get on my soapbox about that, but I just want to tell you where I'm coming from. Potential deficiencies with OCD. These are some of the things. They've all been researched for OCD, and we still need more. And for ODD, really a whole foods diet, a healthy foods diet is what's recommended. And this was another kind of wrapping up nutritional psychiatry and looking at all of this from a mental health perspective. This was another paper that was written in 2008 that said that a lack of certain nutrients, particularly essential vitamins, minerals, omega-3s, can often be deficient in our population and it can really impact mental health, and that it may be appropriate for controlling major depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and anxiety disorders, eating disorders, attention deficit and hyperactivity, and addiction and autism, to consider nutrients when we're treating our clients. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about dietary interventions. So when we talk about dietary interventions, usually we're talking about some kind of an elimination diet, which means that we are going to be eliminating something. But I want to just say, and I'll talk about this more in a minute, we are usually not eliminating things forever unless there is a sensitivity or an allergy, of course. we're talking about this is an intervention. So just like you would send somebody home with some kind of homework as an intervention, putting them on a particular elimination diet is simply an intervention towards, towards long-term care. So what are our clients eating in the first place? They are eating the standard American diet or the modern American diet, and you can see that the acronym is either SAD or MAD. So when I talk about the SAD diet, this is what I'm talking about. So in the SAD diet, breakfast consists mostly of things that are sweet and carbohydrates. So things like toast, bagels, cereal, donuts, muffins, waffles, pancakes. I don't know at what point Americans decided that breakfast should be dessert, because really breakfast is breaking fast, right? Presumably, we have not eaten over the course of the night. We wake up and we're hungry and we're going to eat something. Why did we decide that we should be eating sugary cereals and donuts? I'm not sure. For lunch, we eat sandwiches, pasta, croutons. Again, more of those carbohydrates. For dinner, more of the same: bread, pasta, pizza. We have snacks of cookies, cakes, crackers, pretzels, and snack bars. And it is a high in having meat in the center of the plate, processed foods, and simple carbohydrates. And it is low in healthy fats, fruits, and vegetables. So what are the elimination diet options? We have tons of them. And I don't expect you as LCSWs or psychologists or LPCs or, all of those of you that are here in that capacity, I don't expect you to remember all of these, but I want you to know what they are and know what's available. And I want you to learn how to reach out to dietitians who can help you, or nutritionists who can help you to integrate some of these kinds of diets, if needed, in your own practices. In the state of Georgia, the law was written in 1984. And I am not allowed to, number one, call myself a nutritionist. I can call myself a nutrition educator. Although in the state of Texas, I don't remember if anyone here is from Texas. In the state of Texas, somebody with my exact credentials can call themselves a nutritionist. So that's why it's important to know what your state allows. So you have to go onto your Secretary of State's website, look for your board, and pull down the scope of practice and read it and find out what you are capable of doing and what you aren't. So in Georgia, I can't write a diet out. So if somebody says to me, what should I eat this week? I can't say, Monday you should have breakfast, Tuesday you should have this, Thursday, blah, blah, blah. I can't do that. But what I can do is I can say, here is an example of a diet that somebody I know wrote. And you might want to look at this and use this as a reference. So I can educate them, or I can say things like, I know from the research that if you take gluten out of your diet, that could be helpful for these reasons. So I can't say you need to take gluten out of your diet. I can just say, I understand that the research shows. Many people who have the diagnosis that you have found that this is helpful. And then educate them from that perspective. So know what your scope is so that you don't get in trouble. You want to stay in your lane. But I want you, again, we're going to go over these, not in a ton of detail. That we could probably do 3 days of that. But I'm going to just teach you a little bit about, share with you a little bit about what these are all about. So this was a study that was done 2017 looking at elimination diets, efficacy and mechanisms in attention deficit and autism. And they looked at specifically additives, taking additives out, and putting people on a gluten-free, casein-free diet, or putting them on a very restricted diet. And it's a restricted diet that limits people to things like meat, rice, pears, and water. And what they found was that the gluten-free, casein-free, there was really not enough evidence to show that that it's helpful for this population. They found that the elimination diet with the meat and rice might be helpful, but only for the short term. So they found the main candidate mechanism in the microbiome gut-brain axis, possibly involving complex interaction between multiple systems, including the metabolic, immune, endocrine, and neurosystem. So they concluded that a practical implication and future direction into investigating elimination diets, efficacy in the treatment of autism and ADHD would probably be helpful. But basically can't really prove it yet. So this is I'm going to talk more about that as we go. This is the comprehensive elimination diet. So this is when you get somebody in your office who just isn't feeling great. And they maybe have even tried some stuff. Like they may say, I tried to get off gluten, or I tried to not eat nightshades or something, and I'm still just not feeling good. And I don't know what it is that's bothering me. So you could start with the comprehensive elimination diet. So you would remove these things: corn, dairy, eggs, gluten, sugar, shellfish, soy, coffee, tea, and chocolate. These are the things that if people are going to be sensitive to or allergic to, that they will most likely, these are the things. Now, that doesn't mean that people can't be allergic to other things. I've had people allergic to black pepper, just random stuff, or sensitive to those things. So, but these are the most common things that people tend to react to. So we want them to eat healthy fruit, healthy oils, lean meat, legumes, nuts, seeds, certain vegetables, or all vegetables, and non-gluten grains like quinoa, amaranth, millet, buckwheat, and arrowroot. I have a diet format that is the comprehensive elimination diet. I've got handouts for clients that lay this whole diet out, that lay out a shopping list and how to put the foods back in. So what you want people to do is you want them to remove all the foods for 3 months. It's a long time, but 3 months, give their gut time to heal. And then they put one food back in at a time, and they wait 72 hours to see how their body does. So I've taken all these foods out. Now I've had corn on the cob. I'm going to wait 72 hours. If my stomach doesn't bother me, if I don't have any other issues, if nothing happens, I'm good. I can keep eating corn. But let's say I eat the corn and, oh God, I've forgotten what this feels like. My gut doesn't feel right. Just don't feel good. I feel off, maybe a little brain fog. Okay, corn's out. I'm not going to eat corn again for another month, and then I'll try again. Or I might decide, if I'm feeling okay, I'm going to put corn in my diet, but I'm not going to eat it often. And we'll talk about that in a minute. So we're going to add things in, give it 72 hours, and then either take it back out because it didn't go well, or we're going to keep it in because it did work and it's fine, and that wasn't the culprit. Gluten-free and casein-free, this is like the big go-to, and I'm going to show you some research, conflicting research as a matter of fact. Gluten is the glue, literally the glue. It's a protein that keeps the bread together. It makes it fluffy. It makes it dense. It's what we like about bread. It's also in wheat, barley, and rye. And some people are sensitive to it, which means that they don't feel good when they eat it. Some people, we'll talk about later, are allergic to it, and that is celiacs. Celiacs and gluten-free and being sensitive are two different things. Being sensitive means you have a reaction within 3 days, 72 hours. An allergic reaction occurs within a couple of hours, and it's usually pretty apparent. So this is a reaction to gluten. So if we want somebody to see if they have an issue with gluten, they need to take it out of their diet for 3 months. So I've had people come in and say, well, we even tried to go gluten-free. We did that for like 2 weeks and it didn't really help. So we just started eating gluten again. 2 weeks isn't enough. You want to give the gut lining time to really heal. So 2 weeks is not long enough. So you have to get some buy-in. And it's funny, sometimes I find the kids, if I'm treating a kid with ADHD, if they want to try this, they're more in than the parents. I think the parents get kind of overwhelmed with what am I going to feed my kid if they can't have a sandwich or they can't have a pancake for breakfast. What am I going to feed them? So part of it is, of course, supporting them and giving them recipes and helping them to figure it out. But the kids are often like, sure, I'll try. And they do a pretty good job with that. So they need to eliminate anything that has wheat, barley, or rye. So that means checking labels, because a lot of times things like salad dressings and sauces have wheat in them. You'd be surprised at where you're going to find wheat. So any baked good, but soy sauces, checking sauces at restaurants, asking servers, and checking labels. I'm gluten-free, and so I always ask when there's I've been to Thai restaurants where if I order pad Thai with that peanut sauce, some restaurants use a sauce that has wheat in it, some don't. So you really do have to check. And then there are alternatives. So eating any kind of gluten-free product, which they're all over the market, super easy to find. Using things like lettuce for wraps instead of for a sandwich. Or when I stopped eating sandwiches, I would just have a bed of lettuce, and whatever I was going to be eating that I would normally put in a sandwich, like whatever kind of deli meat maybe, or tuna fish, whatever it might be, instead of putting it between two pieces of bread, I just throw it on the lettuce and I eat it as a salad. And then using alternative grains like quinoa, amaranth, white and brown rice. And then casein is the protein that we find in dairy products. So it's, and you can remove that and find relief much more quickly than with gluten. So typically when people are sensitive to dairy, they have a more immediate response. Like gluten can take a while because it can erode the lining of the gut, and it just can take a while to for somebody to really feel it. But dairy, a lot of times people get gassy, they get bloated. They know that they're reacting to something, but I find in particular with casein, and particularly with cheese, there are some people who love their cheese and don't want to give it up. And they eat so much of it that to them, the bloating and the gas is something they've always lived with. Like they didn't know that wasn't really normal, because that's their normal. But you have to get people to be willing to not eat cheese for a little while. But they should see an improvement within 2 weeks. So if they start feeling better right away, then that might encourage them to continue. I find when I eat casein for too many days in a row, I know right away, and I learned that the hard way, because I used to, when I would travel for Pesci in the mornings, because these are long days to be where I'm talking and I can't just grab a snack. So I would have a cheese omelet for breakfast because I thought that would hold me until lunch. And it was always fine on the first day, and it was pretty okay on the second day. But by the third day, it was definitely not okay. I was definitely not feeling good. And so I learned within 2 trips, because I don't eat that at home. I eat just eggs. I don't eat cheese omelets at home. I don't eat cheese much at all. I realized, oh, it's the cheese omelet. I need to quit eating the cheese. So I learned I couldn't have cheese omelets. I could have cheeseless omelets, and that's fine. So, we usually will know if we're aware of what the sensitivity is. Well, we know pretty quickly. Foods that you want to avoid are cow's milk and any product that comes from a cow. And alternatives are the non-dairy milks like almond and coconut and soy. Cheeses and ice cream that are made from the alternatives, and of course sorbet, and goat and sheep's milk and cheese. And the reason for that is, I'm wondering why my alarm did not go off. Oh, because I have it for 12:15. We're going to actually, that's wrong. We should take a break now. Let me just finish this thought. I put my break as 12:15. It should have been 12 o'clock straight up. Coming back at 12:15. Hang on one second. I want to just say, let me finish this thought about milk and then we'll take our break. So cow's milk has something called A1 protein in it, and that is the protein that most of us react to. Goats, milk and cheese and sheep have an A2 protein, and most people can tolerate the A2 protein when they can't tolerate the A1 protein. So a lot of times people can use these other cheeses when they can't do cow's milk. The other thing is this cow in this picture is a Holstein cow. So Holstein cows are black and white, and they produce an A1 protein. But the brown cows are Jersey cows, and Jersey cows produce A2 proteins. So if you can find Jersey cow milk, and I've been told that it is in some grocery stores, you just have to read the labels, then you might be able to tolerate that, or your clients might be able to tolerate that, where they don't tolerate the regular milk that most of us have exposure to. Okay, so with that, it is now 12:01. We're going to take a 15-minute break. So please come back at 12:16 and we'll keep going. Okay, and we're back. So hope you guys had a good break. Got to stretch your legs, get a little snack maybe. I'm going to go ahead and answer the questions that are in the Q&A right now, just because there's only 4 of them. And that way, hopefully that'll keep the whole day moving and I won't have a ton of them to answer after lunch. It'll just hopefully make it a little more smooth. So, I don't know how to pronounce your name, Daea. RS, am I EMDR trained? And I am not, but I'm trained in brain spotting. So, the person who discovered brain spotting was an EMDR therapist. And so the brain spotting is an offshoot. He probably wouldn't like me saying that, but it is a lot like EMDR with instead of going back and forth with like EMDR goes back and forth. So there's this rapid eye movement. Brain spotting looks for a single eye position and you process from that eye position. So we should be talking more about brain spotting, I think either tomorrow or Friday. I can't remember if we took that out or not. I'll have to, I only reviewed the slides through today for today. So, but it's one of my favorite tools. I use it almost every day. Do I specify types of fruits and vegetables? Many of my clients are, particularly in the hospital, are metabolically unhealthy or compromised. It depends on the client. So N equals 1, because some people really don't tolerate some things and some people don't like certain things. So I don't know if you have any questions about any specific fruits and vegetables, but typically, as long as somebody tolerates them, and it's okay for whatever issues might be happening. Like, for example, some people might be on medication that they can't eat grapefruit. So I would want to know that. I want to be careful about that. So, and things like spinach, which have a lot of oxalates in them, can cause gout and can cause kidney stones. So if somebody has those propensity for those kinds of issues, then I would want to take them off of foods that have a lot of oxalates. So I hope that answers your question. And then Kevin also asks, do I approach medications as a temporary, like 12 months to promote functionality with the long-term goal of eliminating pharma? That is completely up to the client. I do not try and talk about that. I support my clients when they want to get off of medication. I support them when they want to get on medication. And we'll talk about it at length. But that's something that they need to do with their doctor. That's out of my scope of practice. But again, I want to support them physically so that they can maybe take the lowest dose. Yeah, so that's all. I was just thinking about a client that I had who was trying to get off of meds. She went through her psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist referred her to me for psychotherapy. And it was just, she'd been on them since she was in her teens, and she was now in her late 20s, and it was just too hard. She just was a mess. She was crying all the time. She really just couldn't function. And she got it down so low. The dose was really low. And she just said, I can't do this. And she went back on her regular dose. And within a couple of weeks, she felt so much better. So again, it really has to be between the doctor and the client. And if you have a relationship within that partnership, you can have that discussion. Do I have any research on the difference between raw milk and homogenized pasteurized milk? Great question. So I was actually going to mention that. So I don't have any research that I'm going to show you, but maybe I should look for some. That would be a really good thing to do. But I can tell you that when I was in my doctorate, we had a whole class on this. Not like a semester's worth, but like many presentations on it. So what I can tell you is raw milk, if it's treated properly, in other words, if the farmer who is making it, not making it, but is harvesting it from the cows, I don't know what, milking it, if they know how to treat it so that it's safe, raw milk is well tolerated by lots of people who maybe don't tolerate just pasteurized milk. So the problem is only, you have to know what your laws are in your state, because some, like in the state of Georgia, raw milk is illegal for human consumption, but it's legal for pets. So we have farmers that come to Atlanta in refrigerated trucks, and the humans line up, presumably to buy milk for their pets. And the label on the milk says, like, how pet food labels are different than human labels, the way they write out the fat content and stuff, it looks different than for us. So that's what the labels look like. It's for a pet. And I remember the first time I went to get raw milk, I was standing in line and I said loud enough for people around me to hear, gee, everybody's taking such good care of their pets. And everybody just cracked up. Because we all know we weren't there for our pets, we were there for ourselves. So yes, raw milk, if you have a trusted farmer who knows how to do refrigeration, can be very good for you, and it tastes great. I mean, it's just delicious. But you just have to trust the source, because you do have to be careful. And the reason that we ended up with pasteurized milk in the first place is because people used to just drink milk straight from the cow. Like, you lived on a farm, you milked the cow in the morning, you had the milk, and, nobody got sick. But when people started moving to the city, the farmers were having to move the milk in those metal milk containers from the farm to the city. They didn't have proper refrigeration. So people were getting sick because it was spoiling between the farm and the city. So we found pasteurization and discovered we could kill all the bacteria, and the milk could be trucked safely from point A to point B. So we got away from the raw milk, and people got scared and thinking that everything has to be pasteurized. So if you can find raw milk, you can use it and enjoy it. Okay. The paleo diet. The paleo diet is based on the premise that we eat like our ancestors, who lived in the paleo era. And so it's eating basically whole foods, healthy foods, things like, so you can eat things like meat, eggs, fruit, vegetables, nuts, seeds, herbs, and healthy oils, and avoid processed foods, legumes, grains, dairy, soft drinks, and sugar. Also avoiding artificial sweeteners, trans fats, and vegetable oils. When I did the paleo diet, I still ate legumes and I ate a few grains, because I felt like those are things that the earth provides. And really, to me, paleo diet is going back to eating what the earth grows and eating more of a whole foods diet. So I just couldn't understand why we weren't allowed to eat legumes on that diet. And I liked eating, like putting chickpeas on my salad or black beans. So I did, quote, cheat. But, obviously that would be up to you to decide what you want to do. The specific carbohydrate diet is a diet that is very restrictive It was developed by Elaine Gottschall. She was treating, I think, her child who had autism. And she wrote this book, Breaking the Vicious Cycle. And it allows some vegetables, fruit, meat, and homemade yogurt, and then you avoid grains, starches, and processed or canned foods. It's designed for people who have Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, celiac, diverticulitis, cystic fibrosis, and chronic diarrhea. Some people claim that it does help with some kids who have autism. And there is a more extensive list of the foods that are allowed. You could probably Google specific carbohydrate diet and get that list right off the internet. Then these are elimination diets where you eat a small amount or none of these particular food categories. These are all categories of these are things that occur naturally in food, like fruits and vegetables that we still might react to and are considered not good for us. And I'll just take a little side trip. There's a book called The Carnivore's Diet. And in it, he's making a case for us all going keto. And I'll show you what the keto diet is in a minute. And he says that all of these chemicals, the phenols, the amines, the salicylates, the glutamate, histamines, oxalates, lectins, all of these are things that all of us, humans, animals, plants, are designed to survive. Like when we are in survival mode, we are going to fight to the finish because our desire is to live. And so as people and animals, we can run, we can hide, we can move around, we can pick up a weapon to protect ourselves. But plants are rooted, literally, and so they cannot run anywhere, obviously, to protect themselves. And so they have developed ways of protecting themselves so that no one will eat them. And so they have grown spikes and they have grown toxins and they have grown different chemicals that when we eat them, they upset our guts or they upset our system in some way. And that is by design so that we won't go back and eat more of them. So he makes a case that all of these protective things are really there designed so that we won't eat these plants at all. I'm not sure I buy that just yet. But I have been reading his book. It's interesting. It's backed by a lot of science. You might want to get it. I forget who the author is. I have it upstairs. But it's called The Carnivore's Diet. So that being said, these are some of the foods that maybe some people would like to take out of their diet. So phenols occur in fruits and vegetables like apples, grapes, and berries. And they are chemicals that are also added to foods. Also chemicals that are added to foods like BHT, BTHQ, and BHA. Low amines. So amines occur when proteins are broken down. And so aged or overcooked or processed meats might be really high in the amines, and grilling, browning, and charring increases amines while steaming and microwaving does not. Ripening fruit also increases the amine content. Low salicylates are natural chemicals that are found in plants, blueberries, avocados, pine nuts, cauliflower, apples, mushrooms. Glutamate is sometimes added in foods like monosodium glutamate or MSG. We'll talk about that more later. But it also naturally occurs in food like cheeses, Asian sauces, tomato, walnuts, processed meats, and more. Dr. Feingold, and I'm going to talk about him a little bit later again, he was a pediatrician who wrote about additives in children's diets and how he felt like food additives is what was causing ADHD. But he also had an issue with salicylates. He wrote that because salicylate acid is what aspirin is made out of. And so eating some of these foods that gets converted in our bodies as salicylate acid and can cause issues. And And low histamine. Histamines can occur in fermented foods like cheese, tempeh, sauerkraut, pickles, kimchi, kombucha, cured meats, wine, beer, and champagne. Oxalates, foods that are high in oxalates, spinach, legumes, soys, beets, almonds, potatoes, raspberries, and dates. And lectins, avoiding the whole wheat, nightshade family, and legumes. Lectins are proteins that bind together with carbohydrates and can potentially block the absorption of calcium, phosphorus, iron, and zinc. The way nightshade vegetables include, let me see if I can remember all of them. Sometimes I forget. Peppers. Oh, here we go. I have it in my notes. Peppers, and that's like red bell peppers, chili peppers, and anything that comes from them, like the chili peppers that you would put like on a pizza. Tomatoes, white peppers, and hang on, I need to move this toolbar so I can read my notes. Tomatoes, peppers, white potatoes, eggplant, I forgot, and products that come from those. And diet and hyperactivity. So this again, Dr. Ben Feingold in 1973 said that he thought that things like salicylates, artificial flavors, and artificial food colors were a cause of hyperactivity, and that if we were to get rid of those substances in our food, we would see less of that for children. He's published, there's a Feingold Institute, and they still publish a blue book that has all of all the foods that he recommended people get rid of. He has a cookbook that he did, and a lot of parents have picked that up. There is some research that shows that some of this is true, that for a small portion of people, these different chemicals can cause hyperactivity. But you'll see, so I want to show you the progression. So this research was from 1980, so old stuff. The data indicates that the symptoms of the vast majority of cases of children labeled hyperactive are not related to additives in their diet. I'm not going to show you the other research yet. It's going to be later. But remember this, that in 1980, this is what the data was showing. It's changed, but we'll get to that, and we'll go back to that later. The keto diet. So the keto diet is a very popular diet right now. It was originally developed for people who were medically not deficient. They were not responding well to medication for epilepsy. So it was developed to help with epilepsy and seizures in the 1920s, like 1926. But over the past few years, it has come back into popularity as a weight loss program. And so some people who have trouble with losing weight will go on the keto diet and have some rapid weight loss, which is always really nice. And I will also share with you that Dr. Chris Palmer, who I recently lectured with in Dallas in the spring, wrote a book called Brain Energy by Dr. Chris Palmer. He's a psychiatrist. He also is a professor out of Harvard, and he's also a really nice guy. And he is making in his book an argument for the keto diet, not the same as the carnivore diet argument, but interesting that I read those books like back to back. He's basically saying, and we're going to talk about this too, that the mitochondria, which is our powerhouse of energy, is really the foundation of our biology for mental health. And that if we treat the mitochondria well and make sure it's running properly, that we can treat mental health through that. And the way he treats mitochondria is with the keto diet. So where I was taught, as I wrote in the slide, the keto diet is not meant to be long-term. I was taught you should do the keto diet for like 3 months and then flip into the Mediterranean diet for a few months, and then rotate back to the keto diet, but that it's not meant for long-term forever. Dr. Palmer argues that it is meant for forever, and that's how we should be eating. So again, up to you to decide, and N equals 1. And he's very open about, I'm just gathering all the literature, and this is what makes sense to me from what I'm finding. Please push back. Please tell me where the holes are in my logic, because I'm not saying that this is it. I'm just saying that this is what I think I see from what I've read. So you might want to read his book and see what you think about that. And you could probably email him and he would respond to you. So the keto is low carbohydrate, very low carb, high fat, high protein. So low carb is 10 to 25 grams a day. If you're doing 10 grams of carbs a day, we're talking like a head of lettuce, a piece of lettuce, a couple of grapes. I mean, it's a very, very small amount. And the whole idea of the keto diet is when we eat food, we burn sugar, we burn glucose. And so when you eat, you burn that sugar that you've created, that's getting converted from your food first for energy. But if we starve our body of carbohydrates because we're not eating carbohydrates, we don't have that sugar to burn. So the body has to turn to fat to burn the fat to create the fuel. And in burning the fat, we lose weight and we maintain our energy levels. And so when we do that, when we're burning fat, we go into something called ketosis. And so that is what you're attempting to do, is to get into ketosis and stay there. So I happen to have a history of being a vegetarian and vegan. I love my plants. I love eating plants. I don't mind eating animals, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't do a ton of it. So for me, when I tried the keto diet, it was very challenging. I didn't like it. I tried it twice. But that's not to say I wouldn't try it again. And again, I say N equals 1. If it's something you're interested in or one of your clients is interested in, it's certainly worth looking at. And there's a lot of research about it. Okay. The rotation diet and intermittent fasting, also another very popular diet right now, is the intermittent fasting. Rotation diet simply means that you eat the food that you are eating on a rotating basis. So you don't eat a cheese omelet every single day, but maybe you eat a cheese omelet every 3 or 4 days, and your body can tolerate that where it can't tolerate it every single day. So I ate cheese omelets every morning for 3 days on the road, not feeling good by the end of the trip. If I don't eat cheese omelets and I only eat cheese, like I go to a friend's house and they have cheese and crackers out, I can do that, no problem. So knowing what that rotation needs to be and maintaining that. It's good because when you have food sensitivities, rather than avoiding the food altogether, it allows for a little more diversity. The intermittent fasting is when we just fast for a period of time, and there are different ways of doing it. Some people like to just say, I'm going to only eat in this window of time. I'm going to eat from 8 in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then that's it. So those 6 hours I'm going to eat, and the rest of the time I'm not going to eat. Some people will just say, whatever my last meal is at 6, 7, or 8 p.m., I'm not going to eat again until that 12 hours from now. So I won't eat breakfast until 6, 7, 8. And so some people might fast for 12 hours. Some might decide to fast for 14. Some might fast for 16. So if you eat dinner at, say, 6, you might not break your fast until, say, 10 or 10 a.m. or 12 p.m. And so some would argue, well, what about breakfast? I thought breakfast was the most important meal, but breakfast literally means break fast. So whatever time you do that, that would be your time. That's your breakfast. So you might not break your fast till noon, but that's still going to be an important meal. And you have to decide if that's something that you can do. I recommend most people start out slow and add in the hours as you go. So start out maybe with 8 hours and work your way to 10, 12, or 14 or 16 if you like that. If you have hypoglycemia, probably not a good idea. And you don't have to, it doesn't have to be a rigid thing. You might decide on one day that you're super hungry and you really need to eat something. Most people, I think, find it easier to do intermittent fasting overnight. So picking a time to finish eating dinner, like 6 o'clock, and then fasting through the next morning. So that means no midnight snacking. That means don't sitting in front of the TV eating food. It's just eat dinner and be done until the next day. And water is allowed. And then low calorie days is another way of doing intermittent fasting, where you eat normally like 2,000 calories a day most days, but maybe 2 or 3 times a week you choose to have a very limited calorie day of like 700 calories. And the low FODMAP. So FODMAP is an acronym of sorts for fermentable oligosaccharides, disaccharides, monosaccharides, and polyols. These are fermentable short chain carbohydrates, fructose, fruits and vegetables, table sugar, the carbs found in milk, wheat, barley, rye, legumes. And then the polyols are those alcohol sugars like mannitol, xylitol, some fruits and vegetables. And so for some people, they have a hard time digesting these foods, and it can cause them to have diarrhea. It's hard for some people with IBS to digest these foods. And then when they don't digest them, they sit in the colon and they ferment. And so during that fermenting period, you end up feeling bloated and gassy and having a lot of discomfort. So by removing those foods from the diet, you can alleviate that. I have a couple of books on the FODMAP diet that shows you all the foods. It is a restrictive diet. It is not an easy diet. So in January of this year, I was having I've been having GI issues a lot of my life. And I finally got to a place where something had to be done because I was in too much pain. So I went to a functional doctor first, and then I went to a GI doctor as sort of an adjunct. So for me, the functional doctor is the primary, and the conventional doctor is my complementary doctor. I do it in reverse. So I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything like, cancer that I was contending with because I was in so much pain. So he wanted to put me on the FODMAP diet, but he said the FODMAP diet is so hard to do. It is so restrictive. He said, you're going to do my version of the FODMAP diet. So he took me off of gluten, which I was already off of, gluten, dairy, garlic, onions. I think that was it. Onions and garlic. That was like the biggie because my husband cooks with onions and garlic all the time. So that was really challenging for us. But I also discovered that I don't tolerate cashews, which are also on the FODMAP list. So I still haven't had the guts to, no pun intended, I haven't had the guts to try some cashews and see if I can tolerate them now, because I've been on this protocol for almost a year, healing my gut, because it turned out that I had a yeast overgrowth. So I had candida, and I had something called SIBO, which is a small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. And it had been probably going on for years. And I was just in a lot of stomach pain and could not figure out what I could and couldn't eat. But discovered that cashews was one of the problems. Okay, so how do we help our clients if we're going to talk about these elimination diets, or even if we're going to just get them to a place where they're eating more healthy foods? We're trying to just introduce some whole foods. We want them to switch away from some of the junky stuff that they're eating. So these are just some things that we can help them with. And again, know what your scope of practice is. So in Georgia, I can help people with this. I can educate them on these kinds of things, but I can't provide them with a meal plan. If you are an RN on this call, or if you are in a certain state that allows it, by all means, help your clients to do meal planning. So you just need to know. Okay, so this list came out 10 meal prep tips every beginner should know, because this is what I hear from clients. I don't know how to cook. I don't have time to cook. I don't want to cook. So how do we help them to getting, plan? I met with a couple last night. So one of the couple is my primary client, but she often has her partner come, and most of the conversation yesterday started with she doesn't communicate well, and then it went on to the whole problem was they don't communicate about mealtime, and they go grocery shopping and they buy food, and then he wants to make her dinner and she doesn't know what she wants, and so he doesn't make anything, and then the food rots. So we had to talk about how do you plan for the week, how do you prepare for the week, and divvy up who does what. So making a plan and a prep schedule, planning your meals, creating a shopping list from that, and leaving time for cutting and chopping for the week. So, I like it when people shop on the weekends. It makes it easier to plan for the rest of the week. Making sure that they can cut up vegetables and put them in containers so that making a salad is easier, or making something like tacos or lasagna or chilies or whatever it is, much easier. Managing your pantry, like make sure everything in your pantry is labeled and facing forward and organized. My sister-in-law, she she has OCD, and I mean, like literally she has OCD, and she has used that to her advantage. She actually has a job now where she helps people move and she helps people organize their homes, because that's what she loves to do. And she loves helping people throw stuff away. She'll throw out anything. So you go into her pantry, and it puts me to shame. And my pantry's not that bad. But she has everything is in a container, even like the little bags of skinny popcorn she has in a container just sticking out. Like she doesn't have them just laying on the counter. They're in a container. Every container is labeled. Everything is organized, from canned goods to processed foods to cereals and grains. It's amazing. I don't expect people to do what she does because she just is who she is, but helping your clients to get some organization, throwing out the stuff that they don't use or that they don't need, or giving it to a food bank, and buying two items so that you can, when you run out of one, you can purchase it again, and so you always have the next can is already waiting for you. That's one of my favorite tricks. I'm always surprised. I drink coconut milk, and I was surprised that I was out of coconut milk last week, because I usually buy 4 or 5 cans at a time, and then I just keep track of when I'm getting down to the last 1 or 2. Somehow that slipped by me. But I love always having 2 of everything, so you're just always rotating. Write down what you run out of immediately. So I love technology for this. I use Google Keep. I've got my lists, and before Google Keeps, I used to have a grocery list for Kroger and a grocery list for Costco and a grocery list for Trader Joe's, and all these lists would go into my purse, and it was very unorganized. It was organized, but not. So Google Keeps allows me to have multiple lists. I can just take my phone into each store, check off what I need, and keep going. And literally when I'm cooking, if I run out of something, it goes straight onto the list. Cycle through meals from one week to the next to avoid boredom, because we all tend to eat the same stuff over and over again. Buy foods in season. This is an acronym that I will show you again later. It's SOUL, which is seasonal, organic, unprocessed, and local. These are ways to keep costs down, to buy foods that are seasonal. For example, strawberries, blueberries, raspberries for that matter, in the winter months get shipped in from Chile. They're outrageously expensive. But if you buy them in the spring and summer when they're in season, they may still be pricey, but they are going to be significantly cheaper than if you buy them off season. Organic, I'm going to talk more about organic later, whether we should do it or not. Unprocessed and local. And I'll show you some examples of all of this later. But if you're working with clients who don't have a lot of resources, buying unprocessed food will allow them to eat healthy meals and stay within a reasonable budget than if they are buying a lot of junk. So if they go to the grocery store and they buy things like potato chips, soft drinks, stuff like that, versus carrots, celery, bell peppers, chicken, their grocery list is going to be, they're going to have they're going to blow their grocery dollars much more quickly with those unprocessed foods than they will with the processed foods. I mean, they'll blow it with the processed food versus unprocessed foods. And then local, obviously, buying locally is always great. So if you've got farmers markets in your area, or if your clients can grow their own, having a garden and being able to produce your own food. We have somebody that brought my husband some okra, which I just don't like okra, but he does. Brought him a whole thing of okra the other day and a green bell pepper. And he went to put the green bell on his food last night. And I said, I don't like green bells. I won't eat them. But he said, well, I don't know if it's organic or not. Well, it's from this guy's garden. So technically it's probably organic. He probably has not used a bunch of garbage and sprayed it with anything. He just grew it in his own garden. So even though it's not labeled organic, it is organic. So having your own garden or sharing gardens with, in an urban community where there's a shared space is always ideal. And then stick to your list. Make a list, planning against the meals that you're going to be making for the day, the week rather, and then stick to it and don't go to the store when you're hungry. Tend to buy things that you don't mean to when you're hungry at the store. Use containers that are easy to use, like freezing and microwave things all in one, and be sure to label them. I have made this mistake before. You got something left over, you decide you're going to freeze it. I put it in the bag and I think, oh, I'll remember what this is. And then you look at it and it's unrecognizable. And you think, I don't remember what this is. So I have learned Ziplocs are great. They have a place to write what it is on it. Be sure you label stuff. Cook with herbs and spices. Americans are not great at that. And those herbs and spices bring so many, in depth to cooking. And they also have a lot of nutritional value. Use batch cooking. So that was one thing I talked to my couple about yesterday, was make a pot of chili and leave some out and freeze the rest. So you have a home cooked meal down the line. So using casseroles is a great way to make your cooking time shorter. Find a community and have some fun, like maybe you prepare food together. Keep basics around, like oats, nuts and seeds, oils, beans, canned fish, vegetable broths, nut butters, whole wheats or alternative pastas, herbs and spices. Rebecca Katz, and she spells her last name Katz, has a book that she wrote during the pandemic. I do not remember the name of it. I have it in my pantry. If I can remember to pull it out during lunch, I will. But you can look up Rebecca Katz and you'll see I think the cover is red, but it's a really wonderful guide to cooking. The whole front of the book is all about herbs and spices and making specific blends. So I did this during the pandemic. I bought these little plastic containers and I used her recipes to make a Middle Eastern spice mix and a Mexican spice mix and I forget what others, but I had Mediterranean, had all these different blends. And then I could make food using the different flavor profiles so that even though it might be chicken 3 nights in a row, it tasted differently every night. And it made it a little bit more fun, a lot more fun, actually. Buying food that's already prepared, like buying green beans that the ends are already cut off. You're going to pay a little more for that. But if you're going to use them, it might be worth it. I like to make a salad. I have a big bowl that I use and I make a salad, huge salad. I throw a ton of vegetables in and I'll eat that for 2 or 3 days until it's gone. Slow cookers and Instapots are also really great helpers for allowing our clients to make big batches of stuff and allow, to feed a large family or to batch it up and freeze some of it. Okay, so let's talk about how food affects mood. So this is just another article on mainstream psychiatry. I'm sorry, nutrition in being mainstream in psychiatry. And this was written in 2015. And what they said was diet is as important to psychiatry as it is to cardiology, endocrinology, and gastroenterology. And that there is slowly there is evidence growing for the relationship between dietary quality and potential nutritional deficiencies and mental health, and for the select use of nutrient-based supplements to address deficiencies or as monotherapies or augmentation therapies. So, keeping that in mind, what should our clients be eating? So, I realize we're just in the beginning of 3 days, but I want you to know this is kind of the takeaway right here, that our clients should be eating at every meal and every snack carbohydrate, a protein, and a fat. I'm going to repeat that. Every client at every meal and every snack, carbohydrate, protein, and fat. Okay? So when you're looking at their food diaries, it becomes very easy to see where the gaps are if you keep that in mind. So if you look at their snack was an apple, I would say to them, the apple's great. I love that you're eating a piece of fruit. Awesome. Would you consider adding some nuts to that, or adding some nut butter to that, or adding a piece of cheese with that? Because I want the carbohydrate, which is the apple, fantastic. Fiber, water, nutrients, awesome. But I also don't want their blood sugar to go too high. Of course, there's fiber in the apple, so it won't spike too quickly. But I don't want them just eating the carbohydrate. I want them to add some protein and some fat. So the nut butter would do that. Nuts would do that. Even a piece of meat, like a deli piece of meat with that. So looking at that, keeping this in mind, you can easily guide your clients into a healthier diet. And then switching from, I'm all about adding stuff in instead of taking stuff out. Because if you say, oh, I noticed that for lunch you have a sandwich and chips, why don't we take out the chips and put in some carrots and celery? They're going to say, no, I love my chips. They're crunchy, they're salty, they're my favorite part of the meal. Okay, so I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say, hey, I noticed that you have potato chips, which tells me you probably like crunchy, salty stuff. Is that true? Yes, my favorite thing. Would you consider adding some carrots and celery? Because, celery is a little bit salty and the carrots are a little bit sweet. And if you add the carrots and celery to your meal along with the chips, you're going to be getting some good, healthy stuff in there. Would you be willing to do that? And 9 times out of 10, they'll say yes. Because it's not a far stretch. What I'm hoping happens is they're going to crowd out the potato chips over time. Now, what could happen is they eat the chips and they leave the carrots and celery. Of course, that's always true. But, I hope that they eat a little bit of the carrots and celery, because I'm going to ask them about it next time and they want to report to me they did it. So most people are going to want to, they like being held accountable. So they'll come back and say, I ate some of the carrots and celery just, because I wanted to see what that was like. And then I didn't eat the whole bag of chips. And then they might not need the chips at all, because we're going to crowd that stuff out by adding in. So I'm all about adding as opposed to taking things out. All right. So what are we talking about when we talk about carbohydrates? We are talking about there are good, healthy carbohydrates. So most people don't think about fruits and vegetables as a carbohydrate. They think about things like breads and pastas and all that kind of stuff. So they think, oh, we need to take carbohydrates out of our diet. No, you need to take out some kinds of carbohydrates, but we need to leave in other kinds. So leaving in fruits, vegetables, whole grains, root kinds of vegetables, all really good for us. So, and then there are these other carbohydrates. We've got sugar, we've got candy, we've got the breads, the pastas. those are the carbohydrates that are addictive, that can hijack our brain. And the studies, and I'll show you some research later, that show that these foods can be just as addicting as cocaine, heroin, ecstasy, and Xanax. They actually hit the same receptor sites as those drugs and create that same kind of craving that that the drugs do. So these are the carbohydrates that we're also talking about: alcohol, junk food, sugar, and I'm going to spend a lot of time on sugar, soft drinks, and all the white foods: white sugar, white flour, rice, pasta, crackers. So I want to show you a couple pictures and talk a little bit about how difficult this is, what we're asking our clients to do. So when we ask them to start cutting back on sugar, cutting back on some of these foods that do hijack their brain, I want to just remind everyone of how our society inundates us with this kind of stuff. My son went to medical college in Augusta, Georgia. And Augusta has a wonderful medical school. I mean, just fantastic. And they train doctors and nurses and OTs and RDs and PT, you name it, any of the medical people. If you're going to go to school in Georgia, we have some other colleges that teach those things too, but Augusta's the big one. So Augusta also has the Masters, which if you're into golf, you know that the Masters is like one of the premier golfing competitions. It takes place in the spring. It's a very big deal. But other than those two things, Augusta doesn't have a lot going on. So the kids call Augusta Disgusta because there's nothing there. It's really not that bad, but there's just not a lot for college students to do. So my husband and I were helping my son to set up his apartment, when he was a first year. And this was at the front of the store as we were checking out, and this was at the front of the store. And it was this huge, beautiful display, but you can see Whoppers at the top, Reese's peanut butter cups, Milk Duds, and Good and Plenty. And then they had some air popper popcorn machines, that was good. So I stopped to take this picture because I knew this is what they were trying to entice our kids to buy. I mean, we're talking about college students, graduate students. They're all mostly in their 20s. And they didn't have a big, horn of plenty with fruits and vegetables falling out of it. They had this big, beautiful display of all this junk food. I took this picture. It's Sugar in Madison, Wisconsin, which is another college town, beautiful college town. I loved it there. I was teaching for PESI. And one night I was walking after teaching, I was walking to a restaurant to have dinner. And it was a lovely fall afternoon. And I walked past this store and I just had to stop and take a picture. So the store, as you can see, is called It's Sugar. And I've been told since then that this is a chain. The doors were flung wide open. And if you can look inside, you see on the floor, like there's this multi-pattern tile. And there were bins lining the walls from the front of the store all the way to the back. And then there were cases in the middle as well. And it was all this really old-fashioned, colorful candy in the middle of a college town. And then this was an aisle in a big box store that I happened to accidentally turn down. And I don't usually shop on this aisle. So I made the turn and was just shocked. And it wasn't just this one side, it was both sides of the aisle. As far as I could see, just candy and cookies and gum and more candy. And I thought, how many different ways can we package sugar? It's just amazing. And I had somebody in one of my classes who told me that, hang on, I'm making a note. Who told me that he used to work in a store like this, and in that store they sold $2 million worth of product a year. Think about that. The $2 million when the items are all under $10, right? They're all like, $5, $7. It's like we're talking, candy, cookies, not stuff that's terribly expensive, but they were still able to make $2 million. That just gives you, it's hard to even get my head around how much of that stuff they sell. And then the note that I was just making, there was a picture I meant to put in here that I forgot. I was able, I took my husband to Greece this summer for his 70th birthday. And we took a cruise. So we stopped at a bunch of different islands. And one of the islands, we were just walking around, just sort of, sightseeing, being tourists. And we walked past this donut store. I think it's a donut store, bakery of some, I think it's a donut store. And I thought, it's interesting that it's the same apparently everywhere. There was a life-size, well, she was actually taller than me, life-size statue of this very friendly looking witch, with the pointed hat and the pink hair and the pointed shoes. And she is standing at the doorway, this, welcoming people into the store. And then in the storefront, right next to where she was standing, they had a display that you could just see what they were selling inside. And then you walked in and there were just cases and cases. They were these donuts. I've never seen anything like it, which is why I took pictures. Maybe I'll load some and put them in the PowerPoint for tomorrow, just so y'all can see them. I kid you not, they were like this big. They were big enough that I bet 6 people could eat one. And it wasn't just that it was the donut itself, it was covered with frosting and then covered with candy on top of that. So imagine like the cake and then the frosting and then chopped up Snickers or chopped up mints or something covering. They were gorgeous. I mean, who wouldn't want to eat that stuff? And of course, the store was jammed with parents and their small children. So we start giving our kids these foods very early on. So anytime that you can modify your clients' diets, educate them about sugar. Sugar is not a real food. It is wreaking havoc with our health and our mental health. So that's why I spend a lot of time on sugar, because I think it has crept into so much of our food. And it's not a nutrient. We need to start trying to get it out of our diets. So here are the top sugar-loving countries in the world. And you can see that we are at the top of the list. And this research came from, I'm looking, 2019. And I think I looked it up again and confirmed that this is still pretty much true. We drink a lot of sugary drinks. We also do a lot of emotional eating. And you can see that we are consuming, as a country, on average, 126 grams of sugar a day, which is the equivalent to 1/4 pound of sugar. That is a lot of sugar. And I think, it creeps in all the different processed foods. Excuse me. And I'll show you later how much we should be eating. And then you can consider where the sugar is. It's in the cereal, it's in the granola bars, it's in the candy. Of course, it's in the Gatorades and the other energy type drinks. It's in the sauces. It's in everything. It's in everything. So you can see these other countries still consuming quite a bit, but we have the unfortunate honor of being first. These are the sugar facts that are on the website, the CDC website. This was updated the end of November 2021. So they collected the facts between 2017 and 2018, and then it takes them a while to get all the information out there. So they printed this in 2021. So this is how much people are eating. 2 to 5-year-olds. You can see how much each category, each Black, white, Hispanic, Asian. 6 to 11-year-olds. You can see the Black and white kids are higher than the Hispanic and Asians, and then the 12 to 19. And you can see, look at how, as these kids are aging, how that goes up. So The Asian kids from 2 to 5 at 7 teaspoons, 12 teaspoons to 14. So it goes up. And I think part of that is as our children get older, they have more access, especially once they hit, like when you look at that 12 to 19-year-old category, they are more likely to be driving. So they can go pick up stuff. They can stop at convenience stores. I had a kid that I used to work with. She was obese. And one of the reasons she came to me was to try and lose weight. So and the mom called me. And when she, for the first, intake, just to talk about her daughter. And at the time, her daughter was 16. And she said, she drives. And so she was telling me that she was running out of shampoo, or she was running out of soap, or she was running out of conditioner. And so I was giving her the car and the credit card and sending her to Target to go pick up whatever it was she needed. She said, but imagine my surprise when I went to clean her bathroom one time and the bathroom was lined with shampoos and conditioners and soaps because the kid was telling the mom, I've run out, I need to go to the store. And so mom would just hand over the card and the girl would go to the store. But her favorite thing was this chocolate bark that they sold at the checkout counter. So really her goal was to go buy the chocolate. But if she told her mom that, her mom wouldn't have given her the card. So she would just lie and say, I'm going to buy conditioner. And I think mom had a housekeeper and just didn't go upstairs very often. She never went to the daughter's room. So she didn't realize that she had been buying all this stuff just on the premise of going to buy the chocolate. So when our kids get older and they travel to other people's homes more often, they have access to the car, we see that uptick because they're not managing it well themselves. So sugar for the brain, the role of glucose in physiological and pathological brain function. This study was done in 2013. And they're just saying that the mammalian brain depends upon glucose as its main source of energy. And a tight regulation of glucose metabolism is critical for brain physiology. Our brain is only 2% of our body weight, but it uses 20% of the glucose that we consume. Oh, and let me go back to this for a second. So at the last paragraph talks about glucose is required to provide the precursors for neurotransmitter synthesis and the ATP to fuel their actions, as well as the brain's energy demands not related to signaling. So ATP is the energy that is created in the mitochondria. And so we need the glucose to allow ourselves to make this so that our bodies can run. So understanding ATP, ATP is the most abundant energy carrying molecule in our body, and it harnesses the chemical energy found in food molecules and then releases it to fuel the work in the cell. The mitochondria, ATP is the currency that your body uses for fuel. The food you digest is made into smaller units of macronutrients. Carbohydrates convert to glucose, but your cells can't use glucose. It has to convert it into ATP. So the glucose is converted into ATP is cellular respiration or metabolism. But first, glycosis occurs. Glucose is broken apart with protein molecules and it creates pyruvate. And second, pyruvate travels to the mitochondria, and once there, several chemical reactions occur to produce the ATP. Energy from food is converted into energy stored in the ATP. The cells use this ATP to continue to maintain our health. Carbohydrates break down into glucose and start the ATP production cycle. Fats and proteins also assist, but in a different way. Fats break down into fatty acids and glycerol. Proteins break down into amino acids, and we'll talk about all this later. Fatty acids, amino acids, and glycerol join with glucose to create ATP. They provide other compounds. Fiber does not get broken down, but passes through into the digestive tract. So you can see that this is all very fundamentally important to our overall health. And these are the nutrients that support cellular production. And we'll be talking about not all of these in depth, but certainly the B vitamins, vitamin C, and magnesium, some of these others. So looking at dietary sugar consumption and our health. This is just an umbrella review. This was came out earlier this year. And this was a meta-analysis of over 8,000 papers looking at free sugars like honey, table sugar, maple syrup, not looking at fruit. And looking at the endocrine and metabolic outcomes in terms of cardiovascular health, cancer, and other things, including an increase in body weight and fat accumulation, gout, coronary health, and all other cause mortalities in pancreatic cancer. They found a significantly harmful association between dietary sugar consumption and 18 endocrine and metabolic outcomes. And then they list which ones and how many. Moderate quality evidence suggests the highest versus lowest dietary sugar consumption was associated with increased body weight, particularly sugar sweetened beverages and ectopic fatty accumulation. Low quality evidence indicated that each serving per week increment of sugar sweetened beverage consumption was associated with a 4% higher risk of gout, and with each 250 milliliter per day increment of sugar sweetened beverage was associated with a 17% and 4% higher risk of coronary heart disease and all-cause mortality. Low quality evidence suggested that every 25 grams per day increment of fructose consumption was associated with a 22% higher risk of pancreatic cancer. So then they went on to say that there's a harmful association between sugar sweetened beverages and the risk of depression. In a single article, both sugar sweetened beverage consumption was associated with an increased risk of attention deficit. Comparison of higher sugar sweet beverage consumption with non-sugar sweetened beverage consumption indicated a 55% increased risk of obesity in children associated with higher consumption. And sugar sweetened beverage consumption was also linked with an increased body mass index in children. So this is why I spend a lot of time on sugar, because we can talk about a lot of things that impact our health, but sugar is one of the ones that it's become such a part of our diet. I don't eat a lot of sugar. So when I do eat sugar, I can tell, like when I go to a restaurant, if they put sugar in the food. Like we went to a Mediterranean restaurant last week, and I couldn't believe I ordered the Greek salad, and it was sweet. And I thought, why in the world? I'm sure it was in like the rice wine vinegar, something with the dressing. Like, why is there sugar on my salad? It's irritating to me. And I did eat. I did a bike fundraiser the other day on Sunday, and I do these every year, and I know what they serve. And they had some. I knew I probably wasn't going to be able to eat anything for lunch. As it turns out, I was. They did have some stuff I could eat, but normally they don't. So I had grabbed a granola bar, which I normally don't eat, but I thought out of all the stuff that was there, that was something I could probably have. And it had 11 grams of sugar in the bar. So I thought, well, that's really more than I normally would eat. I don't really want to, but if I don't have a choice. So anyway, I ate it. I felt sick for the whole rest of the day. I really don't tolerate sugar well anymore, but it takes a really long time to get there. It took years to get there. But helping our clients to really start cutting back, particularly on the sugar sweet drinks, the sweetened beverages like soft drinks, energy drinks, that kind of thing. Conclusions: high dietary sugar consumption is generally more harmful than beneficial for health, especially in cardiometabolic disease. Reducing the consumption of free sugars or added sugars to below 25 grams a day, which is approximately 6 teaspoons per day, which I'll show you in a little bit. That's typically what women have been recommended, but this is saying for everybody. And limiting the consumption of sugar-sweet beverages to less than 1 serving per week are recommended to reduce the adverse effect of sugar on health. So we worry about alcohol, we worry about marijuana, we worry about sleep, exercise, blah, blah, blah. We need to be worrying about sugar too. This is another study on sugar-sweetened beverages consumption and the risk of depression. This was another meta-analysis, 2018. They found that sugar-sweetened beverages consumption might be associated to a modestly higher risk of depression. They said that 2 cups per day may increase the risk of depression. 3 cans per day might increase 25% higher risk of depression. Glucose, sorry, hang on. And then this is one for ADHD. I skipped it. Sorry. Sugar consumption and ADHD. This is a review, a systematic review and meta-analysis. This was put out in 2020. And they looked at attention deficit disorder and sugar, and looking at whether adolescents and their diet, if one impacts the other. And they found that this meta-analysis indicated a positive relationship between overall sugar and sugar-sweetened beverage consumption and symptoms of ADHD. However, there was heterogeneity among included studies. Future well-designed studies that can account for confounders are necessary to confirm the effect of sugar on ADHD. And glucose and brain health. This came out in 2014, looking at the diabetes prevention and glucose control in midlife may protect against late life cognitive decline. So we're going to talk more about diabetes and the difference between type 1 and type 2. But this is saying that neurotransmitters cannot be produced with a lack of glucose, and that cognitive function can be impaired. And hypoglycemia is also a complication of diabetes when blood sugar is low, and that high glucose can reduce the production of BDNF, or brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which assists in the connection of synapses. Growth, development, communication is impaired, leading to a decline in neurological functions. I'm going to show you some other studies that include BDNF, which also helps with navigating space and learning and memory. And other research that shows that this was done with some animals, that when they were fed a Western diet, BDNF levels were significantly lower, and the performance of these animals in their mazes was affected by that. So research shows diabetes in midlife was associated with a 19% greater cognitive decline over 20 years. So if we have clients who have diabetes and we help them to manage their sugar and their glucose, then it may protect some of that potential cognitive decline. And this was another glucose variability and mood in adults with diabetes, a systematic review from 2020. And they said there's no clear empirical support of a link between glucose variability and moods in adults with type 1 and type 2 diabetes. More rigorous research is warranted. So they found that the meta-analysis found 4 papers that did have an association and the 4 that did not, that's a small group of papers anyway. So what do we do to improve our consumption? One, and we'll talk more about this too, but one, pay attention to all types of sugar, and I'll show you later a slide that shows all the different ways that manufacturers label sugar and sneak sugar into our foods. But looking at things like maple syrup, honey, sugar, they'll put it in as glucose, dextrose, high fructose corn syrup. There's I have literally a paragraph of how they label stuff. Cut out sweet beverages, including juice. Now, what I typically do with my clients who are trying to cut back and they are juice drinkers, I'll have them cut back, like cut the juice in half. So if you normally have 8 ounces of juice, cut back to 4 ounces and add 4 ounces of water. And then cut back to 6 ounces and add more water. And then get it back till you're not drinking any juice, and just eat the fruit. Like if you like orange juice, eat an orange instead. Because with the orange, you're getting the fiber. With the juice, they've separated the fiber from the fruit, the juice and the fiber. And so now your blood sugar is just going to go sky high because you're just drinking sugar water. Be mindful of artificial sweeteners. And I'll talk about this also. Artificial sweeteners trick the brain into expecting more calories. And so the research doesn't show that artificial sweeteners help us to eat less. Plus, they're just chemicals, and they do convert into other chemicals in our body, and they're just not really good for us. Switch to healthy snacks like fruits and veggies, exercise, which helps to balance the negative impact of sugar, and moderate alcohol. Drinking alcohol, a moderate amount can raise blood sugar. Too much can cause a dangerous drop. And we'll talk more about alcohol later. So the definition of craving, craving is an intense, urgent, or abnormal desire or longing. And craveability is the anticipation, the visual appeal, the aroma, the taste and flavor, the texture, and the mouthfeel. So food manufacturers make money selling food. That sounds obvious, right? And so what do? They have to make the food something that we really, really want, something that we really crave. And so they have learned how to layer salt, sugar, and fat in such a way that when it hits our tongue, our brains light up and we really want more of whatever that food is. So I want you to think about foods that you have had trouble stopping. Like, oh, I'm just going to have one. In fact, Lay's potato chips launched their whole potato chip ads were on, you can't just eat one, right? Because they knew that. They knew that the way that they salted the chips in just the right amount with the fat and the carbohydrate from the potato that you just couldn't stop. Now, I want you to think about Doritos. And I'm not trying to throw any particular product under the bus. These are just brands that come to mind. But think about the Dorito. You open the bag and you've got these triangle chips that are covered in this orange coating. And so you start eating them and they're yummy. I love Doritos. Yummy. Eat them. And then when you finish eating, what's on your hands? You've got like all this orange dust, this flavoring still on your hands. So what do? You lick your fingers like this little boy. I put this picture here on purpose because this is, when we can't get enough, like it's not enough that I just ate the chips out of the bag. Now I have to lick my fingers. I want every last bit of that stuff. So the food manufacturers know this. So when I went to go work for Georgia Spice Company, we were a food manufacturer. And so I learned a lot about this stuff because we had a food scientist, which I always thought was a weird thing to have in our lab. But we had somebody because what we did was we created those toppings, those dustings that went on chips or popcorn or chicken or whatever the company wanted. We made those blends and then we would put them in 50-pound bags and ship it to that food manufacturer. They would coat their food in our product and bag it up and send it out to the market. So I was intimately involved with taking those kinds of requests, like getting somebody to call up and say, oh, we want a chili lime product, or we want a butter flavored product, or whatever it might be. And then taking that to the lab, and then we would test and test and test till we got it right. And then we would produce that for our customers. So it was all about this. It was all about, what does the food look like? What does it smell like? Because we eat with all of our senses. It's not just what we taste, it's what we see. Oh, it looks really good, it looks really appealing, it's pretty, smells good. Then we taste it. It's important what the texture is. Like, is it smooth? Is it creamy? Is it crunchy? Do I have to chew a lot? Does it go down easy? That mouthfeel, if there's a lot of fat in the product, the mouthfeel is very different than when there's not. So the food manufacturers work really hard. So you've eaten those Doritos and now you think, I really couldn't stop eating those Doritos. I don't think I'm going to buy those again because that was, they were yummy, but I don't want them in the house. So you go to the grocery store with the idea that I'm not buying Doritos, but you turn down that aisle where all those chips are lined up and there's that Dorito bag. And before you even have time to think about it, that bag is in your cart and you're taking it home. because your dopamine is is lighting up your brain, and your brain says, I don't care what you promised, 2 weeks ago when we finished that bag, I want some. Okay, I'll put some more in the bag, in the cart. So that's that craveability. It's that inability to not buy the food, to not eat the food, to not be able to stop. So these are some of the symptoms of food addiction. Loss of control over consumption. I used to, in the days when I did eat more sugar, I loved Chips Ahoy and I loved Oreos. And so I would buy one or the other every other week. That was like my treat. And I would go sit out on the deck. Like today in Atlanta is just gorgeous out. Like it's blue sky. It's just beautiful here. Temperature is probably in the 80s. I haven't been outside yet, but it's gorgeous. So I would take my cookies and I would take my milk and I would go sit out on the deck to have a little treat. And I would not put a couple cookies on the plate. I would take the whole like roll with me or the whole box of cookies. And I would think, well, I'm just going to have a couple. And I would dip them in the milk and I would eat them. And they're so yummy. And I would be like, just going to have another one. I'm just going to have one more. And then before I knew it, I frequently would eat the entire sleeve of Chips Ahoy or the whole side of, a bag of Oreos. So that is that loss of control. Like I really just could not stop. I didn't want to stop. They were yummy. A continued use in spite of negative consequences. So we've all seen that with addiction. If you work in addiction, in spite of the fact that your world is falling apart, you're still gambling or using drugs or alcohol. Even though every day you wake up and you swear you're not going to do it, you do it again. Same is true with food. An inability to cut down in spite of the desire to do so. I have a client right now. She is lovely. I mean, I'm fond of all my clients. She's just really special. And I can't even tell you why. She just is. But she is also morbidly obese. She is probably 400 pounds, or close to it. And it is not for a lack of trying or not wanting to lose weight. But just it's just very difficult. Increased emotional reactivity and impulsivity, an activation of reward-based areas of the brain in response to food cues. So if you think about food, like whole foods, they occur in a certain way. So if I buy a bag of nuts, then if I buy raw nuts, then all I'm going to get are the nuts. I can't go out and I can go out in a field and I could pick off a tree, a tree nut, pecan. My husband says pecans, I say pecans. Pecans or almonds, cashews, we can go and pick those things, but I can't pick a chocolate coated almond. They don't grow that way. We create those. So we don't, I can pick sugar cane from the field, but I'm not going to get a bowl of sugar. That we create that. People like strip the fiber from the sugar and we end up with this white table sugar that we can, eat so much of. So in nature, foods grow in a certain way, but then humans take those foods and we process them. So we add fat to the nuts by adding chocolate, or we put a lot of products together and we create pizza or cake or donuts or cookies, things that don't occur in nature. And by doing that, we are layering those sugars, fats, and salts and creating a food that we cannot resist. So there is something called the Yale Food Addiction Survey. And this is an example of the questions that are asked in it. And there are 35 questions in total, so I did not include all of them, but I just wanted you to look at a sample. You can find this online. I just Googled the Yale Food Addiction Scale, and then it says, are you addicted to food? And you can see the link down here on the bottom. And I don't know how many of the bibliography, well, it doesn't matter. You guys have it here. So anyway, here are some of the questions. When I started eating certain food, I ate more than I planned. I continued to eat certain foods even though I was no longer hungry. I ate to the point of feeling physically ill. If any of you work with eating disorders, you probably come across this quite a bit. I have had people tell me that they have eaten to the point where they were literally writhing on the floor in pain because they had eaten so much and felt like the food was all the way up to their sternum. Worrying a lot about cutting down on certain types of food, but ate them anyway. So it goes on and on. So you take the survey and then you know if you're addicted. So I want to show you, I'm going to take a little side trip, talk about the glycemic load and glycemic index, and then we'll come back to some research around food addiction, and you'll see why I'm introducing this. It feels like it's out of context, but it'll make sense in a few minutes. So the glycemic index is a scale that was created, I believe, in Australia. And what they did was the researchers gave people white bread, and then they took measured their blood sugar after eating the bread. Sorry. And they came up with a numeric number of 100 for people who had eaten white bread. And then they gave them other carbohydrates and they measured their blood sugar, and they created this scale for these carbohydrates called the glycemic index. So it's a scale from 1 to 100, and then the food at 100 is the highest, and then things fall in below that. So if you are diabetic and you want to know, if I eat this, is this, this fruit in particular, is it, or this bread, how's it going to impact my blood sugar? So they created this scale. The glycemic load measures the blood sugar raising potential and the quantity of the carbohydrate that's in the food. So there's a formula that you can figure out how much, so that you know what you're getting. So for example, I have had people tell me, oh, I don't want to eat watermelon because watermelon is really high in sugar. Well, it is high in sugar, that's true. But let's compare it to a donut. So watermelon on the glycemic index is 76. And just so you know, for the most part, the tropical fruits like papayas, mangoes, pineapple, they're going to be higher on the glycemic index than apples, raspberries, blueberries, any of the berries, and some of the other things like the fruits that have pits in them, like nectarines and peaches, they're going to be lower. Bananas fall kind of right in the middle. If they're on the green side, they're going to be at about 50. And as they get ripe and turn black, they get more higher sugar content. They're going to go up on the scale. So watermelon is 76 on the scale. And let's assume one serving is 1 cup. So there are 11 grams of carb in that cup of watermelon. So if we look at the formula is the glycemic index times the number of carbs, the grams of carbs available in the food, divided by 100. So we have 76 on the GI list times 11, because there are 11 grams of carbs in that cup, divided by 100 equals 8. So the glycemic load is 8, which is relatively low. On the other hand, a donut, also 76 on the glycemic index. So they're the same. One medium donut has 23 grams of carbs. So if you look at 76 times 23 divided by 100, the glycemic load is 17, which is significantly higher than the watermelon. So if we look at something, so when we look at, well, which is high, medium, or low, something that is greater than 20 is considered high. If it's 11 to 19, it's considered medium. And if it's 10 or less, it's low on the glycemic load. So if you look at these numbers, the watermelon, even though it's the same number on the glycemic index, it's considered low glycemic load. It's not going to really spike your blood sugar. It's got a lot of water, it's got fiber, but the donut is medium and might be something that you choose to not eat. So here, this is what it looks like if you go to the University of Sydney's GI website to look up the glycemic index values of other foods. And you can just, so I just did a snapshot, obviously, but you can also just go there, and there's a place where there's a field, an empty field. So if you have any questions about a food, like what are cherries, what are plums, what's a pumpkin, now that we're coming into October, it'll show up. Anything that is a carbohydrate. Now this is not for proteins and fats. This is just for carbohydrates. Okay. So here you can see there's the watermelon and the donut, just as I just mentioned. And you can see some of these foods that are higher, like a baked potato is pretty high. Glycemic load is 33. So this is just, I wanted you guys to see like what it looks like. Okay. So what foods might be addictive? Now I'm going to circle back. The roles of processing fat content and glycemic load. So this study looked at, it was done in 2015. There were 120 college students, and they were asked to rate foods that were problematic for them. And what they found was that the foods shared a characteristic with drugs of a rapid rate of absorption and a concentrated dose, and that they appear to be associated with food addiction. And these were the top 10 that the kids in the study identified. So you can see these are those foods that we all love, and they're all they're all layered with sugar, salt, and fat for the most part. Maybe not French fries. It's funny, when I was at this bike thing, it's called Spin for Kids, and it's a fundraiser for this summer camp for special needs kids here in Georgia. So I was sitting with some friends of mine, and after we rode our bikes, they had different vendors who serve us food. And one of the vendors is a burger joint that people just absolutely love. And so my friend had gone and gotten a burger with some French fries, and she was eating the French fries first. And she said, "These French fries are so good, I don't think I'm going to even bother with the hamburger. I think I'm going to be full before I can get to the hamburger." So a perfect example of how addicting these foods can be. Now, the second part of the study was they took 398 workers who participated, and they served them a diet that was high in fat and carbs, and came up with a list of what was at the bottom of the list. So the bottom of the study, they found cucumbers, you can see fruits and vegetables, plain brown rice, right? And corn, no butter or no salt. So think about if you've ever made popcorn. I think corn on the cob is sweet. So if you don't eat it with butter or salt, that would still be yummy. But if you've made popcorn out of it with an air popper and you don't put anything on it, it's like cardboard. You wouldn't want to eat it. But when you add the fat, the butter, and the salt, then it becomes really yummy because now you've paired those things. Same thing with brown rice. I noticed I was at a Chinese restaurant with my husband. We got brown rice, and I put the brown rice on my plate, and I took a forkful, and it was like, it's okay. I mean, it's fine. But then I put the black bean sauce on top, which I happen to love. It's my favorite, which is super salty. I wanted to eat more and more of the rice because I just kept spooning the black bean rice sauce on top. So once I add the sauce, now I've layered those different flavors together. It's going to be more addicting. But when you eat these things by themselves, we don't sit at home at night and say, "Man, I am just craving broccoli. Can't wait. I got to get my hands on some broccoli. I'm running to the store." Of course not. Because we'll eat broccoli, it tastes yummy, and then we move on. But ice cream, cookies, not so much. So they found that highly processed foods were most associated with addictive-like eating behaviors. Soda, not diet soda, was the exception, which is highly processed and high in refined carbohydrates, but not fat. The Yale Food Addiction Scale, symptomology, and gender, for males in particular, were predictors of whether an individual reported problems with unprocessed food. The Yale Food Addiction Scale symptom count and BMI both emerged as positive predictors, ratings of problematic eating behavior. And individuals with elevated BMI and or symptoms of addictive-like eating were more likely to report experiencing addictive-like behaviors to highly processed foods. Oh, and fat and glycemic load were significant predictors of problematic food ratings. So the higher the fat content, the higher the glycemic load, the more addicting those foods are. So assessing, this was an interesting study looking at dietary factors and dietary practices and exercise on mental distress in young adults versus matured adults. And they did a cross-sectional study. This was done in 2019. And they looked at the difference of how people's dietary patterns, whether they were young adults, which they took up to 30 years old, which I've always categorized people at like 26, but they took it all the way to 30. And then mature adults were considered over 30. So they wanted to look at dietary practices and exercise in these two different groups related to their mental stressors, and also look at whether mental well-being stimulated healthy eating and lifestyle practices. So they found that the young adult moods seemed to be dependent on foods that increased availability of neurotransmitter precursors and concentrations in the brain, like frequent meat consumption and exercise, respectively. But the mature adult mood was more reliant on foods that increased the availability of antioxidants, like fruits, and the abstinence of food that inappropriately activated the sympathetic nervous system, like coffee, foods that high on the high glycemic index, and skipping breakfast. So they concluded that the level of brain maturation and age-related changes in the brain may necessitate dietary adjustments for improving mental well-being. So not only do we have to consider what people are eating and how much exercise they're getting, but we also have to take into consideration their age, because brains respond differently. So this is a quote from Julia Ross. It comes from her book, The Mood Cure, which admittedly is an old book, 2002. She is still teaching. She teaches out of California. She wrote The Mood Cure. She wrote two other books, which I can't remember right now. One on, or maybe just one other, on addiction, I believe, and food. I can't remember. But The Mood Cure is probably her famous one. She studied under Matthews Larson. What's her name? Matthews Larson. Can't remember her first name. Joan Matthews Larson. But they're all about amino acid therapy, and that we need to be giving our clients amino acids. And Julia Ross teaches a class on how do you do that. It's pretty pricey. It's like $4,000 for the class. But I've heard her lecture and I've got her books. So she writes, the more sweet and starchy carbs you eat, the less antidepressant aminos arrive in your brain. Even if you're eating protein, carbs cause insulin release that tends to sweep the aminos out of your bloodstream into your muscles and out of reach of your brain, which is, of course, the last thing that we want to do. We want those amino acids to make it to our brain. And here is why. So we're going to talk about proteins. So proteins break down into amino acids, and then those amino acids break down into neurotransmitters. So here is the serotonin pathway. Protein, you eat protein, it breaks down into tryptophan, which then breaks down using different coenzymes like B6 and other coenzymes, breaks down into 5-HTP, which then with other vitamins and enzymes breaks down into serotonin, and then ultimately into melatonin. So, when we think about Thanksgiving, which is coming up, people think about like this big meal and you're really tired, and everyone talks about the tryptophan that's in the turkey. Well, that tiredness is probably more from the carbohydrates, like from the sweet potato pie and the marshmallows on top and the apple pie and pumpkin pie for dessert and all that stuff. That's probably what's got people chilling out because we get tryptophan with all the proteins that we eat every single day, and we don't pass out. They're just crashing from sugar. So what happens when we have low neurotransmitters? Now, obviously, there are other factors involved, but when we are low in GABA, we are going to see anxiety. When we are low in acetylcholine, it's one of the things that can impact Alzheimer's, dopamine with ADHD, and serotonin with depression. So how do we develop these insufficiencies? Sometimes it happens when we take certain drugs that increase the neurotransmitter turnover. Sometimes it's an increase in stress demands. It can be glutathione depletion, increased detox demands. So, sorry, it always scares me. That might mean that we've got an exposure to some toxins, or it could be that we've eaten some stuff that we need to get rid of, and then just general inflammation. So this is a good place for us to stop. We're going to take a break now and go have lunch. So if you will come back in an hour and 10 minutes. So I will see you back at, what time is it? It's 10 to 2. So we're going to come back at 3 o'clock, Atlanta time, Eastern Standard Time. So I'll see you guys in an hour and 10 minutes, whatever that time is for you. Enjoy your lunch. Perfect. Good. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Glad we did that before the top of the hour. All right. So I want to go, there was one Q&A from Joan that says the results for obesity in children from non-sugar sweetened beverages was monk fruit or stevia in this study. I don't remember. I don't believe so, but I don't know the answer to that. If you will put in there which study you're referring to, because there's so many, I'm not sure exactly which one you're referring to. I can go back and look at the reference and read the study a little bit more closely, and I can answer your question tomorrow. So if you'll do that for me, that would be great. Okay, so we were talking about amino acids, and this is just a visual illustration of, it's actually from the same study that I showed you earlier on amino acids and cognitive decline. And basically this is saying that we know that amino acids have an impact on all these things in our lives: sleep, exercise, stress, depression, anxiety. But then there's this black box because we don't understand yet how these things impact our cognitive health. Okay, what we do know that I showed you amino acids break down into tryptophan. There are some things that do interfere with tryptophan. So some of them are things like caffeine, sugar, aspartame, which is an artificial sweetener, lack of sunlight, and stress. And going back, Joan, to your question about monk fruit or stevia, I am going to talk about what are sweeteners that we should be eating or that we could be eating. And those are two that I actually do recommend, is the stevia and the monk fruit. But there is a little bit of a problem with the monk fruit. Some people, because you can't buy just monk fruit. Monk fruit is typically cut. Oh, I left that book on the kitchen counter. I'll grab it at the break. Monk fruit is cut with erythritol, and there has been some negative press about erythritol and what it does to the body. So there are probably some people who are going to be hesitant to use monk fruit. I still have it in my kitchen. I still use it because I don't use it enough that I really worry about it. But just FYI, if you're using monk fruit as an alternative and you use it every single day, if it is cut with erythritol, that might be problematic. Fructose malabsorption is associated with decreased plasma tryptophan. So this was a study done in 2001. It had 50 adults and they had GI discomfort. They were tested with breath hydrogen after an overnight fast, and they found that the fructose malabsorption was present in 35 of the 50 participants, which was 70%. And that fructose malabsorption showed higher plasma tryptophan and higher scores on the Beck's depression scale than having normal fructose absorption. And this was in 2017, some research that was done with anorexia and tryptophan. And of course, it's important because tryptophan, as I mentioned, is a precursor to 5-HTP and ultimately to serotonin. So evidence suggests that an excessive dieting and food restriction can decrease brain tryptophan and serotonin in anorexic patients that would precipitate depression, psychosis, and hyperactivity. And this was in 2023. This was a review of the literature looking at pharmacotherapy, alternative and adjunctive therapies for eating disorders. And there were 121 studies that were identified, and they found basically that there was a scarcity of evidence and poorly constructed research. So despite widespread use of medications, this review has identified a lack of effective medications and adjunctive and alternative therapies in treating EDs. So moving on to fats. So fats have gotten a bad rap in our lives. Fats are really good for us, and we need them. 60% of your brain is comprised of fat. It's critical. Continuing to eat fat is critical for brain growth and development, and it helps our bodies to balance our blood sugar. Fat plays a key role in our cellular processes of memory and learning, and it keeps the cells in our brains flexible and talking to each other, and it also helps to reduce general inflammation. So how did we get to a place where we were fat phobic? So that happened because there was a researcher, his name was Ansel Keys, and he had a theory that eating too much fat was going to create heart disease. And so he studied people in many countries and gathered all that data, and then he ran the data and determined that, in fact, fat was really bad for us and that it was the culprit for heart disease. And so the American Medical Association jumped on that information and started talking about low-fat diets. The food industry then jumped on that and said, well, we can help everybody out. We can come up with a lot of low-fat and no-fat items. So they did. They came up with low-fat cookies and no-fat potato chips, and they used this fake food called Olestra. Some of you maybe are old enough to remember this stuff. I remember when the cookies came out, they had a vanilla, like a sandwich chocolate, like an Oreo, but it was vanilla, and then they had a chocolate one, and it was made with this no-fat stuff. And I remember thinking, oh, I can eat the whole box because there's no fat. Like, we were all brainwashed at some level of thinking no fat meant we weren't going to gain any weight. And it was easy. We could eat those things. Well, the problem was, number one, foods that don't have fat in them taste terrible. And because they taste terrible, the food industry had to fix that. So what did they do? They added sugar and they added salt. So you can look, there's a direct correlation if you look at when we started having trouble with obesity and when all this low fat and no fat diet stuff started entering the market. And unfortunately, Ansel Keys, his work turns out was not the best. Like he looked at people in Italy during Lent. So even though he was looking at what they were eating, they were most likely not eating what they eat the rest of the year because they were giving up certain foods for Lent. And also, he did a poor job of running the data. So it's unfortunate that while he probably had great intentions, the work he did was not stellar, and nobody bothered to fact check him. And so people jumped on this bandwagon. And so that fear of fat has lingered. And so I'm here to tell you that fat is good for us. It does have more calories than a carbohydrate or a protein. It has 9 calories per gram versus 4 for the other two, but it also helps us to feel sated longer. So if we eat foods that have fat in them, then it's likely that we will, number one, feel full sooner. We will eat less at that meal, and that food is going to hold us longer. So we will probably eat less throughout the course of the day. So I try to teach my clients to not be afraid of eating fat, that eating things like avocados is a healthy food that we should be incorporating into our diets. This was a study looking at omega-3 polyunsaturated fats and the treatment of depression. In 2017, they say that increasing evidence from epidemiological, laboratory, and randomized placebo-controlled trials suggest a deficiency in dietary omega-3s may contribute to the development of mood disorders, and supplementation may provide a new treatment option. This is looking at omega-3s with perinatal depression. And this was in 2009. They had 16 women who were depressed, and 22 who were not depressed, who were recruited in their 3rd trimester of pregnancy. And they took fasting blood draws, and they found that the women who were depleted in omega-3s were during the perinatal period, were more likely to be depressed than the women who had higher levels of polyunsaturated fats. And this was looking at fatty acid status and behavior symptoms of kids with ADHD. And this was a case control study. And they had 11 ADHD adolescents who had, and then they had 12 control adolescents. And they found that when they examined their intake, even though the kids with ADHD in the control group had the same amount of omega-3s and omega-6s, the kids with the ADHD had a lower level of fatty acids in their blood than the control group. So they weren't able to say why this happened, but what they found was that there was a metabolic difference in fatty acid handling between the ADHD adolescents and the normal control. This was looking again at omega-3s and youth with ADHD. This was a review and a meta-analysis. This was done in 2018, and they found that in summary, there was evidence that omega-3 supplementation monotherapy improves clinical symptoms and cognitive performance in children and adolescents with ADHD, and that these youth have a deficiency in omega-3s. Our findings provide further support to rationale the use of omega-3s as a treatment option for ADHD. So when I did my doctorate dissertation, I was looking at circadian rhythms and why kids with ADHD tend to sleep in and have a hard time getting up in the morning. And so we gave them a whole bunch of supplements. And one of the things that we gave them was omega-3s. So they had 2,000 grams in the morning and 2,000 grams at night. And we did show an improvement in behavior and sleep, but we had other supplements that they were given as well. Lots of variables. The role of omega-3 fatty acids in developmental psychopathology. This is a review on early psychosis, autism, and ADHD in 2017. And this research says that there was a lack of consistency in the research. So they couldn't clearly state that omega-3s were helpful for these diagnoses, but that it was an exciting area to study and that we should continue to take a look at it. And this looked at fish oil preventing the adrenal activation elicited by mental stress in healthy men. So this was a study that was done in 2003, probably done on a college campus. There were 7 human volunteers who were studied on 2 different occasions. So they had a before the intervention and then 3 weeks of supplementation. So before the intervention, they took their blood, checked their omega-3 levels, and then did a test. I think they gave them a math test and stressed them out. And then they looked at their stress levels. And they gave them a mental arithmetic test and a Stroop's test. And then they gave them omega-3s. They gave them fish oil, sent them away. Go take this for 3 weeks and then come back. And so then they came back and they administered the same test, and they found that they did better. And so the conclusion was that the fatty acid inhibited the adrenal activation elicited by the mental stress, and that presumably through effects exerted at the level of the central nervous system. So they're saying that the omega-3s impacted our stress response. And this one was a study. So this was kind of interesting because it's a little different. The response was a little bit different than some of the others. This was 2012. They had found that kids, they gave the kids omega-3s, but also a vitamin and mineral supplement. And then they tested their cognition and learning and behavior. And what they found was that the kids performed better after getting the vitamins and mineral supplements with and without the omega-3s. So they were unable to point to just the omega-3s and say, this is why the kids were doing better. And this is looking at nutrition and depression and omega-3s. This was a study that was done in 2015. And they found that our findings confirm and extend the notion that this nutritional intervention can have preventative effects in mental health populations, and that they corroborate the existing evidence that anti-inflammatory strategies may have an antidepressant effect, especially in the context of depression associated with inflammation. We are going to talk about inflammation later today, so you'll understand more about why this is important. And then phosphatidylserine, I mentioned that earlier today, could be a novel and natural antidepressant. This was a study that was done in 2015, another small study, 18 geriatric subjects, and they were tested and tested their cortisol levels, and then they were administered phosphatidylserine and DHA for 12 weeks. And what they found was that the subjects with depression, the antidepressant response correlated with a reduction in basal cortisol levels. So the phosphatidylserine and the DHA helped to lessen their stress response. And this was looking at omega-3 fatty acids and cognitive function from 2023. A review of the literature shows that fish or omega-3s are associated with a reduction of development of mild cognitive decline and Alzheimer's. So they go on to say, in summary, that people who have memory complaints or a family history of dementia should be counseled on the potential benefits of taking fish oil as a supplement. And this was looking at brain membrane lipids in major depression and anxiety from 2015. And they found that research shows that lipids may leave the membrane as transmitters and relay signals intracellularly or to other cells. And lipids play a role in contributing to anxiety and depression. So, what fats should our clients be eating when we talk about healthy fats? Avocados are one. I usually recommend that people eat a half of a large avocado, or like right now I have some little ones in my refrigerator. I would easily eat one a day. And some people don't like avocados. Avocados don't really have a taste. They take on whatever they're mixed with. So That's why guacamole is yummy when you put in, some tomatoes and stuff like that. I've made avocado pudding because avocado is fat. So if you add in some cocoa powder and some sweetener and you mix it up, it makes a really good pudding. I've also made fudge from avocado where you freeze it. It melts quickly and it's not like the true consistency of fudge, but it has that same creamy, yummy mouthfeel to it. Coconut oil and extra virgin olive. Well, actually, I'm going to talk about these separately, even though there's some things that I want to talk about that are similar. So with coconut oil, you'll occasionally, I get these emails now and then that come circling around that coconut oil is bad for us and we shouldn't be eating it because it's a saturated fat. So saturated fats are solid at room temperature. So if you look at a steak and it's got all that white marbling in it, that's saturated fat, that white fat. Or if you peel back the skin from a chicken and there's all that yellow globular stuff, probably most of us don't buy chicken with skin on it anymore anyway, but if you ever have done that, those are both saturated fats as well, but they are animal saturated fats. And those are the fats that are not great for us. We really shouldn't be eating them. But coconut oil, even though it is solid at room temperature, is molecularly different than the saturated fat in animal fat. So animal fat is a long chain fatty acid and coconut oil is a medium chain fatty acid. And so we use it in our bodies in a different way. So the medium chain fatty acid goes straight to the cell and can be used as energy, where the long chain fatty acid does not and goes to our arteries and is part of what clogs us up. So coconut oil has been a dietary staple for civilizations for probably hundreds of years. I like it because it is antimicrobial, it's antiviral, it tastes yummy. It can help you to balance your blood sugar. It's low glycemic. You can use it for ketogenic fuel. When you are on the keto diet, they will recommend you take MCT oil, which is a medium chain triglyceride oil. I like coconut oil because you can use it on your skin, you can use it in your hair, you can eat it. I mean, there's nothing about it. Now, I will say there's nothing about it that would make you not want to eat it. But I did find some research, just so you know, that coconut oil is scientifically proven to not only increase cardioprotective HDL, but it decreases the waist circumference. But I also found some research that showed that it increased the bad lipids in your blood. So, but I only found one study that showed that. For the most part, I highly recommend coconut oil. It's great for cooking. It does have a high heat point. I would say look for coconut oil that is cold pressed or first pressed or organic or all. It can't be all three, but organic and cold pressed. Because the more they press the oil, the more oxidization it occurs, and I'll talk about that later. So coconut oil, cold pressed, ideally organic. When you open it and smell it, it should have a very sweet coconut smell to it. I bought some coconut oil in a mason jar, size jar from one of the local grocery stores. Well, it's actually a national chain, but when I opened it, there was no smell at all. And so I don't know what they did in processing the stuff, but it should smell like a coconut. It should smell sweet and it should smell yummy. Okay, extra virgin olive oil. That does not have a high heat point, so it should not be used with cooking, even though I know a lot of recipes call for it. We tend to use coconut oil at home or avocado oil for cooking, and then I use olive oil for finishing. So that means, like if I've made a salad, I'm going to put the olive oil on the salad, or if I've roasted some vegetables in coconut oil, or avocado oil, then when I've taken them out of the oven, I will pour olive oil over them and mix it in that way. Olive oil should also be cold pressed, first pressed, or organic if you can find that. It's harder to find, but definitely cold pressed or first pressed. Grass-fed organic butter, ideally, but again, for some of our clients, if they're in a lower socioeconomic status and they can't afford organic butter, then just regular butter would be fine. But if they can afford the organic grass-fed, that would be great. The only brand that I have been able to find anywhere is Kelly Gold. Kroger does sell it, but Walmart sells it, and they also often have it on sale. So when we find it on sale, we'll buy several bars, bricks of it, and then you just throw it in the freezer. It won't go bad, and then you just take them out of the freezer as you need it. So I would prefer people to eat butter, even if it's not organic, than eating margarine. Margarine is a plastic food. Literally, it's made from chemicals. They color it with yellow to make it look like butter. There's really nothing in it that anyone should be eating, in my opinion. So switching to just butter would be a better option. And then ghee is a clarified butter. So for some people who have trouble with dairy products, if you clarify the butter, people will often tolerate the ghee better. You can find ghee. It's usually found in the ethnic food section or Indian food section. Indians use it a lot in their cooking. I did have an Indian woman in one of my classes this spring, and she was a cook, and she even had some online cooking classes. And when I said something about buying ghee at the store, she's like, no, 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 you should just make it at home. So she told us the process of making it at home, and it's really pretty easy. So if anybody wants to give that a shot, I'm sure if you just YouTube it, you'll find ways of clarifying butter. It's just a matter of heating it up and then skimming the foam off the top. And then the cool thing about ghee is it acts like butter, tastes like butter. You can bake with it, but you don't have to refrigerate it. So it can just sit in your pantry, and it's ready to go. So if you want to spread butter instead of having to wait for the butter to soften and all that stuff, you can just use the ghee. It works great. Okay, avoiding hydrogenated oils at all costs. So your body doesn't recognize them and incorporates them into your cells, and they just wreak havoc on your body. So they're associated with all kinds of diseases like cancer and diabetes. They're found in mostly in they are found in processed foods. So the reason that sometimes you'll see hydrogenated oil is because the manufacturer doesn't want the product to sit on the grocery store shelf and then sit on your shelf. And then when you finally go to open it, you are hit with that rancid smell when the oil has turned. And so now you're taking that product back for a return. Now people are losing money. Nobody wants that. So they put a hydrogen molecule into the oil. And what that does is it extends the lifetime of the oil so that it doesn't go rancid. And so you will find it in manufactured products. So looking on labels of cookies, crackers, cakes, all that kind of stuff. If you see hydrogenated oil in the ingredients, or your clients have hydrogenated oil ingredients in their pantries, have them put it in the garbage can or put it back on the shelf. You should not be eating that. You just shouldn't go near it. It's not something that occurs naturally, and our bodies don't know what to do with it. This was looking at dietary carbohydrate and fat intake and risk mortality in the Japanese population. So this was a longitudinal study. It came out in August of 2023, so not too long ago. And it said that it started out saying that there had been in previous studies, there was contradictory findings about carbs and fats and mortality. And so they wanted to take a look at this, and they found that They did it by doing a questionnaire mailed out to people, and they had a large population. They had almost 35,000 men and 46,000 women who participated, and they were ages 35 to 69. And what they found was an unfavorable association with mortality is observed for low carbohydrate intake in men and for high carbohydrate intake for women. High fat intake can be associated with a low mortality risk in women among Japanese adults with a relatively high carbohydrate intake. Okay, so we're going to move on to the connection between food, depression, diabetes, and obesity. These are some statistics from the National Diabetes Statistics Report. This was came out in 2022. 37.3 million people have diabetes, which is 11.3% of the population. 28.7 million people have been diagnosed. Undiagnosed, 8.5 million who are either undiagnosed or pre-diabetic. 96 million people age 18 or older have pre-diabetes, 38% of the US population. 65 years older and older, 26.4 million people. Ages 65 or older, or 48.8% of the population, have diabetes. So it is very likely that we will be seeing people with diabetes or who are pre-diabetic in our offices. So why is this important? It's important because there is a comorbidity with depression and diabetes. So I want to talk a little bit about the two different kinds of diabetes, because not everybody knows. There's type 1 and type 2. Type 1 is an autoimmune disease, and it occurs typically it gets diagnosed typically in the teenage years. And this is when the pancreas stops working. And so people who have type 1 diabetes are insulin dependent. Their bodies over time stop making insulin, and so they have to inject it in some way. Some people back in the day, they would prick their fingers and have to inject themselves. Now that people wear patches and pumps so that they don't have to do that as much, which is nice, because when I did my doctorate, we had to prick our fingers 3 times a day for 2 weeks and check our blood sugar, which was a really great exercise in terms of having empathy for people with type 1 diabetes, but also understanding it hurts. I got to where I had to find a finger that hadn't been stabbed a million times, and I only did it for 2 weeks. So imagine having to do that for a lifetime. So fortunately, technology has improved a lot with that. But they are insulin dependent, and it cannot ever be reversed. That is just the way their body is working, and will be that way for the rest of their lives. Type 2 diabetes occurs usually later in life into adulthood, although we are seeing it with kids too. It often is a comorbidity of obesity, and it is when people are insulin resistant. So what do I mean by that? I mean that when we eat something, it increases the blood sugar in our body, and so the pancreas releases insulin. And so the insulin, this is a very basic explanation, but the insulin will escort the sugar to the cells, because our cells, remember, need sugar for our mitochondria, for ATP. So it escorts the sugar in the blood to the cell, and it knocks on the door, and the cell opens the door and says, "Oh, I have sugar here. It's here with insulin. Awesome, come on in." It's like the key to entering into the cell. But at some point, when someone becomes insulin resistant, when the insulin knocks on the door and says, "Hey, I got some sugar for you here," the cell says, "Oh, sorry, I already have enough. I'm not even going to open the door to you. Go call on my neighbor." And so the cells do not allow the glucose to enter. So that is when we become insulin resistant. and that is type 2 diabetes. Now, the good news about type 2 diabetes is if someone loses weight, there is a potential for them to reverse it, where with type 1, you cannot reverse it. So type 2 can be reversed. This was looking at, let's see, just more information about type 2. In 2017, there were approximately 462 million individuals with type 2 diabetes. So that would be 6.2% of the world's population. And they are expecting let's see, or a prevalence of 6,000 cases per 100,000. Over 1 million deaths per year can be attributed to diabetes alone, making it the 9th leading cause of mortality. And the burden is rising globally. And so it's something that we are going to have to be paying attention to, especially because one of the comorbidities of diabetes is depression and possibly anxiety, but definitely depression. And so we're going to be seeing people in our offices who are struggling with this. This was some research that was done in 2017, looking at anxiety in youth with type 1 diabetes. So remember, most of the time, people are diagnosed in their teenage years. I did have one client who was diagnosed with type 1 in his early 20s. He was walking on college campus and he just passed out. So his blood sugar had totally bottomed out. He literally just passed out on the ground, and they got him to the hospital and discovered that he had type 1 diabetes. So quite the adjustment for him. But he's doing great now, actually. So this was just looking at 20 studies, so a small group of papers, but they found that anxiety symptoms were prevalent in youth with type 1 diabetes. So think about a teenager who's being told you have this disease that's going to carry you through the rest of your life. And if you don't manage it well, you could lose your vision, you could lose your legs, you could lose your life. So you have got to manage this. Oh, and by the way, everything affects blood sugar, whether you eat, don't eat, when you're sleeping because you're not eating, whether you exercise, if you drink alcohol, anything is going to impact it. So you're going to have to take care of all of this while you're still a teenager trying to have a good time. So they looked at girls seem to have a higher risk of anxiety symptoms than the boys did, but they concluded that anxiety symptoms in youth with type 1 diabetes have detrimental effects on their health outcomes, including their self-management, their quality of life, and their HbA1c, which, in case you don't know, HbA1c is the number that we get when we get our blood work done. It looks at your blood sugar levels over the course of the past 3 months. So a lot of times, you'll do a fasting blood test and they'll test your glucose levels for first thing in the morning, which is fine. That's a snapshot about how you're doing when you've been fasting. But the HbA1c shows how well you're managing your blood sugar over a period of time. So this was a narrative looking at type 1 diabetes and what the cognitive and psychological effects are for these kids. And this was done in 2020. They found that there was a profound impact on young people. Psychosocial development and a hampered school performance. And then as adults, it can interfere with work and relationships and parenting. And it can be related to mild cognitive issues, anxiety, and depression. So this is a very serious problem that, we probably, as I said, are going to be seeing in our offices if we're not already. Depression and anxiety in adolescents with type 1 diabetes and their parents, they found in this study that the parental distress around the type 1 diabetes didn't really relate to the adolescent's distress or their HbA1c. So maybe sometimes it's good that teenagers don't listen to their parents because these teens were not impacted by the parents' distress. And this was looking at the psychosocial experience and needs of children newly diagnosed with type 1. And they found that When kids were originally diagnosed, they felt distress, grief, anxiety, anger, irritation. Some of them even felt suicidal. And some of them had injection anxiety. My young adult who I just mentioned, who fell out in college, so he was in his early 20s when I met him. He had been diagnosed for a short time. He was at the time diagnosed with Asperger's back in the day when that was a thing, which over time he actually we dropped that diagnosis because it didn't seem like he really had it. But he was also he was a big time computer geek, and so he was having a terrible time managing his blood sugar. I mean, he would come into my office and I would have to go get him orange juice. One time I had to call his dad and have him come pick him up because he passed out on my couch. He just was horrible at managing it, but he was terrified of the pump. So he wasn't good at injecting himself. So we talk about injection anxiety. He was not good at that, but he was terrified of the pump because he was in computer science. He worried about his pump getting hacked. And if it got hacked, what would they do to him? But we had so many close calls with his health that he ultimately did agree to get the pump, and it was a game changer. After that, his blood sugar was managed regularly. His mood improved dramatically. He got a boyfriend. He finished college. I mean, he was great. He was doing great. So we just need to be aware that when our clients are diagnosed, there are a lot of things that can affect their mental health. So this was some of the things that children need, that according to the study. They need time to adjust to the diagnosis. They need supportive relationships, an opportunity for meaningful participation and appropriate protection in their health, to engage and explore, to feel supported but not different. Whoops. The camp that I did my bike thing for, the Spin for Kids thing, it's a really cool camp. It's each camp, it's a beautiful facility in Rutledge, Georgia, which is about an hour from Atlanta. And they cater to different children's different special needs. So 1 week of camp is for cancer patients. 1 week is for kids with brain injuries. 1 week is for kids with diabetes, and so on. And the camp is designed so that no matter what the hell, one is for asthma, whatever the needs are that the children have, they can be supported there. So they have air conditioned enclosed cabins. They can bring their oxygen tanks if they need to. They can bring their caregivers, and they get to play. For 1 whole week, they are normal. So when I read this, the kids need to feel supported, but not different. So they know that they have special things that they need to take care of and be aware of with their health, but they need to be able to run and play and have a life in spite of being diagnosed with the type 1 diabetes. This is looking at depression and diabetes in workers across the lifespan, and they found overall prevalence. This was done in 2022. The overall prevalence of self-reported depression among workers with diabetes was 17.4 to 30% higher than among those without diabetes. Workers with diabetes age 18 to 34 had the highest depression prevalence compared with other age groups. And you can understand that's a time when people are partying, going out to bars, going to concerts. Not that those of us that are older don't do some of those things, but maybe to a lesser extent. It's when they're dating. And so that you can see where this would have potentially have an impact on somebody's lifestyle. Female workers with diabetes were significantly more likely than male workers to report depression in all age groups. Young adult workers with diabetes who had another chronic disease were nearly 3 times more likely to report depression than those without another chronic condition. And there were no overlapping patterns of prevalence of diabetes and depression by state. And so this was a study done in 2018. 18 studies were looked at in a review and a meta-analysis, and the results showed that physical exercise, glucose check frequently, complications, hypertension, duration of diabetes, diet with more red meat, and depression were associated with the quality of life of type 2 diabetes patients. So the people who had complications like hypertension had worse quality of life than those who didn't. The importance of addressing depression and diabetes distress in adults with type 2. This was in 2019, and they found that 1/3 of adults have distress. In people with type 2 diabetes, depression and diabetes distress are both associated with increased risk of mortality, work absenteeism, poor disease management, and poor health outcomes. Depression also increases the risk of macrovascular complications, coronary artery disease, peripheral artery disease, stroke. And 11 people with type 2 diabetes who experience either depression or diabetes also risk developing other complications like neuropathy, retinopathy. When I had my boating accident, which was 13 years ago, I was in ICU for 6 days, and then they moved me to a rehab unit. And I'll never forget, there was a woman on the floor across the hall from me, and they had just amputated her leg. And it totally freaked me out. I didn't know why I was on that floor. I was kind of out of it anyway. But they assured me that that wasn't going to happen to me, that she had diabetes and she was unable to keep her leg. The importance of addressing depression and diabetes distress in adults with type 2 diabetes. 2019, 30 million people, or 12% of the US population, have type 2 diabetes. And the two mental health conditions that are most prevalent are diabetes distress and depression, and both increase mortality and complicate life and disease management and quality of life. And this was also 2019. Providers were screening patients for depression and diabetes in an intake and ongoing. And they found that the evidence summarized here suggests that early screening, prevention, and treatment of depression or diabetes distress can result in better diabetes self-management and improved quality of life. So we need to learn as much as we can, and we need to counsel our clients and support them. This was looking at, this paper was written in 2008, and it's suggesting that depression and diabetes is bidirectional, even though it had not been tested at this point. But they found depression is associated with 60% increased risk of type 2 diabetes, but type 2 diabetes is associated with only a modest increased risk of depression. So, if you look at that, you could say, well, somebody who is depressed is likely going to be more sedentary and is maybe going to eat emotionally, gain weight, and develop type 2 diabetes. So depression could increase the risk of type 2 diabetes. But if you have somebody who is functioning, high-level functioning person who's out working and has a social life, but also develops type 2 diabetes, there's only a modest risk of depression for that person. Measures of depression and risk of type 2 diabetes, another review and analysis. And they found that various measures of depression may be used to identify individuals at a higher risk of type 2 diabetes. This was 2020. And this was associations of obesity with psychiatric disorders and suicidal behavior in a nationally representative sample. This was done in 2009, and they wanted to determine if obesity was associated with psychiatric outcomes after taking into account their physical outcomes. And this study was done in Canada. They had almost 37,000 people who were surveyed, and they found that independent of physical health conditions, obesity was associated with psychiatric disorders and suicidal behavior in the Canadian population. So trying to figure out what that might be from. Also noting that obesity increases insulin, interleukin-6, which is an inflammatory marker, Leptin, it increases inflammation. It can add to leaky brain. We'll talk about later. Neuroinflammation, mental illness, and neurodegeneration. And this was 2014, looking at health-related behaviors and mental well-being in the general population. This was a survey in England. They had almost 14,000 people who participated in this, and they gave them a questionnaire, and they asked them different things that impacted their health and mental health. And they found that along with smoking, fruit and vegetable consumption was the health-related behavior most consistently associated with mental well-being in both sexes. Alcohol intake and obesity were associated with low but not high mental well-being. And this was looking at obesity and the risk of depression in children and adolescents. This was done in 2020. They found that clinical depression ranged from 1.7 to 26.7% in these subjects, in obese subjects. They found that obese children and adolescents had a significantly higher risk for major depressive disorder compared with the healthy controls. Considering the negative health outcomes of depression, regular screening and effective treatment should be implemented for obese children and adolescents. And for the psychological aspects of obesity in children and adolescents, this was a lit review that said there were no psychiatric issues before obesity in their recall. In some studies, there was no association reported between obesity and psychiatric issues. In some research reports, girls did suffer from anxiety and depression more. Self-esteem and mental health also seems to be dependent on satisfaction of body shape. And I have seen that in my practice. I have had women who were clearly obese, who were perfectly fine with the way they looked. I've even had people who were obese who started to lose weight and felt like they were getting too skinny and that they didn't look good and put the weight back on. So it really is. And then, of course, I've had people who feel the opposite. They feel terrible about the way they look and want to change and lose weight. Psychological aspects of obesity in children and adolescents. This was a conclusion of the previous slide too. Psychological management of childhood obesity utilizes various CBT techniques to bring the positive behavior changes in eating and exercise behavior of obese children. And some CBT techniques like self-monitoring, stimulus control, and problem solving have proven their effectiveness in management of childhood obesity. And this was looking at depression and obesity in adults. This was looking at 22 different articles. The study was done in 2020. They found atypical depression was significantly associated with elevated BMI compared with melancholic depression, deserving particular attention due to its clinical importance. And this was also looking at obesity and anxiety. Overall findings indicate anxiety occurs more frequently in obese, overweight people compared with normal weight people. And body mass index and risk of suicide. They found there was an inverse association between obesity and overweight adults with suicide mortality and attempted suicide, and positive association between obesity and overweight with suicidal ideation. Overall, our findings indicate the role of body mass index in suicide. Conclusion, with the risk of children and depression and obese children. This was 11 studies with almost 70,000 subjects were included, looking at major depressive disorder. And they found that obese children and adolescents had a significantly higher risk of major depressive disorder compared with healthy controls. And this is looking at the neuroimmune imbalances and yin and yang dynamics in stress, anxiety, and depression. And so this article is basically saying that we are whole mind-body system, and that they should be working well together. And so if anything is out of whack, like psychosocial stress and obesity or a leaky gut, but that causes an imbalance and causes pro-inflammatory T cells, which then can create other kinds of imbalances. So again, looking at inflammation, stress, anxiety, depression, how do we bring all those things together so that our clients can function? Okay. Physiological causes of fatigue, depression, and anxiety. All right. So the emerging field of nutritional mental health, inflammation, the microbiome, and oxidative stress and mitochondrial function. So when I went to school back in the dark ages in the 80s, we studied people, like we studied Jung and we studied Carl Rogers and Piaget and Freud, of course, and, all these people who were teaching us about mental health and how do we treat mental health. Well, now, fast forward, we are now looking at the whole body. We're looking at inflammation, the microbiome, oxidative stress, mitochondrial function, because we now know that all of this, that the brain and the body are connected, and all of this impacts each other. So we're going to go through these different categories over the next few days, not all today. We won't have time for that. So talking about inflammation first. Inflammation is, there are two different kinds. There is acute inflammation, which happens when you have an injury. So let's say you cut yourself and a couple of days later, it starts to turn red and it gets puffy and it's painful. Your body is working hard to get rid of the bacteria. Like the pus is actually dead cells that have tried to grab onto the bacteria and encircle it and carry it out of the body. So it's a signal that there's an infection going on. Same like with getting a fever. It's a signal that there's an infection. So that's our acute response. And then we have a chronic response. So the chronic response is when we have this low-grade inflammation that goes on for potentially forever. And we don't know that it's there except for when we start having problems. So inflammation will land in one of our most vulnerable places. So for some people, it might be the knee, or it might be a shoulder or an elbow. Maybe it's the gut. Maybe it's the lymph nodes. Maybe it's whatever. It could be anything. So when we have this chronic inflammation, it's the foundation for all of the degenerative diseases and for our brain health. So we need to assume that that is a possibility, especially if we are eating really the SAD diet, the standard American diet. So inflammation is the body's natural response to injury. We have something that is called the inflammatory response. So we get all of these different cells that kind of gather. It's kind of like, imagine gathering an army of cells with their swords and their shields, and they are there to fight off the bacteria, or whatever. I worked with a psychiatrist years and years ago who had a brain tumor. We were told he was going to die, that it was terminal. But he imagined all of these cells coming to his tumor and breaking it up and tearing it apart. And he actually recovered and just retired recently. So pretty much one of those miracles. The body tries to defend itself from a foreign invader. It's trying to detoxify, facilitate healing, and it's literally burning up many of the necessary nutrients. Triggers for inflammation might be things like infection or irritants or biochemical processes that have gone awry. And inflammation is linked to all of these issues, but also it's linked to heart disease, obesity, diabetes, pretty much anything. And these are some of the potential causes of inflammation. So we might have an infection. So think about, of course, COVID is the big infection that's on most of our minds these days. So having COVID, we know, causes all kinds of inflammatory responses, surgery, physical agents, any kind of injury to the body, vaccinations potentially, chemicals, high blood pressure, estrogen therapy, smoking and tobacco use. AGEs, which are advanced glycation end products, which occur when we are grilling meat on the grill. So when you get those really lovely black lines on your meat, that is actually the advanced glycation end products. It is when the protein, I forget, it binds with something and creates those black lines, which everybody's always so proud of, but they're actually carcinogens. So we don't want to do that too often. But there are also some things that you can do with grilling meat by marinating it in certain things that will allow that to not occur. Free radicals, obesity, chronic fatigue, hypersensitivity reactions like allergies and sensitivities, dysbiosis, which is a term that means that your gut is out of balance, medications, and chronic stress. These are some foods that can cause inflammation. And of course, not necessarily for everybody, N equals 1. So where I maybe get inflammatory responses to dairy, somebody else can eat dairy and has no problems at all. So dairy, gluten, soy, foods that you're allergic to, sensitive to, caffeine, food additives, the AGEs, grain and starches can be for some people. GMOs. So I'm assuming people know what GMOs, genetically modified organisms. So those are foods that have been altered so that when they are being grown in the ground and the farmer wants to spray Roundup around the plants, that the plants don't die from Roundup, but the weeds do. The problem is these genetically modified plants that are built to withstand glyphosate, which is what's the main chemical in Roundup. These genetically modified plants don't always agree with people. And so for some people, it can cause some inflammatory issues. It can cause allergies, gut issues. So I recommend people avoiding GMOs. We'll talk about that more later. Oxalates, we talked about a little bit this morning, along with some of those other things, all those other chemicals that can occur in plants can be inflammatory for some people, and pesticides. But also, we're going to talk about toxins. Any toxin can be problematic. I was wearing a different top this morning, actually. I was wearing a top that I like to wear for these presentations because it has some pearls built into the neckline. So it's nice from the neck up. But I had just had it dry cleaned. And when I put it on, I immediately got a headache. So I had to change shirts. So that's an inflammatory response. So I should have put the clothes outside and let them air out. I put them in the closet I forgot to let them air out. So I have to do that. I can't wear them right now. Sugar, alcohol, omega-6s, trans fats, artificial ingredients, histamine foods for some people, salicylates, glutamate, and FODMAPs. So these are all, when we talked about the inflammatory diet, the elimination diets this morning, that's why we remove them, because they help to remove the inflammatory response. Psycho-emotional influences of inflammation. So I want you to think about times that you were maybe super stressed, like maybe you were moving or getting married or getting divorced or something. There's some sort of major something going on and you find yourself incredibly stressed. And then on top of that, you get sick. And you think, this was the last thing I needed was to get this cold when I have all this other stuff going on. But when we're really stressed, our immune system gets depressed, and then the opportunity to get sick and have this inflammation as a cause of that can happen. So military cadets experiencing acute mental stress, sleep deprivation, and physical exertion have a greatly increased susceptibility to infectious disease. They're more vulnerable to getting sick. Mental emotional factors play a role in the development of allergies. Stress can promote the development and exacerbation of inflammatory bowel disease, affecting the reduction in protective mucus and increasing mucosal permeability. The reduction in mucosal defense increases antigen absorption and makes them more vulnerable to microbial colonization. which basically means that when you're really stressed, your stomach, the mucus lining is decreased, and that allows for bad bacteria to move in. Mild emotional stress increases bacteria and yeast adherence to mucosal surfaces, leading to overgrowth and infection. And mental emotional stress leads to sleep disturbance and insomnia, both exacerbating the body's inherent inflammatory tendency. Okay, so we're going to talk for a second about oxidative stress. So that's a picture of a mitochondria. And as I mentioned earlier, mitochondria produces energy, and the process is produces ATP, but it's also a major source of free radicals. And free radicals have the potential to damage other cells. Free radicals are when you have a molecule that is unpaired with an electron, does not have an electron. So it is bouncing around your system, kind of basically out of control. So when we talk about eating antioxidant foods like fruits and vegetables, the reason we want to eat those foods, the reason that we look for antioxidants, is because they help to balance oxidative stress. They will loan the electron that those molecules need to help them to settle down. Phospholipid membranes, DNA, enzymes, and proteins are most vulnerable, and the damage is present in chronic diseases, especially in the neurological tissues. So if you think about phospholipid membranes are the fatty membranes, and our brains are 20% fat. So this can impact our brain health. Oxidative stress and mitochondrial dysfunction linked neurodegenerative disorders. This was a paper done in 2017. And they say that there is an overproduction of reactive oxygen species, and nitrogen species without the balance of antioxidants can result in the destruction of cellular structures, lipids, proteins, genetic material like DNA and RNA. So that's why they say it's been linked to all these different diseases. And oxidative stress and the central nervous system. The brain with high oxygen consumption and lipid-rich content is highly susceptible to oxidative stress. So they found its involvement in neuropsychiatric disorders, including anxiety disorders and depression, is beginning to be recognized. And then this review was looking at that. Okay, so now we're going to talk about B vitamins. So things that you should know about B vitamins. All B vitamins are water soluble. So that's the good news and the bad news. So the good news is you can't really overdose if you are supplementing with B vitamins, because you're just going to pee out what you don't need. The bad news is they're not stored well in the body, and we burn them up every single day, especially if we're stressed or if we're over exercising. We're going to be burning up our B vitamins. So it's important that we continuously replace them. They need to be replaced either by food or by supplementation. So I just want to say, in terms of our scope of practice, a lot of times suggesting a supplement may be out of scope of practice. So it goes back to, well, two things. One, you can always work with people on food. Like, you can always make sure that they're eating enough fruits and vegetables that would give them B vitamins, and other products as well. We'll talk about what has B vitamins in a minute. You can suggest that they take a supplement, but you have to do it in a way where you are not telling them to go to the store and buy supplements. So it has to be, the research shows that taking a B complex could be helpful for somebody who has anxiety or depression. Or you want to partner with a doctor who is going to tell them to take the supplements. But we want to make sure our clients are eating enough, and if they're not, then we may have to recommend supplementing. Deficiencies can occur easily, especially when fasting, dieting, diets that are heavy in sugar, refined processed food, or alcohol use. All people are deficient in something. And a recommended daily requirement may be the required amount, but not the optimal amount. B vitamins are coenzymes for many biochemical reactions. It's important for the normal function of the nervous system and often helpful in bringing energy to individuals who are stressed or fatigued. Increased amounts can help with stress, fatigue, anxiety, nervousness, insomnia, and hyperactivity. And they're called the B complex because they often occur together and have similar coenzyme functions, and they often need each other to perform well together. So there will be times when you might want to recommend one particular B vitamin. For example, if you're trying to do adrenal support, you might want to recommend a B5 vitamin, or B5 and vitamin C, actually, because they work really well together with the adrenal glands. Or if you've got somebody who's complaining about fatigue, or they are a vegan, vegetarian, then giving them a supplement of B12 would be helpful. But for the most part, I would recommend a B complex because of this, because they do work synergistically, and you can't overdose on them because they're water soluble. So making sure that your client's getting all the B vitamins that they need. This was looking at a review of B vitamin supplementation on depression, anxiety, and stress. This was 2019. And they found that 11 of the 18 articles reported a positive effect for B vitamins over a placebo for overall mood, or a facet of mood. Of the 8 studies at risk cohorts, 5 found a significant benefit to mood. Regarding individual facets of mood, B vitamin supplementation benefited stress. The benefit to depressive symptoms did not reach significance. There was no effect on anxiety. The review provides evidence for the benefit of B vitamin supplementation in healthy and at-risk populations for stress, but not for depressive symptoms or anxiety. Okay, so sources of B vitamins, you can find them in brewer's yeast, germ, and bran cereals. Here's your list. Again, I told you at the beginning of the day, I made these lists so that you could come back and look at them. You can always Google, sources of B vitamins, and you'll probably find a similar list. This is not a conclusive list. There are lots of other things out there, but these are just some of I wanted you to just get an idea of like some of the foods that people can eat, get their hands on anywhere. Brewer's yeast might be the only thing that some people maybe aren't familiar with. But you can find it in a lot of grocery stores. So B1, or thiamine is a carb burner, and it helps to convert carbohydrates to fat for energy storage. It's important for the health of our nerves and our nervous system. It's part of synthesizing acetylcholine and development of the myelin sheath. And just as a reminder, acetylcholine is a neurotransmitter that helps us with memory and learning, among other things. And then you can read, I'm not going to read all this to you. Deficiencies in B1, general disposition, it can affect the nervous system, it can affect the GI tract. Beriberi is one of the name of the disease that's caused by a thiamine deficiency. And if you work with people who are alcohol use abusers, then there's a potential for them to have Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome, which is a deficiency. But usually if somebody's being detoxed, like if they go into the hospital and they're being detoxed, they will take care of that while the person's in the hospital. Colas, sweets, fast foods, and empty calories. So you're going to see, as I go through all these B vitamins, this is sort of the mantra of what is going to take out the B, cause us to have a deficiency in B vitamins. B2 or riboflavin is a precursor for 2 coenzymes that are important for energy. And then the rest are just other things that there's nothing specific here about brain health. It's just general energy production. Symptoms of deficiency of riboflavin, sensitivity or inflammation of mucous membranes. So remember I said, look at your clients. So cracks and sores at the corners of their mouth could be an indication of riboflavin deficiency. Having a sore tongue, eye redness, light sensitivity, fatigue or dizziness, hair loss, weight loss, and general lack of vitality and digestive problems. Causes of deficiency might be people who have alcohol problems, people who are elderly, people who have lower socioeconomic status, and depressed patients. It's produced in the intestine, so diets that are low in riboflavin-rich foods might be diets that are low in liver, yeast, and vegetables. And if somebody is on a special weight loss diet, they might not be consuming enough foods, diet consisting of refined and fast foods. People with anorexia, alcoholism, thyroid, and adrenal problems may all be at risk. And these are foods that contain B2. So you can see there's lots of great stuff. And then, of course, a notation of minimizing sugar. Niacin or B3, some foods contain niacin, mostly converted from the amino acid tryptophan. Protein is needed along with B1, B2, B6, vitamin C, and iron to make the conversion. Corn is low in tryptophan and the niacin is bound, but Native Americans found that if they soaked the corn in ash water that they didn't suffer from those deficiencies. Don't you always wonder how people figure that kind of stuff out? Like, who figured out that if I soak this corn in ash water, then I'll be healthy? Deficiency is known as pellagra, and pellagra is the 3 Ds: diarrhea, dermatitis, and dementia, and then ultimately death. And the functions of niacin, it acts as a coenzyme for over 50 different metabolic processes. It's a key role in glycosis. It helps to remove nitrogen from amino acids. It's helpful in the metabolism of some drugs and toxins. And the thing we need to know most about, its coenzymes help break down proteins, fats, and carbs, stimulates circulation, reduces cholesterol, and is important to the healthy activity of the nervous system and brain function. And sources of niacin. So I am a Braves fan, for those of you that are watching baseball. Hopefully we are going to head to the World Series, but that remains to be seen. Niacin sources, you can see this is a list of, again, some of those foods that people might find it. So niacin can be converted from tryptophan, so it is not considered an essential nutrient. So I want to just give you a definition of essential versus non-essential nutrients. An essential nutrient means that we have to have it, but our body doesn't make it, so we have to consume it. So when we say essential fatty acids or essential amino acids, that means that they are foods, they are nutrients that we must have. But again, our body does not make them. But in this case, niacin can be converted from tryptophan, so it is not considered essential because our body can synthesize it on its own. But you need B1, B2, B6, and vitamin C and iron to make that conversion. So if you are not eating a well-rounded diet and you don't have those other pieces, you may become deficient because you can't make it. Niacin respondent subset of schizophrenia, a therapeutic review. This looked at niacin as a contributory factor in schizophrenia in some patients, and symptoms were alleviated in these patients by getting niacin as a supplement. B5, B5 is it's an anti-stress vitamin. It is the vitamin that our adrenal glands rely on, along with vitamin C. It's found in all living cells. It's easy to find in whole foods. It's easily lost in processing foods, and it's required to make cortisol. That's why it is considered the anti-stress vitamin. It can be helpful in detoxing toxins. It supports the production of acetylcholine, and its most prevalent nutrient is found in, like I said, in the adrenal glands, along with vitamin C. So it's rare to be deficient because it's found in so many foods. But a severe deficiency can cause poor mood, poor behavior, numbness. My notes say childish behavior, numbness or tingling in the hands and feet, insomnia, elevated heart rate during mild exertion, gut problems, abdominal cramps, gas, nausea, and vomiting. And it can reduce adrenal function. So we would see things like depression, personality changes, fatigue, and sleep disturbances. So these are foods that contain B5. Just again, another list. That is a picture of my nutritional yeast that I keep on hand and use every single day. B6 supports production of GABA. It metabolizes norepinephrine and acetylcholine. It assists in the conversion of tryptophan to serotonin. It converts L-DOPA to dopamine, and sulfur metabolism, assisting in the detox of pesticides, additives, and heavy metals. So when depletion of vitamins B6 will occur with, again, with a diet that's heavy in sugar and processed foods, and of course, chronic stress. And here are some of the things that you would see if somebody is deficient in B6. And you can see these are the kinds of things that we all see in our office all the time. So again, trying to figure out, is somebody nutrient deficient? And that's why they're presenting with what they're presenting with? Or is it that they have a life situation that's making them feel the way they are? Or is it a combination? It might be both. B7, my assumption is it's always both. My assumption is there's some sort of emotional crisis that has brought a person in, but while being an emotional crisis, there is also a physiological aspect to it that we should also shore up and treat. So B7 or biotin, it's needed to burn fuel for energy and for burning protein. It's needed to synthesize new fatty acids. It lubricates and protects the skin. And it's needed to free up vitamin B5 to do its job. And a deficiency in biotin can create all of these different symptoms. And these are sources of biotin. You can see some nice, healthy, easy, healthy foods to get your hands on. Inositol or vitamin B8. I love this nutrient. I think it's really, I've used it often for clients who have insomnia and clients who have OCD. So the body produces inositol from glucose, so it's, again, not essential, but excessive coffee can deplete it. And the functions are cell membrane structure and integrity and chemical signaling between brain cells that becomes impaired when there is a deficiency. So this was a double-blind control crossover study where they looked at inositol with against fluvoxamine for panic. And they had 20 patients who took inositol for 1 month, and then they took 1 month of the fluvoxamine. And then they gave them the Hamilton rating scale. And they found that the improvements were similar for both groups. And inositol reduced the number of panic attacks compared to the medication, and nausea and tiredness were more common with the medication as opposed to the supplement. So because it's a natural compound with few known side effects, it's attractive to patients who are ambivalent about taking psychiatric medication. This was a meta-analysis of inositol for depression and anxiety that was done in 2014. They found that it was a meta-analysis, and they found that Inositol could be beneficial for depressed patients, especially those with premenstrual dysphoric disorder. And the limitation of this particular study was it was just a small meta-analysis. This was looking at nutraceuticals in the treatment of OCD. So they found that there was emerging evidence that appeared to tentatively support certain nutrients and plant-based interventions with known active constituents which modulate these pathways. N-acetylcysteine, myoinositol, glycine, and milk thistle. So I will tell you, I'm not seeing her right now, but I've got a client that I've been seeing on and off for several years now. I started seeing her in elementary school, and now she's in middle school. She's adorable. And she has trichotillomania. So, a form of OCD. She pulls her hair. Sometimes she gets these wide patches of bald hair, balding scalp because of where she pulls it. Her mom is incredibly adept at covering her hair up and doing these fun little hairdos to cover that up for her. But we put her on a combination of N-acetylcysteine, inositol, GABA, L-theanine, and B complex. And we did it when she was younger, and the mom is a single mom and didn't have a lot of money at the time. She's living with her parents and raising her kids and going back to school. And so when the supplements ran out, she decided that she really didn't want to pay for them for the time being. So she just didn't tell me she had run out, which was fine. But then her daughter started pulling her hair more. So she called me and said, could you please order them? I didn't think they were helping, but now I'm pretty sure that they are. So we kept her on them for probably at least a year. She has, like I said, I'm not treating her right now. So I don't know. I don't think she's buying them right now because she usually buys them through me. So, but this was a really nice combination of things to really help with self-regulating the body, calming her down, and helping her to manage her hair pulling. Okay, so in conclusion, for inositol, it's a very promising treatment for depression and panic. It's promising also for bipolar, anxiety, obsession, compulsive eating disorders, hostility, sadness, tension, and fatigue. It's quite safe. And adjunctive use may not benefit, but will not hurt. People with bipolar disorder should exercise greater caution. Whenever I suggest a supplement, because of our scope of practice, I do not tell people to go buy things. Like I won't say, you should go to the store and buy inositol. I will talk about the research. And then I will say to them, please talk to your doctor about this. And then I chart that I told them to go to their doctor. Sometimes they'll come back the next week and they'll say, I left here and went straight to the health food store. So they don't always hear me when I tell them to check with their doctor. I have some doctors who are very supportive of supplements. I have some doctors who don't know much about supplements, so they won't really comment, and some that tell their patients that it's a waste of money. So I think that most of us need some kind of supplementation because our food supply is just not great. Even if you ate a lot of healthy stuff all the time, our soil is depleted and we just don't get all the nutrients that we need. So these are sources of inositol. So again, you can see a list of foods of hopefully foods that most people are eating pretty regularly, or at least can get their hands on if they want to. Folate, or vitamin B9, it's found in dark green leafy vegetables like spinach, kale, and beet greens. And it's easily destroyed by light, heat, or cooking, or stored at room temperature for long periods. It's the coenzyme for many functions, and it's found in the body as methylfolate. It helps to break down and utilize protein. With B12, it assists in many of the amino acid conversions. It helps the body supply of methyl groups, and it helps maintain supplies of tetrahydrobiopyridine needed for other transmitters like serotonin. and it's critical in infant nervous system development. Deficiencies can cause neural tube defects and like spina bifida and others, which is why as soon as a woman knows she's pregnant, she should begin taking a prenatal vitamin, because it has that amount of folate that they need to prevent the neural tube defects. Sources of folate, again, here's a list of foods. There's probably more out there. And these are, I try to put in, this came out of a book by Dr. Haas rather, Staying Healthy with Nutrition. There's probably many, many more foods. And these are some of the things that a client might experience if they are having, if they're experiencing a folate deficiency. So, if you look at this list, again, stuff that walks into our office all the time. So who's to say, unless we did a nutrition profile, which you could do, we don't know which B vitamin, we don't know if it's magnesium, we don't know what it is, which is why I like to start people on a whole foods diet and get their nutrition status improved, so we can start, if we need to do some testing later, we can do that. Okay, that's our cue for our next break. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and come back at 1:45. Okay. We're talking about B vitamins, so we're going to keep on talking about some more B vitamins. B12, really important vitamin. Well, they all are, but important because if you have a deficiency of B12 vitamins, you'll see on the next slide, there can be neuropathy and confusion. And what's important to me about that is that with B vitamins, you can change up what's happening just by simply supplementing. So sources of B12 are animal protein. So vegans must supplement. So if you have, I have a lot of kids that I work with, and they see some god awful, terrible documentary on how we treat animals, and I don't blame them. They want to become vegans, and so, or at least vegetarian. So if they're vegetarian and they're eating fish, or they're eating cheese or milk, then at least they're getting some animal products. But if they are a vegan, then they have to supplement, because there is no other way that they are going to get B12. So just something to be aware of if you get somebody in your office who shares that with you, because I find a lot of times they don't know that. And what's going to happen is over time, they're going to start to feel fatigued, and they're just not going to be operating at 100%. Fermented foods like tempeh and miso. And B12 is manufactured in the intestine, which means that as we age, it becomes more difficult for us to manufacture B12, because as we age, there's something in our guts called the intrinsic factor, and that helps to synthesize B12, and we have less of that as we get older. So I've been supplementing with B12 probably for a decade. I started when I was a vegan, and then just kept doing it. And I can tell when I haven't taken it, because my energy level kind of takes a bit of a dive. Functions, it's essential for metabolism, health of the nervous system, formulation of the myelin sheath, and it's the energy vitamin. When I was a vegan, I didn't know I was supposed to be taking B12. And I remember going to a doctor, and she asked me, if you're vegan, are you taking B12? And I said, no, I didn't know I was supposed to. And she said, either you need to, I can give you an injection today, or you need to go buy supplements. So I said, I'll go buy the supplements. And the first time I took a B12 supplement, I thought I was on speed. I didn't realize how low my energy had gotten until I was able to raise it back up. There's a really good book. It's called Could It Be B12 by Dr. Sally Pacholik. She's an RN, and Dr. Jeffrey Stewart, he's a DO. And she was working in an ER, and she was seeing a lot of elderly people who had neuropathy and other nerve issues. And she kept saying to the doctors, I think it's a B12 deficiency. And they were ignoring her, but she was giving them B12 and finding that they were getting better. So she ended up ultimately leaving that hospital and writing this book. So you might want to pick that book up. It's an old book by now, but still has good information in it. Okay. These are psychiatric symptoms that can be associated with the B12 deficiency. So you can see there are quite a few. And this comes out of Sally's book. And the B12 deficiency and depression in physically disabled older women, this was a study where they interviewed people who were living out in the world. So community dwelling older women. And they found that metabolically significant B12 deficiency was associated with a twofold risk of severe depression in this population. So 5-MTHF. So 5-MTHF is a pathway that causes that is responsible for lots of different body functions. So MTHFR, or methotetrahydrate folate reductase, but I'm just going to call it MTHFR, even though it's kind of fun to say all that. MTHFR is the gene that converts folate into L-MTHF. And MTHFR is also the name of an enzyme that converts the folate that you eat into the active form of 5-MTHF. So it's confusing because MTHFR is the name of a gene and it's also the name of an enzyme. And then it helps make the conversion either from food or from supplements. So methylation is the process of four atoms, a transfer of four atoms, one carbon atom and three hydrogen atoms, named CH3, from one substance to another. So when it's working properly, it has a positive effect on many processes that affect our cardiovascular system, our neurotransmitter production, estrogen metabolism, fat metabolism, just to name a few. So when it is working, CH3 is readily provided by a universal donor, SAMe, which enables the different systems to perform their functions. So the system produces SAMe is reliant on one of the switches being turned on by a critical B vitamin, 5-MTHF, which is the active folate or methylfolate. Folic acid from the diet or from supplements must be converted to this active form before it can be used in the methylation cycle. So if we don't methylate properly, we can't make this conversion. And so then SAMe doesn't have what it needs to do what it needs to do. And so in my mind, there's this, I tried to do the medical illustration for you guys, but it's so complex. This whole process of methylation is so complex. I thought that would just be even more confusing. But I think about like the inner workings of a clock and how all the cogs in the wheel fit together. And when they turn together properly, everything is working. But if you were to stick a stick in there or put some gum in there, the whole thing would just stop. And that's kind of what happens with methylation. We've got this pathway where everything is working along really great. SAMe is readily providing a universal donor. Everybody's doing their thing. But then if we can't get that methylation job done, all the processes stop and all the cogs just get gummed up and can't move. And so we can't do what we need to do. So this is the process of conversion. We consume something that contains folate, and then it becomes 5-MTHF, 5-10-MTHF, and then it converts to 5-MTHF. And then that breaks down into homocysteine, and then that breaks down into methionine, and then it is excreted from the body. So homocysteine is an amino acid that the body produces, and high levels of homocysteine can damage blood vessels and lead to blood clots. So people who have high homocysteine levels tend to have low levels of vitamin B12. Homocysteine is a really great inflammatory marker. So, when we go to the doctor and we get blood work done and we wait to see what our cholesterol levels are, because that tells us, obviously, we worry about cholesterol and plaque and all that with our arteries. It is a good marker, but homocysteine is another really good marker. And typically insurance will cover that, but doctors don't always order it. So you have to ask for it. But if it's really high, then you know that your body is not breaking it down properly, and that needs to be corrected. So methylation and brain health is important because it helps with neurotransmitters. It helps with the production and removal of neurotransmitters. It helps receptors get ready to receive messages from neurotransmitters. It makes the cell membranes more fluid and able to receive brain messenger chemicals, and it helps to produce phosphatidylcholine, the major fatty fluid component of cell membranes. It plays an important role in mood, energy, well-being, alertness, concentration, and visual clarity. So the problem is that 1 in 3 Americans have what's called a genetic variation or a genetic SNP that impairs their ability to properly use folic acid. So 5-MTHF is the metabolically active form of folic acid that people with these genetic SNPs can utilize. And 5-MTHF assists in the production of serotonin and melatonin. Impaired MTHF can impact neurotransmitters and is linked to depression. And these are the 2 genetic SNPs that are the most popular that will cause this inability to methylate. So again, without methylfolate, SAMe and glutathione can be really low. And these are responsible for serotonin production and detox. So again, if you can't do that methylation, if you can't convert folate to methylfolate, the whole system gets gummed up. Folic acid is found in fortified foods, supplements, and pharmaceuticals. It can be in these different forms. Folate is also found in dark green leafy vegetables, legumes, other vegetables like asparagus, Brussels sprouts, avocados, and broccoli. It's found in liver, citrus fruit, and brewer's yeast. You can also buy it as a supplement. I have one psychiatrist that I work with who, probably others do this too, I just know for sure she does, where she does a genetic test and she swabs people's mouths and she checks to see if they do that conversion. Because if they don't, she writes them a prescription for something called Deplin, and then they take the Deplin, which is a methylated folate, and it helps everything get moving, and it also helps the medication to be more efficient and work better. And there's some research that supports that. This is looking at the effects of methylfolate in depression, the results of a real world experience. So they were calling people up on the phone and who were out living in the community. And they found that people who managed they were on medication and they had folate. They had significant improvements in their self-reported depression and functioning and greater satisfaction with their medication. So taking the methylfolate helped to improve the medication's efficacy. This study looked at serum folate, B12, and homocysteine in major depression, and looked at people who had not responded to medication. And they found that low folate levels were found to be associated with treatment resistance among people who were fluoxetine-resistant major depressive disorder. And this was looking at methyl tetrahydrofolate reductase in psychiatric diseases. This was a study that was done in 2018, and they found that there was increasing evidence that if people had these 2 genetic SNPs, that it was associated with psychiatric disease. So the MTHFR gene polymorphism is linked to onset, clinical symptoms, prevalence, as well as response to treatment. And it's so simple, to just get clients the methylated version. So you basically, you just bypass the fact that they can't methylate on their own. You just provide them with the methylation at the back end, and the body can use it. Enhanced recovery for mental illness with methylfolate supplementation. This was in a study from 2008, noting that using MTHFR has been shown to be effective as an augmentation of SSRIs and SNRIs, and it should be considered in clinical practice. And this was looking at nutraceutical augmentation strategies for depression. And they found that this was a 2020 study. And they found that clinical remission is the goal in the management of depression, and nutraceuticals may be part of an overall treatment approach to achieve that outcome. And again, and then looking at the fact that methylfolate was well tolerated and that it could be an adjunct to antidepressant treatment. This was looking at teenagers who had been treatment resistant. So 7 essential nutrients for methylation. We need to have active folate, active B12, active B6, B2, magnesium, zinc, betaine, and vitamin D. There are also lifestyle changes that people can make that can help with improving methylation. So regular exercise, eating a whole foods diet, particularly one that's rich in green vegetables, avoiding smoking, avoiding excessive caffeine, which is defined as more than 5 cups a day, avoiding excessive alcohol consumption, and taking vitamins with methylated versions. So that's my go-to. And then people with MTHFR may also be low in B12. So making sure when they go to the doctor, they get their blood checked, they get their B12 levels checked. My go-to for my clients is to just get them to take the methylated version. You can get the genetic testing, or they can go and get a nutrition status. But if they don't want to spend the money on doing that, you can just go straight to take a methylated supplement. So I have them bring in their supplements, and I'll check their labels. This is for the B vitamins, of course. So you want to make sure that they've got a methylated B12 and a methylated folate. And if they don't, what I usually tell them is finish out this bottle. Then when you go and buy the next bottle, be sure that you buy the methylated version. And it's going to be a little more expensive, but it's probably going to make their medication work better, and or it will just make them feel better in general, because their body will be able to do more of what it's supposed to be doing. So vitamin D. Vitamin D is the sunshine vitamin, and it is synthesized through our exposure to the sun. So if you were to go outside, not any time of the year, better when it's the summer, when the sun is, high in the sky, and you sat outside for 15 minutes, you would get 10,000 IUs. If you have dark skin, then you would probably need like 30 minutes. So you can also get it from food like mackerel, herring, and cod liver. When you look at somebody's lab work, you want them to be between 50 and 80 nanograms per milliliter. Not all lab work will reflect that. So if when you look at somebody's lab work, it'll say they have 37 nanograms per milliliter of vitamin D, and then it'll say the range. So healthy range is 40 to 80. So I have seen that where the healthy range is 40. So that means if somebody's at, like, say 37, their doctor is going to probably say something like, well, you're at 37, low, you're right below low normal, so you're fine. But really the optimal range is 50 to 80. So if 50 to 80 is optimal and they're at 37, then in my opinion, they are low. And I've seen people as low as in the teens. And even, I've never seen somebody in the teens where a doctor didn't agree that they needed to be on some kind of supplementing. But I want my folks to be somewhere in that 50 to 80 range. And even living in the South, where we have access to a lot of sunshine, people are, pretty good about putting on sunscreen and pretty good about wearing long sleeve shirts and sun blocking clothing. So people are not getting the sun that they need to make enough vitamin D. And we're not in the sun that long. I mean, I try to not use sunscreen in the mornings when I exercise, but how much exposure am I getting? Maybe an hour or hour and a half in the early morning. So not really strong sunshine. So most of us are low. So I do recommend most people supplement. And that's an easy test. Doctors will do that. Anytime you get your blood work done for like an annual for physical, they're gonna test you for your vitamin D levels. If you want to be at a good maintenance dose, it's going to be 1,000 to 2,000 IUs. I'm going to sneeze. Hang on. If your levels are super low, the doctor might give you injections. They might even have you come in for regular injections, or they might prescribe a high level, like 10,000 IUs, which is considered prescription level. And then they'll check you again. So where B vitamins are water soluble and non-toxic because you pee them out, vitamin D is fat soluble, so it gets stored in the fat cells. It can become toxic if we have too much. So it is important that you get checked and that you make sure that you're not taking too much. If you're not taking the maintenance dose of 1,000 to 2,000 IUs and you're not on the 10,000 IUs, you could take 5,000 IUs to bring your levels up. But again, I wouldn't do that with a client without discussing it with their doctor. And I want them, they can do 5,000 IUs for say 3 months. Then I want them to go back and get their blood work done and check and see where their levels are. And then if the levels have been brought up, that's great. And then they can go drop down to a maintenance dose of 1,000 to 2,000 IUs, or they might have to stay on the 5,000 a little bit longer. My husband is on a prescription dose of 10,000 IUs a week, takes a pill, but then he also has to take a daily dose of I don't know how much. So he apparently wasn't even absorbing the prescription levels. So his doctor increased that even more. But again, you need to check it. I do have a DO that I work with. She did a lot of research on vitamin D, especially with the elderly population, and she will allow her patients to get as high as 120. But she is a doctor and she can do that. I've had doctors that I've worked with that when we got the patient up to 55, they were dropping them immediately down to a lower dose because they were worried about the toxicity. So it just depends on the doctor and their comfort level. But I just want you to know those ranges are important. And so what you are looking for when you have your clients bring in their lab work, you're looking to make sure that they land in that 50 to 80 range. Vitamin D and the risk of depression. I just have several studies here that show that there is an inverse association between serum vitamin D levels and the risk of depression. This study was done in 2013. This study was in 2008, finding vitamin D supplementation on symptoms of depression in overweight and obese subjects. They wanted to look at their levels in depression, and they found that there seemed to be a relationship between vitamin D and symptoms of depression, and supplementation with high doses tended to ameliorate these symptoms, indicating a possible causal relationship. And this was another study done in 2016, looking at vitamin D and late life depression. So they found that vitamin D was observed and mood association was observed in most, but not all of the studies that they looked at. And the results indicated that a vitamin D deficiency may be a risk factor for late life depression. And then, is vitamin D important in anxiety or depression? What is the truth? And this was in 2022. It was a review. Depression and anxiety and global issues, inflammation and oxidative stress were also possible mechanisms. They did find low vitamin D is associated with an increased symptom of depression and anxiety. So screening should be a part of treatment plans. So I mentioned, well, I don't know if I mentioned this. When I have a client who comes in for the first time when we're doing an intake, if they have not had a doctor's appointment in the past year, then I want them to go get one. And I want them to go get a physical. And I'll talk about labs, probably tomorrow. I'm not sure, tomorrow or the next day. And what I want them to do is I want them to get their vitamin D levels checked, because it's such a simple thing to do. And the research is really strong that just supplementing can be important. Okay, magnesium and calcium. Anti-stress, magnesium is the anti-stress mineral. It's found in dark green leafy vegetables, nuts, legumes, whole grains, fruits, and supplements. It can, if you have a deficiency, it can create health issues like Crohn's and celiac disease, although celiac is an autoimmune. So vitamin 2, diabetes, alcoholism, it's more common in older adults. These are health issues that create deficiency. Sorry. Poor health habits, medication, habitually low intake, and alcoholism can lead to deficiency. Deficiency is fairly common. Diuretics, biphosphonates, which are things that people take for reflux, antibiotics, PPIs, protein pump inhibitors, also for reflux, alcohol, caffeine, and sugar decrease magnesium. And these are signs of magnesium deficiencies. And again, these are things that show up in our office all the time. So we could easily head down the medication pathway and do a lot of psychotherapy, or we could look at some of the nutritional deficiencies that our clients might have. Causes of magnesium deficiency, highly processed diets, boiling or cooking food, especially vegetables. So I live in the South, and people are better about this now. But when I was growing up, you could go to a restaurant or somebody's house for dinner, and the broccoli would be this mushy dark green because they had just boiled it to death. Really, it should steam for like 3 minutes and be this beautiful bright green and still kind of crispy when you eat it. But we tend to overcook stuff. Food from magnesium deficient soil. So as I told you before, our soil is deficient because we've overused it and we haven't done necessarily a good job of rotating different crops to replenish the soil. And malabsorption issues and a sugar-laden diet. So dosing with magnesium, starting with 100 to 150 milligrams and working up to 400 milligrams. And magnesium glycinate is the best form that's absorbed. Association between magnesium intake and depression in community dwelling adults. This was a study that was done in 2009. They were looking at the hypothesis that if magnesium was low, depression would be high. And they found that that was true. That the hypothesis that magnesium intake was related to depression was supported by their findings. They had over 5,000 individuals ages 46 to 49 and 70 to 74 who participated in this study. Dietary magnesium intake is related to larger brain volumes and lower white matter lesions with notable sex differences. This came out this year, and they were examining the association between dietary magnesium and brain volumes and white matter lesions in middle to early old age. And so people who were 40 to 73 years old in the UK measured dietary magnesium and brain volume and white matter lesions. And they found that the higher magnesium intake was related to better brain health in the general population, particularly in women. And this was looking at the psychological and sleep effect of tryptophan and magnesium enriched Mediterranean diet in women with fibromyalgia. This study was done in 2020. The effects of tryptophan and magnesium enhanced Mediterranean diet, looking at anxiety, mood, state, eating disorders, self-image, and sleep. They had 22 women. They had an experimental group and a placebo group, and they found anxiety, mood disturbance, eating, and sleep disorder and dissatisfaction with body image were prevalent disorders in women with fibromyalgia. And the study concluded that tryptophan and magnesium-enriched Mediterranean diet reduced anxiety, mood disturbance, eating disorders, and dissatisfaction with body image, but did not improve sleep quality in women with fibromyalgia. This was another study looking at major depression and magnesium from 2006, saying that the possibility that magnesium deficiency is the cause of most major depression and related mental health problems, including IQ loss and addiction, is enormously important to public health and recommended for further study. This was also looking at magnesium and B6. This was from 2008, looking at finding that oral magnesium supplementation alleviated stress in healthy adults with low magnesium, and the addition of B6 to magnesium was not superior to magnesium by itself. And the impact of mental health and well-being insights from the literature. This was from 2021. Overall data supported a positive role for the nutrients mentioned above in the preservation of normal brain function and mental well-being. They looked at EPA, DHA, which are both in fish oil, vitamin E, magnesium, folic acid, mental health. Facts about calcium. So calcium is the most abundant mineral in the body. 98% of it is in our bones, 1% is in our teeth, the rest is in our tissue. And calcium and magnesium work together. And vitamin D is essential to calcium absorption. And vitamin K2 is important for vitamin D absorption. So again, important when we are talking about nutrients to not tease out and say, oh, I need to take calcium, or oh, I need to take B6, because a lot of these nutrients work together. So we need all of them. There are a lot of different things that calcium does. You can see it helps with choline acetylase and acetylcholine, norepinephrine and serotonin. It helps with calming our nerves and reducing irritability. So calcium and phosphorus work in tangent with each other. So they need to be balanced. And so if we have too much phosphorus in our system, then we're going to pull calcium from our bones, because that's where most of it's from, in order to get that balance. So foods that are high in phosphorus are things like diet sodas, meats, eggs, and processed foods. You should have a 1-to-1 ratio of the two. Now, I wouldn't worry about eating an egg and putting yourself out of whack, or some meat. But if you've got a client, for example, who's drinking a lot of diet sodas, and I've had this. I had a client years ago. He was drinking a 6-pack or more of diet sodas every day. And I could not get him to break that habit to save my life. We worked on it a lot, but he just was not interested. Again, if you're drinking a lot of those kinds of drinks, then you're going to be taking in a lot of phosphorus, and then the body has to look for a balance. So it starts pulling calcium. So people who have long-term use of these products could end up with kidney stones, could end up with excess of plaque, but also could end up with osteoporosis and osteopenia, because you're pulling the calcium from the bones. These are some of the sources of calcium, and of course you can always take a supplement. And this is the optimal dose. Okay, nutrition, diet, and culinary medicine. So food as brain-mind medicine. There will be a time perhaps when we can go to the grocery store and we can put in certain data, and we will know what foods are best for our particular biology. But I want to talk a little bit just about what we're talking about when we talk about whole foods, processed foods, highly processed foods. So a whole food is a food that is exactly the way that we find it when it grows. So if I pick a pear and I eat it off the tree, that is a whole food. Now, if I pull some carrots out of the ground and then I cook them and I add some spices and maybe some vegetable broth and blend it all together, which is what I did here, I created a beautiful carrot soup, one of my favorite recipes for the winter. So I have processed the carrots. Eating a carrot straight out of the ground, whole food. Steaming it, mushing it, and blending it with other stuff, processed food. So processed food doesn't have to be a bad word. It just means that we've altered the food the way that it has been originally grown. And then a highly processed food is going to be all the other stuff. It's going to be the stuff that is layered with the sugar, salt, and fat. It's the stuff that we make we make food in a manufacturing plant. And it's the stuff that we are trying to get our clients to probably avoid. Essential fatty acids, I mentioned a little while ago, essential means that the body does not make it, but the body has to have it. So we must consume it. Okay. So essential fatty acids are the alpha linoleic acid, omega-3, the EPA, and the DHA. ALA is found in plant-based foods like soybeans, flax seeds, canola oil, DHA and EPA mostly found in fish and seafood. And so where do I find these essential oils? I find them in places like fish and seafood, especially cold water fish. So we'll talk about this again when we talk about protein, but the acronym that makes it very easy to remember is SMASH, which stands for salmon, mackerel, anchovies, sardines, and herring. Now, and tuna is in there as well. Now, I know that a lot of people don't like some of those fish, but we're really looking for those cold water fatty fish, and we're looking for fish that are as small as possible, because the bigger the fish are, the more we have, those fish have eaten foods that have eaten smaller, the bigger fish have eaten smaller fish, and they end up eating more pollutants that are in the water. So whatever, and then we eat whatever they've eaten. So we're getting all those plastics and all those pollutants with those bigger fish because they're holding on to all that stuff. So we want to eat as small a fish as possible, and the fatty fish to get those good healthy fats. Nuts and seeds like flaxseed, chia seeds, and walnuts. Plant seeds, plant oils like flax oil, non-GMO soybean oil, and organic canola oil. A little word of caution about flaxseed oil. A lot of people don't absorb that really well. So they might think that they're doing themselves a favor because maybe they're vegetarian, trying to get their omega-3s through flaxseed oil. They may or may not be absorbing it. So they should probably mix it up with some chia seeds and walnuts as well. And then you can always buy foods that are fortified, that have the omega-3s, and they will be clearly labeled. Toxic fats are these light oils that most people probably have in their pantries. They're the canola oil and the vegetable oils, saturated fats, hydrogenated fats, and GMO oils. They're canola oils that are organic canola are most likely not GMO, but if it's not labeled non-GMO, then it is most likely it will be. Which now reminds me, there was a question about fats in the Q&A that I forgot to answer. Does the source and quality of the saturated fat make a difference? And would omega-6 to 3 ratio be a factor? I have seen her conflicting information in relation to the keto diet. So, yeah, the saturated fat that is comes from an animal, like the marbling in a steak, or from what's underneath the skin in a chicken or a turkey, for that matter. Those saturated fats are not good for human consumption. Like when I make a chicken soup, if I use a whole chicken, which I like to do because I want to get the bones and all that bone broth going, But I will refrigerate it for a day after and then scrape all that yellow saturated fat that has risen to the top. It makes the soup taste really yummy if you want to cook it, if you want to eat it that way, but it's not healthy for us. So the saturated fat that I would recommend would be coconut oil. And yes, the omega-6 to omega-3 ratio, we should be eating a lot more omega-3s than we currently are, most of us. Omega-6 oils, like these vegetable oils, canola oils, are used predominantly in restaurants. So if we're eating out, and a lot of people use them at home. So those are the omega-6s and even omega-9s. So really making an effort to eat these fatty fishes or take a fish oil supplement would be important. In fact, I was at a talk just a couple weeks ago, and somebody was talking about, it was a functional medicine meetup, basically. And somebody was saying that when they go to like a fancy steakhouse and they eat a big steak that they probably, know that they shouldn't, but once in a while they treat themselves to that kind of a thing, they come home and they take a lot of omega-3s to balance out the body. So yes, there is that need to keep that concentration balanced. Okay. So I hope that answered that. I want to go back to where we were. Oh, here we go. So this was a study that was done on saturated fat and cholesterol on memory and the hippocampus in middle-aged rats. So they took these rats and they fed them basically a diet that mimics the Western diet. And it was high in cholesterol, and they used a hydrogenated coconut oil. Remember what I said about hydrogenated oils. So they were feeding them that. And then they looked at they waited till they were middle age, and then they put them in a working memory maze to just test and see how they performed. And what they found was that the saturated fat and hydrogenated fat and cholesterol, diets were profoundly impaired their memory and their hippocampal morphology. So they weren't able to find their way very well, and they just didn't do a good job. And then this was another study that was feeding animals different foods. So they had 3 different groups. They had one group that was the control group and got regular rat chow. Then they had a high fat group, and then they had a high fat and fructose, high fat and high sucrose rather diet. And high fat, high fructose. And so, and then they did the same thing, put them in a test, and looked at it. And what they found was that the experimental diets didn't affect the object recognition memory. Both experimental diets induced metabolic derangements in the rats and provoked similar anxiety and depressive-like behavior. And lipid peroxidation seemed to play a role in translating the diet-induced metabolic alterations into behavior disorders. So they are hypothesizing that the oxidative degradation of the lipids in their brains caused them to not perform as well. So again, if we can translate that information from animals to humans, then we're looking at these diets that are really high in saturated fats, high in sugar. And when people start complaining, I can't remember where my keys are and I feel foggy, this may be part of it. It's part of that standard American diet. This was looking at saturated fat feeding independent of obesity, altered the HPA axis, but not anxiety-like behavior. They investigated the effects of saturated and monosaturated fat and the HPA. So the HPA axis is the hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis, which is, I'll talk about tomorrow, I think, but it is part of our endocrine system that is part of modulating some of our behavior, but also how we manage our stress. So they wanted to look at the effects of the saturated and monosaturated fats in the HPA axis and anxiety-like behavior in the rats. So one group had monosaturated fat, one group had saturated fat and one group was the control group, and they had low fat. And they found that the weight gain was similar across all three groups, while the visceral fat was elevated by the two high fat diets. So visceral fat is that fat that lands in our gut area, in our torso. And that fat is the most dangerous fat because it is difficult to lose if we try to lose weight. It also tucks itself into and behind and around all of our organs in that area. And if you're super heavy, like some men get that nice little belly like my husband has, when you lay down, there's pressure from all that fat that can also put pressure on your lungs and on your heart, which is why a lot of men and women have to use a CPAP machine, but if they lose weight, they can sometimes get rid of it. So the results demonstrated that prolonged intake of the saturated fat without weight gain increased cortisol and modulated the HPA feedback. So it had an impact on the HPA axis. And this was looking at omega-3 and omega-6 in depressive and anxiety disorders. 2018, they compared people in the Netherlands, and they assessed their serum level in omega-3 and omega-6 compared to the controls. And they found that it could be concluded that patients with a current depressive episode, especially the more severe cases with comorbid anxiety, have circulating omega-3 levels lower than those in remission and healthy controls. But there was no relationship that was detected for the omega-6s. And this was from 2021, long-term supplementation with marine omega-3 fatty acids versus a placebo on depression. And they found these findings do not support the use of omega-3 supplements in adults to prevent depression. So we have a lot of research that says probably helpful. This one long-term says no. And this one was looking at rats, and they fed the rats a high fructose sucrose diet, high fat sucrose diet. And then they gave them a mild concussion, and then they put them in the learning maze. And what they found was that their performance decreased according to the levels of brain-derived neurotrophic factor. Remember, I talked about that earlier, BDNF, in individual rats, such that the rats with the worst learning efficacy showed the lowest levels of BDNF in the hippocampus. So they went on to say that the fluid percussion injury and the diet imposed a risk to the molecular machinery of their neuron function. So I think this is important if you work with brain injuries, if you work with TBIs, which I do a lot of work with people in car accidents. So I frequently get people who have had concussions. So understanding what they're eating and how to treat them, and looking at this research, I think is important. So going back to protein. So protein for brain health. How do we get protein? Mostly from animal products. So fish, they're 2 or 3 times per week, wild caught, cold water, smaller fish. Again, remembering the SMASH acronym. We really should be eating fish more often. It is a wonderful lean protein, but unfortunately, because our waters are so polluted, we really can't eat it more than 2 or 3 times per week. But if you looked at the Mediterranean diet, the classic Mediterranean diet would have you eating it probably 5 to 7 times a week. But that's why it's important. Eat the fish, but also I also supplement with omega-3s, just to make sure, because at least I know those fish oils have been cleaned properly, and so I'm not getting all the pollutants that I do get when I eat fish. Grass-fed beef. So we should be eating beef maybe once a week. Grass-fed beef can be expensive. If you buy it in, and you can buy it anywhere in a ground beef form as opposed to like a steak. Like if you buy a grass-fed beef steak at, say, Whole Foods, you're gonna spend a fortune. And frankly, they are tough and kind of dry because grass-fed beef are pretty lean. When we grow cows to buy regular steak with all that lovely marbling, they feed them a lot of corn. They really literally fatten them up. But grass-fed beef are not that fatty. They eat grass. Literally, they eat grass. Or they might eat corn at the beginning of their life and then they get finished with grass at the end, so they get leaner at the end. So there's not a lot of the marbling when you cook it. The fat melts into the meat and that's what makes it so tender. So with grass-fed beef, because it's pretty lean, it's not really tender. After I was a vegan for a long time and I finally decided, well, I didn't decide, I was told by a doctor I needed to start eating animal protein again. I decided to eat a steak. And so my husband went and bought me a grass-fed steak and I was all excited. After being a vegan for 5 years, I was going to eat a steak and I couldn't eat it. It was like shoe leather. I mean, maybe some of that is the way he cooked it, but it's just, there's no fat to make it yummy. But if you buy it ground and you cook it like a spaghetti sauce or put it in lasagna or make burgers from it, it's great. And it's really much more reasonably priced. It's actually affordable for many people if you buy it in the ground up version. Organic poultry, again, poultry. Talking about organic food, if somebody can afford organic, great. If they can't, I would still rather them buy chicken at the store or turkey at the store and cook that rather than going to a fast food restaurant and maybe buying fried chicken or some sort of a grill, a fried sandwich or something like that. So again, organic would be first choice, but second choice still conventionally grown beats out the fast food any day. Eggs are fabulous because they are inexpensive. They are chock full of all kinds of nutrients. Like I mentioned before, the middle has choline, it has biotin, it has other things that I can't recall off the top of my head. The white part is pure protein. It's just the protein. So when people just eat the egg whites, that's fine if they want to get a lot of protein, but I really encourage people to eat the whole egg because the yolk is where all of the nutrients really are. And then, of course, when you stand in front of the egg counter, there are so many things to choose from. We've got conventionally raised chickens, we've got eggs, we've got free range, we've got cage free, we've got pasture raised. So where do you start? And of course, they all have different price points. So obviously that would be one place to start. Like, what can you afford? Buy that. But if you can afford any of them and you're trying to decide which one, just know the different levels. So like a conventionally raised egg, the chickens are traditionally kept in a chicken coop, like in a building. They're kept in cages. The cages are stacked. And the farmer is going for quantity. The animals are often agitated. Sometimes they have to cut their talons. They have to cut their beaks because they tend to peck at each other. So that's the conventionally raised regular eggs. The cage free means that they are no longer in those cages, but they're still in those buildings, kind of enclosed in that building. But maybe a little less stressed. The free range means that there is a little door somewhere on that building that allows them to go outside if they want to. But the reality is that the farmer doesn't really want them to go out because when they go out, other animals can get them, like coyotes or owls or eagles or whatever else might be in the area. And then that really hurts their bottom line. So they don't really encourage the animals to go out, but they could. And then we have pasture raised, which the pasture raised are literally out on the pasture. They are, chickens are hunters and peckers. So they tend to eat grubs and bugs and stuff like that. That's why you see them like pecking at the dirt because they're looking for food. And you can, so these farmers will feed them some grains, corns, or whatever they're feeding them. But they're also allowed to just wander and eat whatever they can find. And when you have eggs that are free range, that are pasture raised eggs, you'll find that those yolks, I don't have anything here that's orange, but they are like this beautiful deep orange color, as opposed to the conventionally raised eggs that are light yellow, which is what most of us are used to. But again, I would have my clients eating that conventionally raised egg any day versus going and picking up something at a fast food restaurant or eating pancakes or waffles or some sort of sugary cereal. Nuts and seeds, not going overboard with nuts and seeds, but eating a nice portion, like 12 almonds is considered a portion of almonds. Any of the nuts and seeds, so sesame seeds, sunflower seeds, chia seeds, flax seeds, any of them, any of the nuts, they're all great. But they also need to be not used, not processed. So if they are heavily roasted and salted, probably not great. If they are candied, definitely not good. So I'm looking for raw nuts and seeds. And they could be lightly roasted and salted. That would probably be fine. But outside of that, they really shouldn't be processed at all. And legumes are beans. So another very inexpensive way for our clients to get a good protein. Legumes are high in protein, high in fiber, low cost. You can go to any grocery store and buy, there's like a shelf full of all the different kinds of beans that are available. Now, understand that beans are not a complete protein. So there are 18 to 23 essential amino acids, meaning again, that we have to consume them to get them. So if you eat a legume, even though it's high in protein, it's not a complete protein. It doesn't have all of the amino acids. But if you pair it with a grain, it does. So that's why, like going and eating rice and beans at a Mexican restaurant, you're pairing those two foods together. So you're ahead of the game. But you don't have to eat the legumes at the same time as you eat the grains. So let's say you put some black beans on your salad at lunch, and then you have some brown rice at dinner. Your body's going to have what it needs to create the complete protein. Other options for protein are wild game. We're heading into deer season here in Georgia. So venison, also bison, rabbit, any of those kinds of foods are going to be very lean because they're wild. They're eating what they're supposed to out in the wild, and they're good for us. So how much protein should somebody eat? 0.8 grams per kilogram, or 2.2, a kilogram is 2.2 pounds. So it should be about 10% of your total calorie intake for the day. And an easy way to calculate it is to simply take the person's weight times 0.36, and that will tell you the amount of protein that they need to consume. So if you have a 140-pound woman and you multiply it by 0.36, she needs 50.4 grams of protein per day. If she is an athlete and she's working out a lot, she will probably need more than that. This is just a guideline. Most of us eat more protein than we need to in a day. Like if you think about, if you start out your day, say with a smoothie that probably has 25 grams of protein, you've already had that for breakfast. And then if you have some sort of animal protein for lunch and animal protein for dinner, you're probably, over the top. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but just most of us probably eat more than we need to. Serotonin, protein, again, remember, breaks down into tryptophan, which ultimately breaks down into serotonin and ultimately into melatonin. So if you get a client who's not eating enough protein, they can't make serotonin. So it's really important, like my client that I talked about this morning that came in and was crying because, she couldn't get out of bed and she couldn't go to work and all that. She wasn't eating anything really, she was sleeping all the time. So certainly not getting enough protein to make serotonin. So I do a lot of education around this with my clients and tell them You can't expect your body to do stuff for you, like make serotonin, if you don't give it the materials. It's like trying to build a house without having the nails. You've got all the wood, but you don't have any nails. You can't put it together. So you've got to have everything in place in order for it to work. So 5-HTP or tryptophan, you can take either one of these as a supplement. Some people prefer to take the tryptophan simply because it's lower on the pathway and you don't have to worry about whatever nutrients you might need to help break it down from tryptophan. I'm sorry, the other way around. 5-HTP. We'll take 5-HTP. And then to sleep, people take melatonin. I'm going to talk about melatonin later. I have become not a fan, and I'll explain why in the next couple of days. But there are other supplements and other things that I would recommend to help people fall asleep before I would suggest them taking melatonin at this point. But do not suggest a client take 5-HTP as a supplement if they are on an SSRI or an SNRI, because those medications trick the body into thinking that there's more serotonin in the synapse than there actually is, so that they can feel better. So when we give the body more 5-HTP, which is helping to produce more serotonin, and they've already got serotonin that's hanging out in that synapse and not getting taken back up to through the neuron, they can get something called serotonin sickness. And serotonin sickness can be very dangerous. It can even be fatal. I did have a client years ago who came to me who had an incident. She had been on an SSRI, got off of it for whatever reason. Then she decided she needed to get back on it, so she went back to her doctor, and the doctor gave her a prescription. And the prescription was for, I think, 5 or 10 milligrams. She was just getting started, but she knew she'd been taking 40 before. And she knew, if 10 is good, then 40 is better. So she started on the higher dose without her doctor's approval. And she ended up with serotonin sickness. And when I saw her, it was after she had been hospitalized and released. She had, and she was wearing a wig because she looked like a cancer patient who was in chemo. Like, she had pulled out in her psychosis, she had pulled out her hair. So she was having to wear a wig until it could grow back in. So it can be really very dangerous. So be careful when you're talking about supplements. Be very clear about what your client is currently taking before you make any suggestions. And you're always safe when it comes to food. So looking at eggs, cheese, pineapple, tofu, salmon, nuts and seeds, and turkey all contribute to serotonin. Any kind of animal protein is going to contribute to serotonin. So just as a sort of a summary, nutrients that can improve mental health and cognitive function, whole foods, and proteins, fats, and carbs. And trying to avoid as much as possible processed foods, excitotoxins, which we talked about, but I didn't really tag them as excitotoxins, but monosodium glutamate, MSG, that is an excitotoxin. Some other food additives are excitotoxins. And what that means is that when we eat them, they make the brain cells fire and can cause cell death. So they are considered excited. They excite the brain cells and then but also create some toxicity. Food colorings and additives we'll talk more about. Excessive sugar, we're going to talk more about that still, and alcohol. So looking at vitamins, minerals, glandulars, and special nutrients. Vitamins are essential nutrients that are found in foods, and they perform specific and vital functions in a variety of body systems and are crucial for maintaining optimal health. And I've already talked about the fact that some vitamins are water soluble, some are fat soluble. We've talked about the vitamin B. The B vitamins are in that water soluble category, as are vitamin C, and the fat solubles are vitamin A, D, E, and K. supposed to be taking B12, and we've talked about the B complex. Vitamin, the CDC, this is a report that was put out in 2021 looking at the nutrition of our population. And they found that 90 million Americans are low in vitamin D, with 23 million having a severe deficiency. 18 million are deficient in B12, 30 million are low in B6, and 16 million are low in vitamin C. So vitamin C, it's one of those vitamins that I feel like it's been around forever and people don't pay a whole lot of attention to it. But it's super important. It helps to hold cells together through collagen synthesis. It helps in wound healing. And this is really, to me, really important because we often know people who have had surgery or who've been in accidents. I had a friend who was recently in a car accident and she broke her leg. She shattered her thumb. She had a lot of abrasions on her face. So I brought her some liquid vitamin C. I was treating her for her trauma, but I brought her some liquid vitamin C to help in her healing. So just kind of tucking that away and just knowing that I think is important. Helps with bone and tooth formation, and you can see all the other things that it does. And it's also an antioxidant. It is an essential nutrient, so we do have to consume it. And some of our sources are many plant foods and, of course, citrus. And the recommended daily allowance is 90 milligrams a day for men and 75 for women. People who smoke need to take more. Deficiency is very rare, but if you do have a deficiency, it's called scurvy. We remember hearing about scurvy when sailors were coming from Europe to the New Americas. So causes of deficiency can also be environmental stress like air and noise pollution, the use of certain drugs, tissue healing of wounds, growth, just growing, fever and infection, and smoking. And it can also help with withdrawal. So if you're dealing with anybody who is trying to withdraw from any of these addictions, offering up vitamin C can be helpful. And it might be helpful in treating depression, general detox, adrenal support, and it is a natural laxative. So you do have to be careful. If you are taking large doses of it, it can cause you to have diarrhea. I also use it when I feel something coming on. I'll start increasing my vitamin C intake. I don't take it every day right now. I do take it every day in the winter months. Vitamin C status correlates with markers of metabolic and cognitive health in 50-year-olds. They found, this was in 2017, as they looked at people living in New Zealand, and they took comprehensive health and dietary assessments, and they looked at their fasting plasma vitamin C intake. And they found that adults with higher vitamin C had exhibited lower weight, BMI, and waist circumference, and better measures of metabolic health, including HbA1c, insulin, and triglycerides, all factors for type 2 diabetes. Lower levels of mild cognitive impairment were observed in those with highest plasma vitamin C concentration. Plasma vitamin C showed a stronger correlation with markers of metabolic health and cognitive impairment than dietary vitamin C. So whatever they found in the blood was a better indicator than what they reported eating. Lower plasma vitamin C, but not vitamin E in the concentration of dementia patients. So they looked at both, and they found that they looked at vitamin C and vitamin E, and they found that vitamin C and E are lower in people with Alzheimer's and with dementia. The control, and let's see, plasma vitamin Cs were lower in subjects with dementia compared to the controls, which was not explained by their intake. So this data supports the free radical theory of oxidative neuron stress. And this is the effect of essential fatty acids, vitamin C, magnesium, and zinc on stress levels in women. This was a review, and they found that the review suggests that essential fatty acids may be effective in reducing prenatal stress. So remember, there was a study that showed that if women took omega-3s before and during pregnancy, that they had a lower risk of postnatal depression. Salivary cortisol and may reduce anxiety during premenstrual syndrome and during menopause in the absence of depression. Magnesium and B6 can be effective in combination in reducing premenstrual stress. Vitamin B6 alone can reduce anxiety effectively in older women. And high-dose sustained-release vitamin C can reduce anxiety and mitigate increased blood pressure in response to stress. Okay, fat-soluble vitamins. Vitamins A, D, E, and K. Vitamin A, it does all these wonderful things. Probably one of the things that we should be most happy about is the antioxidant part. These are various sources of vitamin A and the foods, and you can see vitamin A foods are colorful, most of them, like, reds and oranges, and green. And reduced risk of Alzheimer's in the use of antioxidant supplements. Study wanted to examine the relationship between antioxidant supplementation use and Alzheimer's, and they found that the use of vitamin E and C in combination was associated with reduced prevalence of Alzheimer's. And this was looking at omega-3s and vitamin E and mental health. There were 40 women who had PCOS. They were given omega-3s, they were given vitamin E, or they were given a placebo. And they found omega-3 and vitamin E co-supplementation was effective in improving the parameters of mental health and gene expression of these various things for women with PCOS. And looking at vitamin E and C with cognitive function and dementia in elderly patients. This was a longitudinal study that was done with Japanese American men living in Hawaii. There were over 3,000 people who participated in this study, and they were ages 71 to 93. And they found that vitamin E and C supplement can protect against vascular dementia and may improve cognitive function later in life. So vitamin K helps with blood clotting, and it's involved in neuron functioning and myelin sheath development. Insufficient levels of vitamin K can instead cause neuropathological dysfunction. Vitamin D and K, as I mentioned earlier, work together. So it's better to take them together than it is to take them apart. These are various sources of vitamin K. And this was looking at vitamin K status and cognitive function in older adults, healthy older adults. And they found that there is evidence to the possible role of vitamin K in cognition during aging, specifically in the consolidation of memory. This was looking at, I think this is interesting and important if you know anyone who is on blood thinners, because the blood thinners block vitamin K from clotting. And so they were looking at people who have cognitive impairment who are on vitamin K in geriatric patients, and they found that there was more frequent cognitive impairment associated with the use of those medications, specifically flunarizine, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, among the geriatric patients. So there was a risk of cognitive impairment was 15% higher in people who were taking that medication. Okay. Macronutrients and are things like, macro minerals are these particular minerals. Trace minerals are these smaller minerals, and then others are the chromium and lithium. If you're taking a good supplement, just it's the end of the day, just a basic multivitamin, multimineral multivitamin supplement, you're going to get all of these nutrients in a supplement. If you're, and in terms of eating healthy, obviously that would be first choice, but also taking a supplement, you could be sure you're getting all, especially the trace stuff. So basic supplements for brain health I'm going to turn off the alarm before it startles me. We're about 1 minute out. So basic supplements, people always ask me, well, what should I take? What's the best things that I should take? So this is just this is not an end all list, but it's a good starting point. Taking a B complex, the fish oil for omega-3s, magnesium. I'm going to take melatonin out of there. Phosphatidylserine, probiotics, which we'll talk about later this week. Vitamin D, and just a good solid multivitamin that carries all those trace minerals in it. Remembering you can't supplement away a poor diet, so good nutrition comes first. I would much rather have somebody just try and eat a really good, healthy diet and worry about the supplementing later. As I said, everyone is going to be deficient in something. So taking some supplementation is probably helpful, even if it's just a multi, but I would still start with my clients with food, especially if you're working with lower socioeconomic folks who really can't afford a lot of this stuff. I had a participant who raised her hand in one of the classes I taught, and she said, you could take enough supplements that it's the equivalent of a car payment a month. And she's right. It's easy to take $200, $250, $300 worth a month, because you can't just take it for 1 month and stop. You need to keep taking them. They're a consumable. So starting with a very small kind of supplement protocol if necessary, but really, really starting with good food, because even if you are eating, you're doing all the supplements, but you're eating a crummy diet, not going to really be helpful. Okay, so we have completed day 1. Thank you so much for listening. I know it was a ton of information. Looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow, bright and early for those of you on the West Coast, mid-morning for those of us over on the East Coast. So have a great evening, and I will see you tomorrow.